So, Joe, why is journalism and quality information so important to societies?
Well, societies can't function without good information. Information doesn't come freely. You have to extract the information, you have to investigate it, but then you also have to disseminate it, and you have to disseminate it in a way that people can understand. So that's why in the early days of the first democracy, modern democracies, the media was called the fourth estate. You needed an executive, you needed a legislative, you needed a judiciary, but you needed a press.
That's right. And Maria Ressa and her colleagues at Rappler have led the way in doing important investigative journalism in the Philippines. We're horrified that the government has gone after her, and we would like to see Maria Ressa freed as soon as possible.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Christophe Deloire et je suis le secrétaire général de Reporters sans frontières RSF qui partout dans le monde défend la liberté, l'indépendance et le pluralisme du journalisme. Je vais vous parler d'abord de la Maria que je connais. Pas la Maria sur les écrans, la Maria de l'autre côté de la caméra. Même si parfois elles ne font qu'une. J'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer Maria parce qu'on a lancé une initiative sur l'information et la démocratie, une commission avec des lauréats du prix Nobel, des grands esprits, des journalistes en proie à des régimes autoritaires, des anciens dirigeants d'organisations internationales. Et Maria Ressa était l'un des membres de cette commission. Mais elle a été là dès le premier jour, jusqu'au dernier, toujours présente, toujours à formuler des analyses, mais pas en rester à l'analyse, à formuler des recommandations, des préconisations, à imaginer comment on peut faire pour que la délibération publique, pour que l'espace public favorise la fiabilité et le pluralisme du journalisme. Elle a toujours fait, et ça ceux qui regardent ses interventions à la télévision le voient, avec une rigueur, avec une acuité dans le regard, avec une capacité à parler parfois de choses extrêmement tragiques, avec simplicité et avec légèreté. Elle est d'une très grande finesse et dotée d'un charisme extrêmement intense, avec toujours un sourire totalement désarmant. Et Maria, elle est désarmée, mais forte quand même de la qualité de son exercice professionnel face à un pouvoir qui tente aujourd'hui de la réduire, de la reléguer, de l'empêcher de travailler. Maria, c'est quelqu'un qui, lorsque vous êtes à côté d'elle en train de travailler, fait en fait trois choses à la fois. Pendant que vous donnez une conférence de presse et pendant qu'elle-même parle pendant cette conférence de presse, Maria, en même temps, elle pose un trépied avec son téléphone, son smartphone sur la table. Elle se filme, elle diffuse en direct. Elle a une capacité à ne pas perdre une seconde et à utiliser 3 secondes dans une seule. Ça aussi, ça m'a toujours fasciné. Il y a la Maria des aéroports, celle qui les fréquente beaucoup. Parce que Maria, ça m'est arrivé de tomber sur elle dans une ville sans savoir qu'elle était là. Tellement elle voyage, tellement elle a le don d'ubiquité. Elle se retrouve au petit matin, en descendant d'avion, et toujours avec son énergie, toujours la même, avec sa rigueur, avec sa créativité, avec son intensité, avec sa générosité. Et j'aurais dû parler de ça parce que je suis très impressionné par la générosité de Maria Ressa. C'est la Maria des aéroports qui remonte dans un avion pour entrer dans son pays et qui sait qu'à son arrivée, peut-être, on lui passera les menottes. Et ça lui est arrivé tellement de fois. Il y a telle abondance de procédures à son encontre. Mais elle continue, et elle repart, et elle revient, et elle sait que à chaque fois, la même chose peut se repasser. Il y a la Maria journaliste, celle qui a eu une très grande carrière pour CNN, qui a écrit dans le Wall Street Journal, qui a été le correspondant de grands médias en Asie, et puis qui s'est reconvertie en créant un site d'investigation, Rappler, qui est une très belle success story médiatique, journalistique, liée à l'investigation. Il y a la Maria patronne de presse, parce qu'il faut le faire vivre, ce site. Et puis il y a la Maria héroïne de la liberté de la presse, personnalité du magazine Time au titre de l'année 2018, avec d'autres journalistes, dont certains l'ont payé de leur liberté, des journalistes de Reuters en Birmanie, et d'autres de leur vie. Jamal Khashoggi, le journaliste saoudien assassiné au consulat d'Arabie Saoudite à Istanbul. Maria, aujourd'hui, elle représente le journalisme. Elle l'incarne. Elle incarne ce combat, la défense des droits et des devoirs des journalistes, avec une conception exigeante avec les pouvoirs quels qu'ils soient, et exigeante avec soi-même. Il y a la Maria qui travaille aussi sur les questions numériques, et qui est devenue une vraie spécialiste de ces questions, parce qu'elle a été confrontée au fait que les réseaux sociaux sont devenus l'espace public aux Philippines, et que ça a posé un problème démocratique majeur, que ça a menacé de tuer le journalisme. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle, après avoir été membre de la Commission sur l'information et la démocratie, elle a été présidente d'un comité de pilotage d'un groupe de travail sur les infodémies, la diffusion des fausses informations en période épidémique, ou à la façon des épidémies. Et elle l'a fait, là encore, avec le talent qu'on lui trouve, et je tiens à lui exprimer, au nom de Reporters sans frontières, au nom du Forum sur l'information et la démocratie, toute notre immense reconnaissance. Et cette reconnaissance que nous ressentons, je pense que chacun peut la ressentir, parce que, où qu'on se trouve dans le monde, qui qu'on soit dans le monde, d'une certaine manière, on a intérêt à ce que Maria Ressa puisse continuer, comme d'autres, son travail. Il y va de l'ensemble de nos libertés. Et aucun des grands sujets qui sont différents en fonction des pays, la corruption, le changement climatique, ça c'est pour tous, les discriminations, les inégalités, tous les grands enjeux de l'humanité ne trouveront pas de solution sans journalisme de qualité, avec des visions pluralistes du monde. C'est ce qui rend le combat pour Maria Ressa aussi essentiel. C'est pourquoi Reporters sans frontières a lancé avec d'autres organisations la campagne Hold the Line, pour Maria, pour le droit à l'information pour tous. Hold the line.
My name is Arlem Desir. I am the Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy in Paris. At the Forum on Information and Democracy, we know very well Maria Ressa. She is a prominent member of the Commission on Information and Democracy. And Maria Ressa has co-chaired the International Working Group on Infodemics. Maria Ressa is an international expert, very much respected on the issue of social media and disinformation, especially from the perspective of Southeast Asia, including Myanmar's Rohingya genocide. Maria Ressa has herself experienced being harassed on social media with many death threats. It is a scandal that Maria Ressa is prosecuted today. It is a scandal that there is an attempt to silence her voice. Maria Ressa has been prosecuted, harassed, even arrested several times because of her critical reporting on corruption in the Philippines. In June 2020, a tribunal in Manila found her guilty of cyber libel. But this is just because of the crackdown of the Philippines government on critical media and independent media in the country. Maria Ressa is a strong symbol and an example of a courageous journalist reporting on fundamental democratic issues such as corruption and also an emerging issue such as social media and disinformation. She must be able to continue her work. It is unacceptable that there is an attempt to silence Maria Ressa because of her work as a journalist and as a witness. We stand for Maria Ressa. We call for drop in all charges against her, and we ask that it is guaranteed that she can continue her very important and courageous work as a journalist. Hold the line.
My name is Pierre Hasky. I'm a journalist, a French journalist. I've been a journalist for over 45 years, mostly on international affairs as a foreign correspondent. I had a few years in China, so I've been exposed to different systems and different environments. And I'm currently the chairman of Reporters Without Borders, Reporters Sans Frontières in France. And in those 45 years, I think I've rarely been witness to so much harassment as what is happening to Maria Ressa. It's quite unbelievable seen from the outside when you've been in countries that don't respect press freedom or who are suppressing any dissent, to see the way she is being treated in a country like the Philippines. And it's incredible because she is facing at least three different types of opposition and enemies, I should say. One is from the state that should be protecting her, should be protecting her rights to do her job as a journalist in a free country. That same state today wants to jail her for life. That's the first adversary that she's facing in her profession, in her job. The second is the the online thugs that are harassing her. These are the government, the regime's army, online army, hidden army, who are harassing her in the most hateful way and with very little equivalent around the world. It's incredible. She's been exposed, as a recent report showed, she's been exposed to almost one hateful message a minute, not only as a journalist but also as a woman, calling for rape, for her death, for her persecution, on her looks, on her sexual behavior, on whatever motive there is. And that's part of the new trends of women journalists being attacked for their journalism and for being women. So that's the second adversary she faces, and it's not a small one. And the third one is the most unlikely one, is the platforms, the internet platforms, mostly American-based, American-created, American-invented platforms, which we all use in our daily lives and in our work, which are turning a blind eye to what is happening to Maria Ressa. And these platforms that should also be allies of the free flow of information, of the free communication, and which were thought as openings to the world and to all ideas, have turned into weapons. They've been weaponized by those who are full of hate and full of hostility. And these platforms are turning a blind eye to what is happening to Maria Ressa. So that's the three problems that she's been facing, which are really serious and a big handicap on her work as a journalist. This hasn't prevented Maria Ressa from doing an outstanding job, and particularly of exposing online disinformation, online manipulation, the so-called fake news, and she's turned into a huge expert, a real adversary of what is going on online, and which is a danger to democracy. And to illustrate what she's been exposing, what she shows, I would like to quote from Hannah Arendt, the philosopher, the author of The Origin of Totalitarianism, who said in an interview with the New York Review of Books in 1978, so long before the internet was created, long before Maria Ressa's case was happened, and Hannah Arendt saw it all. And here is what she's been saying. The moment we no longer have a free press, anything can happen. What makes it possible for a totalitarian or any other dictatorship to rule is that people are not informed. How can you have an opinion if you're not informed? If everybody always lies to you, the consequence is not that you believe the lies, but rather that nobody believes anything any longer. And the people that no longer can believe anything cannot make up its mind. It is deprived not only of its capacity to act, but also of its capacity to think and to judge. And with such a people, you can then do what you please. These words from Hannah Arendt, I repeat, from 1978, are exactly what Maria Ressa is facing today. And don't make any mistake, this is not a Filipino problem. It's a world problem. It's a problem that we are all facing to different degrees in every country in the world. And as Maria Ressa herself said in an interview, our dystopian present is your dystopian future. And we should not let it happen. We should not let that dystopia to be the rule of the day anywhere in the world, whether in the Filipinos or in Europe or anywhere else where this is threatening from happening, as we could see, for example, during the Trump period in the US. We should not let it happen, and the best way of not letting it happen is to defend Maria Ressa. She should not be facing what she's facing today, whether it's from the state, from the online thugs, or whether from the platforms. And we should defend her. She deserves our full solidarity. Hold the line.
I'm Catherine Viner, Editor-in-Chief of Guardian News and Media, and I'm speaking to you from the UK. Maria Ressa's arrest in January was just the latest in a long line of state-sanctioned harassment she and her Rappler colleagues have suffered. It is deeply concerning, not only as an attack on an individual journalist, but as a symbol of a callous and careless approach to independent reporting. We know that we are living in turbulent times, from the pandemic to the climate catastrophe to the rise of autocracy across the globe. Over recent years, some of the most powerful people in the world have encouraged distrust of the media in order to actively undermine the role of journalists working in the public interest. Maria Ressa and Rappler have been accused by the Philippine government of publishing fake news, a term often used these days by the powerful to describe not what is untrue, but what they disagree with or would prefer to keep hidden. Free and fair reporting is under threat all over the world. Reports of journalists being undermined, attacked, and even murdered for simply doing their jobs are becoming more commonplace. Like many before her, courageous journalists like Maria Ressa have challenged the powerful and made it harder for them to act with impunity. That is what good journalism does. That is what good journalism is for. The attempts to harass Maria Ressa and many other brave Filipino journalists doing public interest reporting, to stop them doing this kind of work, are shameful. As Maria Ressa has said herself, you don't really know who you are until you're forced to defend it. We will hold the line. The Guardian stands firmly with Maria Ressa and her colleagues, and with Reporters Without Borders in its campaign to support them. Hold the line.
I know how it feels to be targeted by your own government for simply being a professional journalist, for refusing to be a propagandalist for their own agenda. I know that feeling when you post something or you publish it and you know it will put you in trouble, but you simply can't just let it go because you feel responsible and obliged to inform the public with the kind of information that you have. And then after it's online, You start feeling this pain in the stomach and this anxiety waiting for that knock on your door that would take you to the unknown, or even that grenade that would be implanted beneath your car. Start looking around when you're walking with your family and expecting someone to just simply shoot on them. This constant fear is just undescribable. And to know that journalists around the world are still having these emotions and this terrorism simply because they're doing their job of informing the public is so heartbreaking and is so sad. That's why I'm holding the line for all the journalists who are working to defend our all freedom of press and our all democracies in Hong Kong, in Belarus, in Philippines, in Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon, in which some of the journalists don't even make it into trials and being assassinated for simply doing their jobs. I'm holding the line for Maria Ressa because she's a very brave journalist I'm looking up to, who has been going through all of this for so many years for the public to defend the democracy of Philippines. And because I know that we're all connected and freedom of press is like democracy, it's fragile, and without our support and constant demanding and constant solidarity with those who are defending it on front lines, it will hit us all. So you too, hold the line.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Anne-Sophie Novelle. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais défendre la journaliste Maria Ressa, qui est menacée pour avoir bien fait son travail d'investigation. C'est une grande journaliste à qui on empêche de bien travailler. Elle est à l'image de nombreux autres journalistes partout dans le monde qui sont menacés parce qu'ils tentent de révéler les dysfonctionnements et les intérêts de quelques puissants qui ont bien intérêt à les garder cachés. Maria, je voudrais te dire qu'on est tous derrière toi. Ton travail est exemplaire. Tu peux inspirer des générations après toi de journalistes et surtout, ne lâche rien. Hold the line.
I'm Anuradha Sharma, independent journalist based in India. The world is in need of honest and fearless journalism now more than ever before. The ever so brave Maria Ressa has been speaking truth to power with relentless dedication. Silencing her would be a great disservice to democratic values not only in Philippines but the whole world. Drop all charges against her right now. Hold the line.
Bonjour, je suis Jean-Claude Koulibaly de la Côte d'Ivoire, président de l'Union nationale des journalistes de Côte d'Ivoire. Je fais cette vidéo pour apporter mon soutien total à Maria Ressa, journaliste d'investigation émérite qui a fait ses preuves à travers le monde entier, qui a commencé une belle carrière depuis CNN avec de grands reportages à travers autour de la question du terrorisme, les reportages sur Al-Qaïda, qui lui a valu véritablement des prix, des distinctions à travers le monde entier, telles que elle fait partie, par exemple, en 2018, des femmes les plus influentes, des personnalités, les 100 personnalités les plus influentes dressées par le journal Times. Elle fait également partie des 100 femmes de la BCC qui influencent le monde. Elle a eu plusieurs distinctions au cours de sa carrière. Elle a fondé la holding Rappler, où elle continue ce travail d'investigation dans son pays, les Philippines. Elle a dénoncé les évasions, les fraudes fiscales au niveau des Philippines. Elle a également dénoncé la malgouvernance, les méthodes brutales utilisées parfois par le président Duterte. Et tout cela aujourd'hui lui vaut cette persécution, ce harcèlement par les autorités de son pays. Nous disons non à tout cela. Nous pensons que ce n'est pas ainsi que la question doit être réglée. Si c'est une manière, une méthode, une manœuvre qui est tordue pour faire taire une journaliste qui lui dérange, nous disons non. Nous apportons notre soutien total, comme je l'ai dit, au nom du Conseil exécutif de l'Union nationale des journalistes de Côte d'Ivoire. Nous disons qu'il faut mettre fin à cette mascarade qui n'a que trop duré. Nous pensons que le monde regarde les Philippines. C'est à l'honneur des Philippines vraiment de mettre un terme à cette comédie. Il faut mettre fin à cela. hold the line, hold the line, hold the line.
I'm Jackie Harrison, Chair of the Centre for Freedom of the Media and UNESCO Chair on Media Freedom, Journalism Safety and the issue of impunity in the UK. Maria Ressa knows from her own experience and says in her own words that lies laced with anger and hate spread fastest, and that lies about journalists and democratic institutions serve to undermine public trust in them. Big and little lies can distort the way that people think, creating alternative realities and alternative facts. Award-winning journalists like Maria, who fight against attacks on democracy and on truth, work on behalf of all of us to defend the truth and to defeat the lies. When those who claim to be upholding democracy curtail freedom of expression and attempt to silence journalists with impunity, their power is exercised to intimidate both that person, that journalist, and also others. Where state-sponsored actors threaten individual journalists publicly and at the same time condemn independent and critical journalists and journalism, calling their journalism fake news, the net effect of repression is that the voice of civil society is muted. Civil diminishment occurs. No independent and critical journalist can ever rely on feeling safe, and public knowledge and understanding is undermined. The repression of Maria is driven by a politics of impunity and the weaponisation of the law, which tries to send increasingly explicit messages that journalistic civil resistance is just too dangerous to attempt. Maria strongly believes in the importance of truthful news, news that holds truth to power, and the importance of separating fact from fiction. And she's seen firsthand just how fragile democracy is. And so, like her, and for her, we hold the line.
Well, welcome to the Bristol Festival of Ideas. I'm Jan Yagintsu, and it is my great pleasure today to welcome award-winning journalist, author, and friend, Maria Ressa. Maria, it's so good to see you.
Wonderful to see you, Chad. This is going to be fun.
Indeed. Well, look, this is a very special event, Maria, for a number of reasons. You know this already, but just for our audience, it's one in a series inspired by the 1795 lectures of Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Maria, you're a former English major, as am I, and it's also being run with English Pen, one of the world's oldest NGOs, as part of that organization's centenary, its common currency program. So, unsurprisingly, perhaps, the idea we are here to explore is the freedom of expression, and in particular, the role of a free press in a democracy. Maria, I think it might be understating it to say that you've had occasion to think about these matters. You're a celebrated journalist, 2 decades working as a lead investigative reporter in Southeast Asia for CNN, I think 10 years in Jakarta, 10 years in Manila. You also headed the news division of ABS-CBN whilst you were writing for CNN and I think the Wall Street Journal. And of course, the past decade, almost the past decade, has been Rappler, the online news portal in the Philippines that you co-founded and that you lead. But you're also known as a vocal advocate for press freedom, and your work has brought you great acclaim. You were the recipient, I think in 2018, of the Committee to Protect Journalists Gwen Ifill Press Freedom Award. That year, we also chillingly saw you on the front cover of Time, Person of the Year, one of the Guardians. You were at that point the only one still alive or not in prison. That magazine included you in its list of 100 most influential people next year. And this year, you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. But I think it's fair to say that your work has also brought you trouble. You and Rappler are currently subject to multiple sets of civil, administrative, and criminal proceedings in the Philippines. You've been harassed, you've been arrested, you've been detained, and last year you were shockingly convicted of cyber libel in a case that is pending appeal. 9 separate cases at the moment. 3 are criminal libel cases, 2 are criminal cases, and one administrative case relating to allegations of foreign ownership for Rappler. And then there's another set, 2 criminal cases and 1 administrative relating to tax evasion allegations. Rappler has even been accused of being a dealer in securities. And as you know, I've been following all of these developments, these cases rather closely, because I have the privilege of being a member of your international legal team alongside Amal Clooney, Keelan Gallagher, Claire Overman, and the excellent team at Covington and Burling in Washington, DC. But I also think it's fair to say that the world has been following you and the cases brought against you, the campaigns waged against you. Democratic governments, including the members of the Media Freedom Coalition of States, have expressed concerns about the cases brought against you in the Philippines, and they've also expressed their clear support for you. There's also a very broad coalition of non-governmental organizations that have rallied behind you and Rappler and others fighting for an independent press in the Philippines. And English Pen is, I know, a proud one of those organizations. It's called the Hold the Line Coalition, and it's led by the Committee to Protect Journalists, the International Centre for Journalists, and the Reporters Without Borders. I want to start our conversation there, Maria. Hold the Line Coalition. What is the line you're holding? Why are you holding it?
So first, Chan, thank you. I mean, that is like the most thorough, compressed summary of the horribleness of the last few years. And I guess, you know, why I'm also holding the line. So first, what is the line? The line is the line of the Constitution, the line of our rights. You know, it's clearly defined. The Philippine Constitution, like the US Constitution, has a Bill of Rights. The Philippine Constitution is patterned after the US Constitution. And when we started coming under attack, and then when I was personally attacked, I realized that as a journalist, you're handcuffed, you know, because it's only in the last 4 or 5 years that I've had to think about what advocacy meant, right? Because even though journalists started as an advocacy, it is an advocacy, it's holding power to account. But in my career, in the 20 years I was with CNN, I got used to not ever being the story, you know, and actually kind of parachuting in and then telling what is happening, being fair, and compressing, which you just did. But now it's a different time. It's a completely different time. And I think after the things that I had lived through, I had to try to figure out, so what's the rallying call? How do we define it? And even that phrase, hold the line. And by the way, we started using it in the end of 2016, before the pro-Trumpers kind of took it, and we're taking it back because we're not going to let that kind of get in the way. But it means, you know, it's holding the line is exactly that. We're not going to voluntarily give up our rights. We're going to stand up for our rights and demand justice. The other reason I became a journalist, and that has become the rallying cry of the Hold the Line Coalition. But you know, it's something I struggle with every day now. Now that I know that the government, I have firsthand experience of abuses of power. How far do you go, right? How much do you stop with just saying what your experience has been and then start saying, you know, it's time for everybody to actually ask themselves these questions. Where is the line that you will hold?
Maria, tell me, let's go back to when you were starting out as a journalist. And let's also think about where you are today as a journalist. How do you think the threats faced by today's journalists differ from the threats faced, 20, 30 years ago?
It's significantly different. For one, the threats are 24/7 today, and it is personal. When I started and I became a reporter in 1986, at that period of time, you worked with organizations. The organizations were the ones who were upfront. It wasn't as dangerous as it is today. In 1997 and 98, in the protests in Indonesia, and then the end of nearly 32 years of Suharto, that was one of the first times where we began seeing the attacks against journalists. But in the past, like the Red Cross, journalists would hold up, a white flag. We were not part of conflict. In fact, normally, when I started, both sides of the conflict want you to be there. All that changed in the late 90s, and it began, there was a Dutch journalist, Sander Toynes, who was killed in East Timor. That was followed a short while after by Iraq and the journalists who were killed there. And that's when journalists began to be targeted. Today, we're facing something that frankly, journalists and news organizations aren't prepared to deal with, because this is really kind of, in fact, maybe the English pen is in a much better place than journalists to deal with the attacks on freedom of expression and freedom of speech today, because journalism is a thinking slow process. It's a rational way of presenting facts, and the skill as a journalist that you have, it's the crafting of the narrative, but within very strict parameters that we were trained in. You can't make up the story. The facts are the facts, and it is your skill as a storyteller within these constraints. A novelist, a writer, a filmmaker, there are greater roles today, because what's happening today is that the very same platforms, the social media platforms that deliver news, facts, are the same platforms that are actually being manipulated, that are delivering lies laced with anger and hate faster and further than facts. That's a description of a 2018 study that was in Science magazine, right? So left brain, right brain, I guess, is where we are today. What a long way to get around answering your question. I've been a war zone correspondent. I have been in charge of every major conflict in Southeast Asia, shifts in government. I've led those coverages for CNN, and I always plan our way in and our way out. Inevitably, there were times when you need to get out, because when you're in a war zone for 2 weeks at a time, you're on all the time. Now imagine that war zone is every day, 24/7, and you cannot leave, because this is with you all the time. That's where we're living today. And the insidious manipulation of social media, what it has enabled, is being used by digital authoritarians, being used by power. You don't even have to be a digital authoritarian. We're seeing this in Western democracies, and the manipulation of the public, the repetition of lies that then become facts in this information ecosystem. These are all new threats, not to mention the targeted threats against journalists, specifically human rights activists. I think it's an existential moment. Chan, I speak about this all the time, because I feel like I've been talking about this for years, and I don't think it's gotten better. I don't think our information ecosystem has gotten better. In fact, it's gotten worse.
Maria, I want to, this is a big topic, and I want to explore both sides of it. But both sides is actually, I'll frame it in Blakean terms of innocence and experience. I want to go back to innocence, because I want the audience, at least, to know about the founding principles behind Rappler, because I know that there is a link to the changing technologies behind Rappler. Also, Maria, Facebook, Twitter in the Philippines. Tell us more about your idea behind Rappler back in 2012, the ideals, and then we'll come on to the realities.
Sure. So I grew up as a broadcast journalist. You know, you mentioned 20 years. So I'm old and I'm turning gray. I'm older than you. You know, so when we started Rappler, I had just finished 6 years heading the largest news group in the Philippines. And you know, when you're heading a legacy news organization, it's the very things that makes that successful are the things that will make you fail in the new world with technology, which is, you know, in the old world, it's all about efficiencies. It's about workflows. It's about Gantt charts. In the new world, it's about taking the quickly changing technology and experimenting, innovating. Okay, so in 2011, a group, four of us, the founders of Rappler, we all came of age during the People Power Revolt in 1986. You know, it was a peaceful revolution that ousted Ferdinand Marcos after 21 years in power, and it was heady. So this was our coming of age. Well, in 2011, we decided that we were seeing this massive shift from traditional broadcast journalism, from traditional journalism to the internet. And yet, the news organizations that had all the power, they were putting their third string on the internet because it wasn't making money. So it's always about, it's power and money. We fight power and money, and we are also, in some ways, our organization, we must survive. The business has to survive. So in 2011, we started looking at technology, at social media. This year, January this year, the Filipinos, for the 6th year in a row, have spent the most time on social media globally. This is Hootsuite, and we are social numbers. And there's a reason why that is. Before that, we were the texting capital of the world. Our people, you know, there were repeats of people power, and people were using text to organize, to get out on the street. So it was a hop, skip, and a jump to social media. When we created Rappler, it was about embracing technology, embracing information cascades. How does information spread, right? And then the third part was, you know, the elevator pitch, because we did this from scratch. The elevator pitch of Rappler shifted slightly out of the traditional mode into this one sentence: we build communities of action. And the food we feed the communities is journalism. Right? So we wanted to use the technology to be able to create these communities of action. And we did this successfully in the first few years. The largest community we formed was on climate change, because the Philippines has an average of 20 typhoons every year. And people are at home when the skies are, when rain is pouring and wind is whipping, and they come online. And so we started to develop a system of hashtags. We built a platform and gave it to the government. And collectively, this was how you build communities of action. If you needed rescuing from the rain, you used hashtag RescuePH, and the platform we built would automatically pull that and map where you were. And our partners, which included the Red Cross, local government, would then come and respond on the same platform that is publicly open, and say, you know, we're coming to get you. We'll be there in 2 hours, or get your number. So we saw it really, we lived social media for social good, and then hop, skip, and a jump to technology for social good. My dream 2012 to 2015 was that the Philippines, that we could actually use technology to jumpstart development.
But, and when did it start becoming less of a dream and feel more of a nightmare?
2016. I think, like the rest of the world, 2016 was, yeah, right. It was when the dominoes began to fall, and I would say that the Philippines was the tip, the first domino that tipped, which was in May 2016. Duterte was elected. A month later, you had Brexit, And then, President Trump, there was the Catalonia elections, and Bolsonaro was further down. So, look, because we live on social media, we knew Facebook better than Facebook in the early days, before they even opened an office in the Philippines. And because we knew that, we felt the tide turn. In August of 2016, not naively thinking these are still real people, we saw that there was a hammering of anyone who questioned the drug war. The killings that started happening after President Duterte took office. And we began a hashtag no place for hate campaign. That's when we became a target. And then when we came out with a 3-part weaponization of internet series, then it was no holds barred on us. I wrote 2 of those 3 parts of that series, and I started getting bombarded with an average of 90 hate messages per hour. I would never have thought what we are living through is possible. And, I would say globally, it really began in 2014. But we all kind of were looking away, and it happened in the Ukraine. And it happened with the Russian disinformation. It's always been part of the Russian military doctrine, right? These kinds of influence operations. Well, what happened in the Ukraine quickly traveled. And the Philippines was interesting because we're a former colony of the United States. And in 2016, the real target was Hillary Clinton.
When did you start raising your concerns in the United States? I mean, that's where most of the big tech companies are.
December 2016. I remember that. I mean, but look, by August 2016, I had already given an Excel sheet to Facebook that showed you that 26 fake accounts on Facebook could influence up to 3 million other accounts. And, because at that point I had a distrust of the tech, we manually counted that, right? So we could actually see, and we used different Facebook accounts to do that. So August 2016, we alerted Facebook. We were a Facebook partner, and I actually thought that maybe they didn't know, and I thought, I gave them 2 months or so to come back because I thought they'd just fix it and then give us a statement. Well, it was radio silence, and then when we came out with the story in late September, early October, and then of course after that I realized, oh my God, they're going to pretend it's not happening, or I think worse than that, I think was that when I started asking for help, I was told you should report it. I mean, Chan, I actually calculated how many hours I would need if I was to report 90 hate messages per hour. It's impossible. And it shouldn't be on me to be the one to fix the system that someone else is making money from.
But it sounds to me, the model one starts with, and this is also the model. I mean, my sister is something, my sister is a journalist as well. We were brought up on the journalists being the gatekeepers, and doesn't seem to be the case in the same way. And we lawyers are always about a decade behind the rest of you, because the law always takes time to catch up in finding solutions to modern day problems, legal solutions, obviously. And I just wondered, with the fact that hate seems to spread more quickly than its opposite, the fact that disinformation, misinformation spreads more quickly, the fact that these big tech companies obviously have statutory protections in the United States, where do you see the future for all of this? And I'm going to come back to the Philippines in a moment, because you and I shared one thing, which is, we have, you have deep links to the United States and to the Philippines. I have deep links to the United Kingdom and to Turkey. And I suspect you and I have been the subject of very similar conversations. The Philippines, that's just, they're very weak institutions. It could never happen in the United States. Turkey, the institutions aren't what they are. It's a very new republic, could never happen in the United Kingdom. And I think the storming of the Capitol has possibly brought an air of reality to those proponents of exceptionalism. I want to come on to that in a moment, but where do you see us going now?
Well, so first, I'm actually reading how to, oh my gosh, let me get the title, How to Lose a Country from Turkey.
Yes.
How do you pronounce her name?
Yeah.
Quran, right? And what was interesting about it is, of course, Turkey started earlier, but Erdogan was able to use social media in the same way, and the same tactics have been used. The real people, the breaking down of facts, right? So that, and then after they're elected, they use the levers of democracy. The levers of power are then used to cave it in from within. So this is happening in many countries around the world. So I'll answer your question in the sense. Sorry, this I think is really important because people always say that, well, propaganda has always been around or disinformation has always been around, right? So yes, let's put it this way. Let's also talk about human nature. I think we began to see kind of a nostalgia for a strong leader because the world became too complex. And then I'm going to move this out of Turkey because you guys started significantly earlier than us. But around 2014, with the election of Modi in India, and then I was covering the presidential elections in Indonesia, where the son-in-law of Suharto, Prabowo, almost won. And there was this nostalgia for the strongman ruler because the world is just too complex. And then you put that together, and I've seen 2 cycles of this already in the 35 years I've been a journalist, because Marcos stepped down and was forced out in 1986. Then you put that together with the second part of the trickle-down theory didn't trickle down. And so it was very easy for a populist to actually use anger. And then the spark that kind of set fire to it all. It was like kindling there. The spark was technology. And that's the social media platforms. I watched the Philippines move from this place before 2016 where we did not debate the facts. The facts were, everyone agreed on the facts. What you debated was what to do with the facts, right? With this shared reality. So we had a shared reality. Well, what social media did, because it is by design meant to keep you on the site, it is designed for our biology. I'm going to say the positive part of what social media did. Social media actually proved that people all around the world, whatever country or culture you're from, that we all have a lot more in common than we have differences. Because that very same platform is manipulating all of us simultaneously, so that's the first. We're on this platform that has become this behavior modification system because of their business model, what Shoshana Zuboff calls a surveillance capitalism. So that's so much to put.
No, there is so much there. I actually want to continue on this theme, if we may, Maria. I mean, you're as ever modest, but you have been on the front line of this. Just from a sort of legal perspective, I mean, I think that still too little, and we are catching up, but too little scrutiny, including legal scrutiny, has gone to the algorithms and the internal biases within the algorithms. And you don't need to be an expert in this area to know that what matters is how quickly things spread and how much money can be made. And that has led to real problems. The question now is, what do we do when, for instance, a European bloc versus the bloc in the United States, they have 2 very different ways of seeing this problem. One may be more open to regulation than the other. I suspect the siege of the Capitol has probably brought some of our friends in the United States to consider things they would not ordinarily consider. But it's interesting, the parallel that you've adduced with Turkey. Strong men or strong leaders, they share characteristics, but I often feel that we also need to look at their unique narratives. And of course, in Turkey, this was a pro-democracy platform with the AKP. And all of the inverted commas reforms were to strengthen Turkey's democracy. But the starting point is the same. When you run a populist platform, it's always the majority that is portrayed as the victimized, and the old order is always elitist. And then you add into that threats to national security, or if you're a younger republic, the purity of the homeland. I mean, this is, Turkey is going through a very difficult time at the moment, but its founding miracle was the principles of Ataturk. And he is a hero still in Turkey, and he is a hero to all. But countries that look up to heroes are more open to strong men, and unfortunately, it is strong men rather than women. And then you see, opponents being undermined in state institutions, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's the military. You see that undermining happen through appointments, purges, patronage, intimidation. And then you move on to manipulating electoral institutions. I mean, we could do a whole course on this. But the question I really want to focus around is, what is the embattled journalist supposed to do today in all of this? Because of course, the free media and writers as well, it's not just the media, but writers are intimidated, or the free media, even if it's not shut down, it's diluted. So what is the journalist's role in today's world in combating some of these forces?
I mean, the easy one is that phrase, we hold the line. When it is a battle for facts, journalism is activism, right? So that we've been holding the line. And for that, this, I've had, 10 criminal charges filed against me in less than 2 years. It's kind of shocking. I mean, and it took you and the international team to actually tell me that, because I didn't have time to even figure out how many years I could go to prison. And Amal sent me that email on a Christmas Eve, and I was like, oh my Lord, it's like, it's the rest of my life, 100 years, So look, that's a quick, easy answer, but look at how much the world has changed. When I was Jakarta bureau chief, I remember writing repeatedly how from the world's largest Muslim population that Indonesia's experiment with democracy was critical. And we kept mentioning Turkey because Turkey's experiment with democracy succeeded, right? Well, now fast forward where we are. I guess the same with India, where you look in 2004 when Modi was facing human rights charges, and then he goes and wins and has been in power for a while. So, all right, the world is upside down, and why? And what do we do as journalists? Timokuran actually put a lot of things in. She came out with just like 7 things that happen, and you went over them in just now, right? Which is, you take away you create real people who really want something, and you make everyone else the elite. Then the second part where technology really helped was taking science, taking facts, pushing it out, because inevitably the people who were coming in to gain power were provincial in nature. They weren't at the center of power. So the same thing has happened. And then look, let me pull it out. As of this year, Oxford University's Computational Propaganda Research Project said that in 80 plus countries, in more than 80 countries around the world, cheap armies on social media are being used to roll back democracy. Hand in hand with that, the attacks against journalists. And it is far more dangerous to be a journalist today than it was when I began in 1986. I'm actually always shocked by the new lows that we go to. You know, my first failure of imagination was in February 2019 when I was arrested in the office. I don't know why. I didn't think that the government or the courts would go that far. And and I resolved never to fail that way again, never to imagine how far power can go. And that's part of the work that we are doing now, right? So look, the mission of journalism has never been as important as it is today. So we keep doing our jobs at the same time. And this is more critical. There's three pillars that I think about. You know, the first is technology. We have to hold tech to account. And it isn't a matter of, you know, like the old way of thinking about tech and power. Well, let me come back to that. The second point is investigative journalism has to continue holding power to account. And it is more expensive, and news organizations have to survive the crumbling of the advertising business model. And then the third part, which the United States is dealing with today, is community. What happens, you know, think about the world like this. As we have coronavirus in the real world, in our information ecosystem on the virtual world, we've unleashed a virus of lies. You know, whether it's in Turkey or in the Philippines, there's a local and global. Because what we are seeing now is these right-wing populist leaders are also working together, right? The networks of disinformation tend to work together. So the community is critical, because what happens is that when real people get infected by the exponential lies, when you say a lie a million times, it becomes a fact. So let's take the US and electoral fraud, right? The Election Integrity Partnership showed that idea that the election is tainted was seeded in August of 2019 on RT, on social media. Right, seeded in 2019, so a full year earlier. And then it was picked up by Steve Bannon on YouTube, that was shared on closed Facebook groups, and then picked up by Tucker Carlson on mainstream media after that QAnon dropped. And then after that, top down, President Trump saying the election was stolen. That methodology is the same in every country around the world. In the Philippines, against me, it was the meta-narrative of journalist equals criminal in 2016. And in 2016, I could laugh about it. But in 2020, in June, when a court said that a former colleague and I are guilty of cyber libel, it's very hard to laugh, you know? So look, Kafkaesque, because that story I am allegedly going to jail for 6 years for was published 8 years earlier at a time when the law we allegedly violated hadn't even been enforced yet. So, you know, it's very, very legal acrobatics. But so those three pillars need to happen, right? So the community, sorry, I'm doing three things at the same time. So when the community, when a real person gets infected with the virus of lies, that's the coronavirus in the information ecosystem, they become impervious to facts. And that's when it's very difficult as a journalist, because you're not going to reach them. And that becomes almost like the drug rehabilitation that needs to happen over time. That's where those people who went to Capitol Hill, that's not going to go away overnight. That's going to be a problem that the Biden administration is going to have to deal with. In the Philippines, I watched our society get splintered apart from 2016, right? From, you know, and again, why? Because of a tech choice. They grow social media platforms by recommending friends of friends. So when President Duterte won in 2016, here we were at the center agreeing on the facts and a shared reality. And all of a sudden, if you're pro Duterte, you grow your network and you move further right. And if you're anti-Duterte, you move further left. And over 4 or 5 years, this is where we are, right? That's a reality we deal with. What to do? Demand regulations. And you're right that every country is different. The European Union is ahead because they have the European Democratic Action Plan, Democracy Action Plan, I think is what it's called. There's the Digital Services Act and the Market Services Act. The UK has its online harms bill. The US is looking at Section 230. I mean, frankly, where you guys go is going to cascade to the rest of the world. The global south, where I belong, we're the ones who suffered the most because of the decisions made by Silicon Valley, and yet we have no voice in that, right? Myanmar right now is going through hell. So look, I am, this, I'm trying to help with regulations because our experiences, there's an upside of being the target of attack. You see right away when the tactics change. And if you're studying it, that's an upside. So it's a blessing and a curse. But other than that, I guess I always say this is the time to act, because I don't think our democracies can withstand this. And then beyond the democracy, if we don't have facts and we don't have a shared reality, how are we going to solve the existential problems that the world is facing? The climate change, coronavirus, and then of course the battle for facts. Sorry, Chan, it's all connected, right? And
listening to you, Maria, talking about 2016, where it's stopped becoming funny. Got to say, I mean, I started thinking about the first half of the 20th century and Goebbels, because a lot of these tactics come straight out of National Socialism. There will always remain one of the best jokes of democracy, that it gave its deadly enemies the means by which it was destroyed. And we came very close. And it seems to me there's an inherent weakness in the free speech argument at the moment, because we're all brought up on marketplace of ideas. But what happens when Maria Ressa is indicted for tweeting, but the 100 bots that harass her are not? And in fact, they're amplified. I'm not sure that banning heads of state is going to be the solution, making free speech martyrs of them in circumstances where all they need is 51%. Even if the 49 can't stand them, all they need is 51%. I want to close, Maria, with sort of looking forward. And a question I often ask my sister: why be a journalist today, Maria?
It's the best time to be a journalist. I mean, Chan, why am I here? Right? Because this is it. I have to hold the line. Otherwise, I wouldn't be me, and everything that I've lived through getting to this moment in time didn't matter. So this is a time that matters. And actually, Fauci said this, right? I think he said, Dr. Fauci said something like, this is a once in a century moment. Well, I'll say that. And let me end with like these 2 points, right? One is, the other night, the Four Freedoms Award was talking, the daughter of Eleanor Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, the granddaughter, was saying how FDR stood in front of Congress on January 6, 1941, and talked about the four freedoms. January 6, 80 years earlier. And yet, on the 80th year this year, what happened on January 6, right? You had the storming of Capitol Hill. And that just shows you how fragile it is. So a reminder of how fragile it all is, regardless of how strong you think your democracy is. And then I think the second part is to just leave you with this. It's actually not even, somehow we think that politics, that journalism, that law, working with you, I've realized how important the law is, that it must move hand in hand with journalism. And when it is on quicksand, the way it is right now, we've all got to move at double time. But it's actually this American biologist who came up with the best kind of sentence to define the crisis of our times. E.O. Wilson said that what we're facing are our Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. This godlike technology is manipulating us, is now being used by geopolitical power, both global and local. And forget the power of the platforms themselves to make a lot of money by allowing that to happen. You're talking about billions of dollars, I think $21 billion for at least one platform last year, right? So this is a defining moment. And as a journalist, I'm really proud to be leading Rappler because I can see the sense of mission in our team. And I hope you keep me out of jail, but this time matters. And so I guess everyone who is watching and listening to us, please ask yourself the same question that we've been forced to ask ourselves, which is, what are you willing to sacrifice for the truth, for the facts? What are you willing to sacrifice? Because this is one of those moments where we have to do more than just vote.
Maria, thank you so much. What a wonderful place to close. And can I ask our audience, everyone out there who is watching us, to please consider supporting English Pen, all the work that it's been doing for the past 100 years. Support also the Bristol Festival of Ideas. There are more events coming up, including, I think in a few hours, there's a fantastic panel that will be debating whether women are losing the battle for freedom of expression. And please do visit the Bristol Festival of Ideas website for more details. And I would encourage our audience also to participate in English Pen's Common Currency, this year-long festival. And I hope we'll be able to get together in person soon for some of these events, but this festival celebrating free speech and the best of literature to mark English Pen's centenary. Maria, thank you. Thank you for the conversation. As always, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and you have, as always, instructed and delighted us in equal measure. But most importantly, you've inspired us all to do more. I'm very proud to be a part of your team, and I agree we're in a fork in the road, and we need as much help as we can get.
My name is Carrie Patterson. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for the Committee to Protect Journalists based in New York City. A large part of our work is speaking out for those that others have sought to silence. Maria Ressa, a friend, a colleague, and an inspiration, is one such person. In times of uncertainty or upheaval, it's journalists who act as the safeguards of democracy. More than just a profession, journalists provide a vital public service, one that requires them to be on the front lines of history, often in spite of great personal risk. The risks taken and sacrifices made by so many journalists, fixers, and media workers to bring information to the world is a testament to the profound power of bearing witness. There has never been a more important time for advocates and supporters to protect the press. The government of the Philippines would paint Maria Ressa, her team at Rappler, and other independent journalists in the country as traitors or detractors, yet nothing could be further from the truth. Maria's work and that of her colleagues actually fosters, promotes, and sustains the democratic process. Press freedom and fearless journalism is central to the promotion of human rights and the preservation of democracy. It plays a crucial role in exposing corruption, giving voice to society's most vulnerable, and protecting the space for critical and minority voices. In the words of Joseph Pulitzer, a republic and its press rise or fall together. But even in the face of relentless abuse, having been vilified, threatened, arrested, and subject to a seemingly endless stream of legal attacks and charges, Maria persists. Her tenacity and her courage are humbling, but Maria is also well aware of what is at stake if the efforts to censor her are successful. Throughout the Philippines, critical journalists are being sent a chilling message: you will only be safe in silence. Maria knows this better than anyone, and she is being vocal, but she cannot win this fight alone. So join us and let's help her hold the line.
Hello, I'm Leon Willems, Director of Free Press Unlimited, headquartered in the Netherlands. You may wonder, what do we have to do with press freedom in the Philippines? Well, let me show you this. This is the stats of how many journalists we're supporting over the years in the world that are facing threats and intimidation. One of these journalists is Maria Ressa. When I met her the first time in 2015, I was impressed by this personality. She had this strange combination of unique innovation, quality argumentation, and total dedication to the work of journalism. When I met her after that at the investigative journalism conferences, at places where we were talking about the trends in press freedom, which were terrible, slowly but surely Maria Ressa became one of the persons in these statistics, a person who is threatened because she calls out the authorities and their wrongdoing, because she is fact-based, because she is evidence-based, because she has data that show what is happening in the Philippines. And she became a spokesperson for press freedom. She became someone that we encouraged in 2017 to award her with a grant to do more for press freedom in the Philippines. One of the things that we have decided is that we are going to earmark 25,000 euros for the fight for press freedom and the support to independent journalists in the Philippines. And we are going into discussions with Maria Ressa on how to use that best.
This day is critically important for all of us at Rappler. Impunity is a word that we've lived with for a little more than a year and a half now.
In the years that followed 2017, slowly but surely Maria Ressa became one of the pinpointed persons that is under threat in journalism in the world. She became Time Person of the Year, she became one of the leaders of the Information and Democracy Network, and at the same time, inside the Philippines, she became the person to go after for the authorities. They were trying to silence her, trying to prosecute her. They institutionalized the law as a weapon against independent journalism. And all the time, Maria Ressa stood up. She stood up and resisted with facts, with doing her job, claiming it is her right to do her job. And unfortunately, or fortunately, this strong character made it to become a leading person in the world of press freedom and the safety of journalists, leading us at Free Press Unlimited to award her with the Most Resilient Journalist Award in 2020.
In the category Most Resilient Journalist, Maria Ressa, before we're going to talk, we made a short clip of your work and who you are.
Inyong mga reporter, they will be allowed to criticize us. But you go to jail for your crime.
I was getting 90 hate messages per hour.
Maria was released on bail. Maria and Rappler contend all charges are false.
Here with me are Maria Ressa.
And then there was me.
Congratulations, you're an example and inspiration for all of us worldwide.
Oh, my Lord. First of all, thank you. Thank you so much to Free Press Unlimited. One, I'm old, as in old, right? Compared to Rapplers, the median age in Rappler is 23 years old.
Yeah.
And I am far more than that. I could be more than their mother. But I think that one of the things these times show us is that track record doesn't matter. The longevity, however long you've been a journalist, it doesn't matter. In the age of social media, meaning is atomized and attacks are exponential. So a lie told 1,000,000 times becomes a fact.
Many people are under threat for doing their job in journalism. Not every case is personal, but Maria Ressa is a very, very personal case. She's a friend, she's a colleague, She's a leader. She's someone to look up to. And if we let it happen, that the authorities in Philippines lock her up for the rest of her life, which is what is under threat at the moment, then journalism risks seriously of going dead. So we cannot let that happen. We have to stand by her. We have to ensure that all the journalists in the world support the solidarity case to stand with her. We cannot let it happen that Maria Ressa is silenced. Together with all of us at Free Press Unlimited, we encourage you to hold the line. We hold the line.
Hello, I am Basma Kodmani, a Syrian democracy activist and a member of the Constitutional Committee for Syria. Today I want to defend Maria Ressa, and this is a call for her to be cleared of all charges and allowed to exercise her profession freely. Maria is an essential citizen for our society, just like any other journalist in our societies. They play a vital role and a vital service to the citizenry. They allow us to know the truth. Of course, they are feared by the leaders who chase them because they wish to keep us in ignorance, because they wish to make us live in a world of lies that they shape. It is essential to do everything to defend Maria Ressa today and journalists who are working for the truth, whatever that truth is. Hold the line.
Je suis Cheikh Baldé, journaliste, président de l'Alliance des médias pour les droits humains en Guinée, République de Guinée, en Afrique de l'Ouest. Mesdames et messieurs, ce que je puis dire, c'est que la condamnation de Maria Ressa est une injustice de trop, un déni de droit de trop, bref, une atteinte grave à la liberté d'opinion et d'expression de la part du pouvoir de Manille. Cela est contraire à l'esprit de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme de 1948 en son article 19 et de tous les principes et conventions relatives à la protection du métier de journaliste. Je saisis cette opportunité pour condamner avec la dernière énergie l'incarcération injuste et illégale de Maria Ressa et exige sa libération immédiate et sans condition, ainsi que la reprise de ses activités professionnelles. Maria, je t'exprime tout mon soutien et toute ma solidarité en ces moments difficiles que tu traverses dans ton pays, les Philippines. Combien d'enfants philippins en âge d'aller à l'école n'y vont pas, faute d'infrastructures scolaires adéquates? Combien de routes, de centres de santé, d'universités, de ponts, etc. ne sont pas réalisées à cause de la corruption, de la prévarication et du détournement des deniers publics du pays? Grâce au travail de Maria, à ses investigations, au risque qu'elle prend, des millions de Philippins sont informés des dérives, des manques liés à la gouvernance, à la transparence et à la répartition équitable des richesses entre toutes les filles et tous les fils du pays. Avec Maria et d'autres comme elle, le défi de la justice, du développement et de l'équité sera relevé, nous l'espérons. Merci à Reporters sans frontières de nous avoir associés à ce plaidoyer, à cette campagne pour Maria Ressa. All the line.
Hello, I'm
Timothy Garton-Ash. I'm a writer and contemporary historian and a professor here at the University of Oxford, England, Europe, from where I'm speaking to you in support of Maria Ressa. What do we do about a problem like Maria sing the nuns in The Sound of Music? What do we do about a problem like Maria sing the people around President Duterte, who are anything but nuns, quite the reverse? And the answer they come up with is not the sound of music, it's the sound of censorship. And the sound of censorship in our time is not mainly in the form of direct censorship. In some places that is still true. In Xi Jinping's China, for example, there is arguably the largest apparatus of censorship in human history. But in most places in the world today, and I've spent the last 10 years working on the subject of free speech and the threats to it, in most places, the sound of censorship comes in another form. It comes in disguise. It comes in the form of ownership, covert control by ownership of media, or it comes in the form of legal proceedings like the ones that Maria is facing. The charges are about cyber libel or misinformation or copyright or some tax irregularities or investment or fraud, anything but the real point, which is the freedom of expression. Alexei Navalny, for example, another great investigative journalist, by the way, please watch his fantastic video on Putin's palace, is currently serving time in a Russian prison on charges of, fraud, completely trumped up, rejected by the European Court of Human Rights. But that's the face of censorship today. And I think Maria has now faced 9 separate such proceedings, none of which are about what it's really about. And what it's really about, the truth that dares not speak its name, is the fear of the powerful. The fear of the powerful to be held to account by journalists doing their proper job, by journalists exposing corruption, malpractice, repression. And there's plenty of that to be exposed in many places in the world, but not least in President Duterte's Philippines. And this shows us just how important free speech is. Free speech is the oxygen which all other freedoms need to breathe. Free speech is the freedom that enables all other freedoms. And absolutely central to free speech in our time, to the preservation of democracy in our time, is media freedom. And at the heart of media freedom is the job of the reporter. Forget about commentators and columnists and people who share opinions. Opinions are 10 a penny these days. At the heart of media freedom, of the job of journalism, is reporting. Reporters really are the soldiers of the work of a free media, and the special forces of reporters are, of course, the investigative journalists who are absolutely at the front line and often take the greatest risks. And that is why the defense of brave, independent journalists like Maria is the defense of freedom and of democracy for us all. Maria, my thoughts are with you. Our thoughts are with you. You have the support of people all over the world. And one day you will be free again, and one day there will be more free media again in the Philippines and elsewhere. Let me end with the motto of the city of Oxford, from where I'm speaking, Magna est veritas et praeva lebit. The truth is great and shall prevail.
My name is Joyce Barnathan, and I'm president of the International Center for Journalists, ICFJ, based in Washington, D.C. I have immense admiration for Maria Ressa, whom I'm fortunate enough to call a friend. She is a world-class journalist, a brilliant media innovator, and a courageous defender of press freedom and democracy. My organization, ICFJ, awarded Maria with our Knight International Journalism Award in 2018, and I can truly think of no one more deserving. But Maria and I actually go back much further than that. We met more than 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when we were both covering Asia for major news outlets. I was the Asia regional editor based in Hong Kong for Business Week, and Maria was the Southeast Asia correspondent for CNN. We covered a lot of the same stories during a hugely busy news cycle. At the time, Hong Kong was returned to China, and right after that, there was a massive economic downturn. She was a dynamite reporter who covered the region aggressively. She cataloged the dislocations as millions, and I mean millions, fell into poverty. And I remember her at all the hot spots, especially in Indonesia, covering very brutal attacks against the ethnic Chinese. So Maria had already made a name for herself in our field when she founded Rappler, which is an incredible news organization on the cutting edge of media innovation. Rappler was among the first in the Philippines and maybe even the world to use social media and crowdsourcing for news distribution. And Maria was one of the ones who sounded the alarm very early on about the use of trolls and social media bots to disseminate misinformation and disinformation. She truly is a brilliant thinker and a news innovator who has paved the way for other independent media across the world. Maria and her team at Rappler also do what all great reporters do. They hold the powerful to account. They have bravely put a spotlight on President Duterte's policies, including his brutal war on drugs. And for that, they have found themselves in the crosshairs of the government. Today, Maria faces potentially a lifetime behind bars, a lifetime. She is battling a slew of trumped-up charges in the Philippines that are designed to silence her and Rappler. It's a clear example of legal harassment and a serious miscarriage of justice, and it must stop. Maria and her team must be allowed to do their jobs. I stand with so many others across the world in calling for all charges against Maria and Rappler to be dropped. Muzzling journalists is not just an attack on a person or a profession. It's an attack on democracy itself. And none of us, and I mean none of us, can afford to let our world slide into authoritarianism. So as Maria says, hold the line.
A vergonhosa e absurda perseguição judicial que a jornalista Maria Ressa vem sofrendo não é apenas um teste à liberdade de expressão nas Filipinas, mas um indício de que vivemos um ataque global à democracia devido a governantes que veem a imprensa independente como algo inaceitável. O presidente Rodrigo Duterte, o presidente filipino, acusa o site de notícias e de jornalismo investigativo de Maria Ressa de divulgar notícias falsas, pois considera que são falsas qualquer informação que coloque em xeque sua violenta e insustentável guerra às drogas e que revele problemas de seu governo. O ataque a Maria Ressa é tão perverso que, mesmo após ter sido condenada injustamente por difamação no ano passado, ela continua sendo vítima de perseguição judicial em outros casos.
O objetivo desse ataque não é apenas calar a sua voz e a do seu veículo, mas torná-la um exemplo a qualquer um que resolva praticar jornalismo independente. Nós, brasileiros, entendemos perfeitamente como ela se sente. O levantamento da Federação Nacional dos Jornalistas por aqui mostrou que 2020 foi o ano mais violento contra profissionais de imprensa no país. E quase 41% de todos os ataques e agressões partiram, veja só, do próprio presidente da República, Jair Bolsonaro. Em uma democracia, a missão do poder público deveria ser garantir a liberdade de expressão, a liberdade de imprensa, a liberdade de associação. Tanto nas Filipinas quanto no Brasil, entre outros países governados por figuras autoritárias, contudo, o poder público tem se colocado como inimigo desses direitos, como opositor desses direitos. E, do ponto de vista internacional, a gente tem visto silenciosamente um movimento que defende calar vozes dissonantes ao poder de ocasião avançando. Defender a liberdade de Maria Ressa é, portanto, defender a nossa liberdade e a de nossos filhos e das próximas gerações.
I'm Stephen King, CEO of Luminate, and I'm from the UK. I joined the Hold the Line coalition in calling for Maria Ressa to be cleared of all charges and to be allowed to freely continue her work as a journalist. Maria is one of the most courageous people I've ever met. Despite the continued unfounding harassment and allegations against her and her company Rappler, she is unrelenting in her fight for press freedom. The cyber libel and tax evasion charges that have been brought against her are nothing more than politically motivated actions to undermine Rappler's ability to operate and to intimidate other journalists in the Philippines. These unjustified attacks are not only attacks on Maria and Rappler, but also on the fundamental principles of freedom of expression and must not be allowed to continue. We can't allow these to become the norm or to set precedent for others who wish to control the press. Maria, Rappler, and all journalists around the world must be allowed to conduct their work without fear of intimidation, physical harm, or detention. A world without analysis, without independence and plurality in our media is vulnerable to corruption and authoritarianism. Now more than ever, we need a strong fourth estate, free from vested interests and free from intimidation by those in power. Luminate continues to support independent media and press freedom all over the world. We stand with Maria Ressa and with all courageous journalists who are working to promote objectivity, trust, and the ability to hold those in power to account. Hold the line.
I'm Irakli Javanadze from Georgia, representing CDD. Hold the line, support to Maria Ressa.
My name is Aftab Alam. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm running an independent research-based media development organization, IRADA, in Islamabad, Pakistan. Freedom of expression and right to information is one of our key areas of interest, and we believe that in a democracy, people's right to information is fundamental. Journalists perform this public function through their work to inform public through their journalistic work. And stopping a journalist from this public duty is against the principles of democracy. So through this message, I would like to submit that Rappler's editor, Maria Ressa, who is facing serious charges of libel due to her journalistic work and her duty to inform public for a better democratic society, she should be discharged of all these charges and she should be released to perform her function to inform public in a more independent and free way. So I would like to submit that all the charges should be removed and taken back against her, and she should be released as soon as possible. Hold the line.
Hi und guten Tag. Mein Name ist Rubina Möhring. Ich bin Präsidentin und Geschäftsführerin von Reporter ohne Grenzen hier in Österreich. Das Video ist unserer Kollegin Maria Ressa gewidmet. Sie war 20 Jahre lang CNN-Korrespondentin für Südostasien und sie ist Gründerin und auch Geschäftsführerin der investigativen Website Rappler. Auf dieser Website wird recherchiert und analysiert die Praxis von Geschäftsgebarungen und wie diese zustande kommen. Deshalb steht sie nun vor Gericht und es drohen ihr 6 Jahre Haft. Es wird ein mühsamer, ein verwinkelter und sicherlich ein sehr schwerer Weg sein, um wieder zu sich selbst zu finden. Onkel Salim hört sich jeden Tag die Nachrichten an. Und wenn er mit gespanntem Gesicht vor seinem alten Radiokasten hockt, dürfen seine Besucher nicht einmal husten. Er weiß besser als unsere Lehrer Bescheid über alles, was in der Welt passiert. Heute war er in fröhlicher Stimmung, als ich zu ihm kam. Ein englischer Journalist hatte nach jahrelanger Arbeit einen Mord aufgeklärt, der zunächst als Selbstmord abgetan worden war. Denn 2 Minister und ein Bankdirektor waren in diesen Fall verwickelt. Der Ermordete hatte zu viel gewusst, ganz einfach. Bei uns, sagte Onkel Salim, bei uns wäre der Journalist schon lange tot. Was ist eigentlich ein Journalist? Fragte ich, da ich nur wusste, dass diese Leute irgendwie eine Zeitung machen, Artikel schreiben oder Bücher. Ein Journalist, das ist ein kluger und mutiger Mensch. Er hat nur ein Stück Papier und einen Bleistift und damit macht er eine Regierung mit ihrer Armee und der Polizei Angst. Mit Bleistift und Papier, staunte ich, denn jeder Schüler besitzt das und wir schinden damit nicht einmal beim Pförtner in der Schule Eindruck. Ja, er macht der Regierung Angst, weil er immer auf der Suche nach der Wahrheit ist und alle Regierungen bemühen sich, diese zu verstecken. Umso mehr erinnern wir daran, dass kritischer Journalismus und Medienfreiheit unverzichtbar sind für lebendige, heutige Demokratien. Gemeinsam mit 60 nationalen und internationalen Menschenrechtsorganisationen setzen wir uns für Maria Ressa ein. Dies unter dem Motto Hold the Line.
Please hold the line. Please hold the line.
I'm Khaled Hassan Shire. I'm speaking to you in my 2 capacities. One as a director of Defenders and also as a chairperson of the Pan-African Human Rights Defenders Network. And this is in solidarity with Maria Ressa. Maria Ressa is a woman human rights defender, CEO and co-founder of Rappler, the leading independent news site in Philippines. She believes in freedom of press, the individual and collective rights to information. Maria is facing more than 60 years in prison on trumped-up charges of tax evasion, foreign ownership, and securities fraud and cyber libel, all framing to harass her because of the real work she's doing. Rappler is challenging the state-reported death toll of the brutal war on drugs championed by President Duarte government. Their unrelenting reporting led to Maria receiving backlash and threats online and physically from groups hired by the government of Philippines. On July 11, 2019, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution to investigate the alleged crimes committed during the government's war on drugs. Freedom of expression is a backbone and a lifeline of health, democracy, and allows the realization of other freedoms, fundamental freedoms and rights, including the right to protest, of expression, assembly, and association. Press freedom and access to information empowers individuals with knowledge and supports having participatory democracy. An attack against the freedom of expression is unfortunately not a new occurrence in the world, with defamation laws, arbitrary arrest, detention, police brutality, closure of revocation of license of media networks being used to silence journalists and human rights defenders. As a consequence, there are rippling effects on all rights and freedoms afforded to an individual in Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines and international frameworks. Recently, the Philippines have seen a rise in attacks on media, intimidation, and weaponization of social media by the state, which is aimed at settling a negative precedent and representing narrative against independent media fraternity. The arrest of Maria Ressa opposes the fundamental principles of the rule of law, such as accountability to the law, fairness in the application of the law, separation of power, and participation in the decision-making. Rule of law is fundamental to the protection of people's rights and freedoms. I stand with civil society to call for the dropping of all judges against Maria Ressa, and for her to peacefully continue her profession as a journalist. In her own words, Maria Ressa said, and I quote, "If you do not know what to believe, then the person with the loudest megaphone wins." End of the quote. I stand by Maria Ressa. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Bilang pakikiisa po sa pakikibaka para bigyang halaga ang kalayaan sa pamamahayag at ang paglaya ng mga bilanggong politikal. Ito po ang isang maikling awit na hinanda ko. Kasalanan bang mahalin ang bayan? Kasalanan bang siya'y paglingkuran? Mali bang mag-alay ng buhay at panahon? Ipaglaban ang mga karapatan ng mga manggagawa at magsasaka, mga inapit sinasamantala. Mali bang tularan ng mga bayaning mag-aklas upang baya'y lumaya sa panahon ng pangalipin sa paghahari ng isang diktador? Tungkuling magsulong ng karapatan, tungkuling mahalin ang bayan, palayain ang mga bilanggong politikan. Pag-ibig sa bayan ay di gawang kriminal. Palayain ang mga bilanggong.
Greetings, colleagues, journalists, and human rights defenders from around the world. My name is Violet Gonda, and I'm the president of the International Association of Women in Radio and Television, or IOWAT. This is a global network of more than 400 women journalists in more than 54 countries. Today, we join this important hashtag Hold the Line campaign to highlight the plight of journalists under attack around the world. We support the Reporters Without Borders video takeover campaign in support of Maria Ressa. We appeal to the authorities in the Philippines to stop harassing journalists. Journalism is not a crime. We demand that Maria Ressa be cleared of all charges and to continue to exercise her right to report without fear or favor. IWAD also takes this opportunity to highlight the plight of our communications officer and editor of the online publication Manila Today, Lady Anne Salem, who was arrested on December 10, 2020, and has been in jail on trumped-up weapon possessions charges for 2.5 months. She has been in custody even though a regional court in Manila dismissed the charges against her. Delaying her release is delaying her rightful justice. The courts have acknowledged that Lady Anne Salem committed no crime, and so she should be released. We also protest the wrongful detention of another journalist and IWAT member, Frenchie May Compere, who has been in custody since February 2020. This is more than a year. No one deserves to be kept behind prison bars for exercising the right to freedom of speech, nor deserves persecution for being a journalist. Stop harassing Maria Ressa, release Lady Anne Salem, release Frenchie May, hashtag hold the line.
I am Linda Tindy Garcia, and I am from the Philippines, International Association of Women in Radio and Television, Chapter. Women truth tellers are under siege in the Philippines. We, the International Association of Women in Radio and Television Philippines, assail the continuing attacks against Filipino women journalists and all attempts to stifle the country's free press. Esteemed journalist Maria Ressa has been issued at least 10 warrants of arrest in the past 2 years alone, the latest stemming from another civil libel charges filed against her. 2 journalists and members of the Philippine chapter of the International Association of Women in Radio and Television are still behind bars over trumped-up charges, illegal possession of firearms and explosives, which they both said were planted against them. Lady Ann Salem was arrested on December 10, International Human Rights Day, and remains to be behind bars, even when charges against her have been dismissed by a local court for more than 2 weeks now. Meanwhile, Frenchie May Kim Cumpio is still in detention for over a year now. These attacks show how laws and policies that are supposed to hold to account wrongdoers are being wielded against women truth tellers. It is meant to silence journalists and their brand of journalism that is critical and is aimed to amplify the voices of the marginalized, especially of human rights abuses that are not often heard or read in the public discourse. Today, as we call on Philippine government to stop the attacks against these 3 Filipino women journalists, it is bittersweet to know that they are all courageous women who have championed truth-telling in the face of misogyny and sowing of terror in our midst. Charges must be dropped now, and our colleagues, particularly Lady Ann and Frenchie May, must be released immediately. These dark forces that persistently lurk to keep them from returning to the folds of journalism are but afraid of what they do best, speaking truth to power. Journalism is not a crime. Hold the line. Free Lady Ann Salem. Free Frenchie May Cumpio.
Greetings from Aiwat, Nepal. Journalism is not a crime. It is very sad staying in other part of the world to see that our friends from Philippines are suffering. So my message to this protest from Nepal will be, hold the line for Maria Ressa. Journalism is not a crime. Free Lady Ann Salem. Free French May Cumpio. And stop the attacks. Please, please, please protect all the women journalists who are doing good for the country.
And on behalf of the International Association of Women in Radio and TV, we would like to reiterate those words that our colleagues have mentioned in this online campaign, that journalism is not a crime. Drop charges against Maria Ressa. Free Lady Ann Salem now. Free Frenchie May Cumpio. Stop harassing journalists. Hashtag hold the line.
Hashtag hold the line.
Hi there, my name is Professor Peter Grester and I'm UNESCO Chair in Journalism and Communication at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia. Maria's case is one of the most egregious campaigns against an independent journalist anywhere. It comes at a time when press freedom is under attack right across the world. But Maria's is one of those that's floated to the surface because of what it represents, because of her ability as a journalist. She's one of the finest, most fearless, committed, ethical and responsible journalists I've ever come across in my own career. But she's also under some of the most intense pressure from any government that we've ever seen anywhere in the world. Maria's case is particular because of the way the government has singled her out and her company, Rappler. It's because of the way that Maria has been one of the few who's been able to stand up to the pressures that the government has laid on top of most journalists across the Philippines. And so she really stands out as a symbol, as an emblem of press freedom in one of the most repressive regimes that we've come to see. Now, I saw her work at CNN and I watched her build Rappler into the Philippines' most influential and respected independent media voices. I also know Maria personally. I was a foreign correspondent for about 25, 26 years. I worked for the BBC, for Al Jazeera, briefly for CNN. And as you do when you're in those kinds of circumstances, you watch your rivals, you watch your competitors, you watch the work of your colleagues around the world. And Maria really stood out as someone who had the integrity, the courage, and the skill as a journalist to really win my respect and the respect of thousands and thousands of people around the world who watched her coverage of the Philippines. Now, I also am someone who has a lot of empathy for Maria. I was locked up in similar circumstances in Egypt in 2013. I was working for Al Jazeera. Me and my two colleagues, Mohammed Fahmy and Beha Mohammed, were covering the unfolding political crisis in Egypt, and there was an interim government that had started to show signs of draconian pressure on the press. It wasn't really into full swing at that stage, but it was we could detect hints that things weren't going very well. Ultimately, though, the three of us were arrested, we were placed on trial, we were charged with terrorism offences and convicted. And at the time, through 2014, while our case was in the news, it became one of the most prominent media freedom cases in the world. We drew enormous attention around the world. The Free AJ Staff hashtag got something like 3 billion impressions. That's billion with a B. Absolutely phenomenal support. Amal Clooney, the human rights lawyer, represented my colleague Mohammed Fahmy, and she also represents Maria. And in fact, one of the quotes that she has made for Maria could well have applied to us. She said, if Maria is convicted and locked up for doing her job, the message to other independent journalists is clear: keep quiet or you'll be next. And that was really what was happening to us in Egypt. The government was targeting us because we were politically convenient, but ultimately what it was doing was send an abundantly clear message to every other journalist, whether you're foreign or locals that were operating in Egypt: you will not speak to the political opposition, because if you do, you will find yourself in prison. Now, Philippines and Maria's case is familiar because, again, what happened to us was it was a battle not just for our freedom, but for the freedom of all journalists. We also came to see it as a struggle for the freedom of journalists outside of the country. We recognized that what we were going through was important. The battle needed to be fought on behalf of those other journalists in Egypt, but we also needed to send a message to authoritarian governments also around the world that you couldn't get away with this kind of thing, because if you did, you'd find yourself under pressure from not just journalists, but human rights activists and anybody who cared around press freedom anywhere else in the world. Of course, it's hard to know what impact our case had, but clearly we need to step up because we find ourselves in another similar situation with Maria. We made it out because of the immense public pressure. The Free AJ Staff hashtag, as I mentioned, got 3 billion impressions, and that turned into an irresistible human rights campaign, an irresistible social media campaign that ultimately the Egyptian government simply couldn't resist. Now, since my release, I've spoken to Maria several times about her case and about how much easier it is to cope if you don't see it as personal. I came to see our case as emblematic, as I said. It wasn't about anything that we had done, but about what was being done to us, and through us, the threat that it implied against any other journalists that were operating in Egypt. And I think the same is true of the Philippines. Maria has made it very clear that their case is also emblematic of the crisis facing the Philippines. In fact, she said, I've been the cautionary tale: be quiet or you're next. That's part of the reason why I have been targeted. Maria went on to say, it's a chilling effect, not just to me and to Rappler, but to journalists and to anyone who asks critical questions. Now, this is important, as we've said, because we need to protect press freedom. again, another choice quote, and believe me, Maria is absolutely full of fantastic quotes. She's said, "We will not be intimidated. The news is not propaganda. It is not something to be manipulated, distorted, or censored. Recent events have only strengthened our resolve to continue giving the public the truth in line with the strict guidelines of our code of ethics." If we don't fight for this, if we don't argue for press freedom, if we don't fight for the right of journalists and the responsibility of journalists to hold government to account, to ask difficult questions, then we're abandoning not just our own professional colleagues, but everybody who depends on the media for their understanding of what's taking place inside governments. Now, I understand that journalists don't always operate with complete integrity. I understand that the system is often not always particularly dignified. It can often get very messy. But what is clear is that those countries that have a free press, those countries that have a media capable of holding the government to account, are also the countries that tend to have the more effective democracies. Without a free press, democracy simply doesn't function. The idea of the fourth estate, alongside the other three legs, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, is key to the system's functioning. Here in Australia, we've often argued that press freedom is about national security. That press freedom is a part of the system that keeps our democracy functional. And so if you remove or damage or undermine one of those key elements of the system, then what you're doing is weakening the foundations of the system. You are undermining national security. And so any government that sees a vigorous press as a threat to security is a government that doesn't really understand its role. It doesn't understand the significance or the importance of a press to the system of government. We all need to hold the line, not just for Maria's sake, but for everyone's sake. As Maria has said, every journalist has to hold the line because we will only get weaker with time. We're fighting the vast powers of government, she says, and I'm not against President Duterte. I'm just doing my job and asking the government to do its job to stop abusing its power. So finally, as Maria has said, the easiest part is dealing with the impact of online violence and disinformation on me. I just see the impact on the world, and I don't know why we're not panicking. Folks, join the campaign, help Maria stay out of prison, add your voice, and hold the line.
My name is Margaret Taylor. I'm with Amnesty International, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Like Maria, I'm a journalist. I stand in awe of her brave defence of the truth, but also speaking truth to power and democracy. Stay strong, kia kaha, Maria. Hold the line.
Bonjour, je suis Hassan Diagne, directeur du bureau Afrique de l'Ouest de Reporters sans frontières basé à Dakar, au Sénégal. Le bureau de Dakar, par ma voix, exprime son soutien total à Maria Ressa. En s'attaquant à la fondatrice de Reiple, le pouvoir philippin s'attaque à la liberté de la presse. Il s'attaque au journalisme d'investigation et à la bonne gouvernance. Au-delà même des frontières des Philippines, Maria Ressa symbolise ce qui se fait de mieux dans le domaine du journalisme d'investigation. C'est une fierté pour notre profession, mais également une fierté pour les femmes journalistes du monde entier. C'est pourquoi sa condamnation sera un mauvais signal pour le journalisme d'investigation à travers le monde entier. Nous devons tous nous mobiliser, défenseurs des droits de l'homme, défenseurs de la liberté de la presse autour d'elle. Face à l'oppression et à l'intimidation, résister est un devoir. Hold the line.
Right, go.
Hi, I'm David Walmsley, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Globe and Mail in Canada. I'm here to talk to you today about my friend, Maria Ressa. Maria and I have shared a lot of conversations in the years gone by, but there's one memory that sticks out. I saw her in California in March 2019. And the very next day, she was going to fly from San Francisco back to Manila and certain arrest. And of course, the next day, she was arrested. And I remember speaking to her and asking her about the challenges and the fact that she was going to be facing criminal charges simply for doing journalism. And it was clear then, as it is today, that she felt, I have no choice, David. It's what we do. And I remember thinking, Maria Ressa is one of the bravest people I know. Maria has inspired many of us. She's inspired me. She inspired me to create World News Day. More than 200 newsrooms every September come together across 5 continents to tell the importance of journalism to the audience everywhere in the world. And it was partly inspired by the work that Maria does and the belief that our stories of journalism need to be told. There is no easy answer to the freedom of the press other than the singular truth. It is a right. The freedom of the press is a right for the entire world and for the audiences globally. They deserve, during this global pandemic of all times, the idea that they have freedom of information and access to the information that can truly save lives. It should not be seen as an industry, journalism, that is putting risk to dictators and to those who would stand in the way of freedom of the press. To everyone involved, hold the line.
Hi, I'm Hae-Ryung Kang.
I'm Bruce Harrison.
We're both journalists based in South Korea.
Hold the line.
Hold the line.
Hello, my name's Greg Victor, and I'm the founder of the International Free Expression Project. We're a young NGO based in the United States, in the city of Pittsburgh. And among our initiatives are to build the world's first iconic work of public art dedicated to free expression, to invent new immersive educational tools that can be used by teachers and advocacy organizations, and to create what we're calling a marketplace of ideas in a vast former newspaper press room here in Pittsburgh. If you'd like to learn more about us, please go to ifep.io. Before I founded IFEP, I worked for 35 years as a journalist with a couple of breaks to work on human rights for the Committee to Protect Journalists and the American Friends Service Committee. And one thing I learned over those years is that without brave and honest, tenacious journalists like Maria Ressa, we are lost. We'd be ignorant, ill-informed, undiscerning, easily manipulated, and kept silent by those in power. Maria's in prison now because she and her colleagues dared to expose in the Philippines the corruption, lies, and human rights abuses of the president, Rodrigo Duterte, and the murderers who populate his regime. At least nine legal cases have been brought against Maria, packed with fabricated charges of every description, including the novel cyber libel. And if convicted of these supposed crimes, Maria could spend the rest of her life in prison for telling the truth about all the lies. Maria does what journalists do. They uncover wrongdoing by the powerful, by governments, corporations, institutions, and individuals. Many do so at the risk of their lives or their freedom. We held a recent Press Freedom Forum in honor of Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi journalist who was butchered for criticizing his prints. And at the forum, one of our International Advisory Board members, Michael Keaton, had this to say, among other things. Freedom of the press and of expression in general is the foundation upon which all freedoms are built. If dissidents are being disappeared, if minorities are being thrown into re-education camps, if villages are being burned to the ground, nothing can be done about it if nothing is known about it. Hunger, poverty, corruption, environmental destruction, you cannot solve a problem you know nothing about. Never has there been a more important moment to stand in defense of a free press and free expression. Governments across the globe are crushing dissent. Populist movements are organizing or inspiring attacks on journalists, political opponents, and those they see as a threat simply because of who they are. Extremists are executing those who hold different beliefs or live different lives. This is no time for summer soldiers. It is a time to fight for a free press and free expression. Please enlist in the fight for a free press. Please raise your voice and call for the release of Maria Ressa, call for all charges to be dropped against her, and let Maria return to the essential work of journalism. Reporters Sans Frontières is leading the effort to free Maria. So for more information, please go to rsf.org. Maria once said, "We are journalists and we will not be intimidated. We will shine the light. We will hold the line." Please, journalists cannot do it alone. Hold the line. Thank you.
This is a note to the world. Our heroes are the same everywhere. Truth tellers, sometimes afraid of harm when threatened, as we all are, but undeterred in the face of it. Fact finders, patient divers into data, into the voices on the street, or the messy reality of circumstances which the powerful may seek to hide. Believers, who trust in your power more than you may at times first trust in yourself. This is Maria Ressa, truth teller, fact finder, believer in the fundamental value of a free press, in democracy, and most importantly, in us. Now is not the time to let down this hero among us who walks in our world. Now is not the time to diminish ourselves. Stand up for Maria Ressa, wherever you are in the world. Make sure you know her name, and stand with her and all of the people who bravely start our work for us but cannot end it alone. This is a note to the people of the Philippines. Maria Ressa boldly lives among you. She has made the decision not to leave you. She is yours. Because she knows what you are capable of, she believes in you. She believes that you will come to recognize, through her fearlessness, your own capacity to take the necessary small actions that add up to a collective courage that saves nations from their worst impulses. She has made herself willing to be the spark for your flame. She's been doing your work, the work of speaking truth to power on behalf of you. She loves her democracy, your democracy, democracy, for you and for all of us. Maria's work says we can face the truth and need not run from it, need not close our eyes, need not break because things are not as they should be now. Maria's work says, be strong, be clear, stand with me, not for me, but for all of us. This is a note to Maria. Maria, your calm, your clarity, the fear that you may feel but that does not stop you, inspires us deeply. During the times when you wonder what will happen, when you waver, when it might feel like this absurdity knows no end, think of this voice. Think of our voice telling you here and now. We know what you are doing and why you're doing it. We stand with you. We think of you and we support you. We are working to make sure the world does not turn away. Your work does not absolve us of our responsibilities to pick up your torch and pass it on. Your work lights the way for all of us. Thank you, Maria, for being your determined, brave, and marvelous self.
Hi, My name is Lisa Dittmer. I'm the Advocacy Officer for Internet Freedom at Reporters Without Borders, Germany, speaking to you from Berlin. It is my honor to take part in this campaign to call for Maria Ressa to be cleared of all charges and to uphold the right to press freedom. Maria Ressa is a courageous journalist. She's an outspoken and thoughtful thinker and partner in our work for press freedom and our fight against disinformation. She has written many important pieces about the links between the rise of authoritarian leaders and a tech industry that has for far too long done way too little about the damage it has done to our societies. Today, I want to read you an excerpt from a foreword she wrote for a report from the expert working group of the Forum on Information and Democracy led by RSF and other civil society organizations. These are her words. You repeat a lie 1,000,000 times, it becomes a fact. Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these, democracy as we know it is dead. In 2016, I warned that what is happening in the Philippines is coming soon to democracy near you. The brutal killings by law enforcers, enabled by the exponential hate pumping through social media, targeting journalists, human rights activists, and opposition politicians. Our dystopian present is your future, and it has come to pass. All around the world, populist digital authoritarians use the scorched earth policy to get elected. Then they use the formal powers of their posts, the tools of democracy, to cave institutions in from within. Maria Ressa's words are an important warning to all of us to stand up for our values. For now, let's speak out for her freedom. Hold the line.
I'm Ikram Shinwari, a journalist and RSF representative in Afghanistan. I'm calling on Philippines authorities for the immediate termination of cases against Maria Ressa. Maria is not only a leading investigative journalist of Philippines, but a model for journalists across Asia. Afghanistan is at war for more than 40 years. Tens of journalists were killed in past 20 years for informing people of Afghanistan and world on the realities of war in Afghanistan. No one than us can know the importance of freedom of press. Therefore, we are calling on the Philippines authorities to let people of Philippines know truth about their country. Here, some leading Afghan journalists and heads of pre-media organizations also join me in this call.
Hi, this is Danish Karokhel, the director and editor-in-chief of Pajwak Afghan News from Afghanistan. I am asked for immediately release of retired CEO and founder Maria Ressa. She was a model for us in Asia. We learn a lot from her in investigative reporting. She encouraged us to, in a bloody country like Afghanistan, we work on investigative reporting and introduce those people which is involved in corruption in this country. By punishment of Maria, it is discredited our work like in our Asian country. She really we should encourage her for her strongly work, because it is a media role and responsibility to show to the public and inform the public what is our politician and what is our government say and what is the reality about that.
I am Farida Nexat, one of journalists in Afghanistan. As we heard about Maria, we urge from the government and authorities of the Philippines separately not to impede the freedom of expression and opinion of journalists and release Maria as soon as possible. Maria is one of the activists and media activists that actually she always stands and defends from the right of journalists and freedom of expression and freedom of press. So we are with her, and she's not alone. We stand with her, and we are by her side.
With this video, I'm expressing my support to Rappler, CEO and founder Maria Ressa. Ms. Ressa's work for press freedom has been tremendous. I therefore express my support for the campaign of her release. Press freedom is a critical component of democracy and tremendous value of development, particularly for the countries that are going through the development journey. Actors of promoting and protecting press freedom needs protection wherever they are. I make this plea from Afghanistan, a country whose journalists carry out their duties to inform the public despite extensive threats. Ms. Ressa deserves protection and justice.
I'm Anita Vanderbilt, Member of Parliament in the House of Commons in Canada. And today I join Reporters Without Borders and human rights defenders around the world to support Maria Ressa. Maria Ressa testified before the Canadian House of Commons about disinformation campaigns and about press freedom and human rights. She is a democracy defender, and I join others in calling for her to be able to practice her profession as a journalist freely. So together with other human rights defenders, I say, hold the line.
Als ich von der Verhaftung Maria Ressas gehört habe, war ich tief bewegt. Wie kann ein Land, und in dem Fall die Philippinen und die Regierung, so einen Schaden anrichten durch die Verhaftung, Verurteilung und durch das Wegsperren der mutigen und unabdingbar notwendigen freien Journalisten? Wir können uns in Deutschland und im freien Europa überhaupt nicht vorstellen, dass wir ohne eine kritische Begleitung von Medien, von Journalisten, den Weg in die Zukunft richtig finden und justieren können. Wir sind der Überzeugung, dass gerade wir als Regierenden, und das sage ich auch als Abgeordneter des Deutschen Bundestages, eine kritische Begleitung brauchen, weil wir nicht alles sehen können, was für unser Volk gut und richtig ist. Gerade heute in der Verbundenheit weltweit. Man kann den philippinischen Politikern und Machthabern nur raten, dass sie sich nicht von diesem wertvollen Bestandteil ihres gesellschaftlichen Lebens trennen, dass sie noch bestrafen für eine Aufgabe, die so wichtig ist für die Zukunft der eigenen Bevölkerung, des eigenen Landes. Ein Machthaber, der kritischen Journalismus unterbindet, und das sage ich auch mit Blick auf Europa und Tendenzen, die wir in einigen europäischen Ländern erleben, ein Machthaber, der an seiner Macht festklebt, wird nie zum Wohle des Volkes, nie für die Zukunft arbeiten können. Das aber erwartet man doch eigentlich von jedem Menschen, der Macht, sei sie legitimiert durch demokratische Wahlen oder auch durch politische Ereignisse, Revolutionen oder Monarchien, der diese Macht nicht nutzt für die Menschen, der ist falsch an seinem Platz. Und ich kann nur die philippinischen Machthaber, Entscheidungsträger bitten und auffordern, im Interesse von eurer eigenen Zukunft, lasst Maria Ressa frei, sperrt sie nicht weg, denn ihre Stimme wird für eure Zukunft fehlen.
من مریم دورانی هستم از رادیو میرمن، رادیویی که در سال 2020 موفق به دریافت یک تندیس به خاطر تغییر و تحولات مثبتی که در جامعه ایجاد کرده بود از نهاد خبرنگاران بدون مرز شد. اما در همین زمان متاسفانه ما اطلاع یافتیم از دستگیری خانم ماریا ریسا از کشور فیلیپین. ما امید داریم با حمایت ما و با جا شدن صداهای ما بتونن تحولی در وضعیت خانم ایجاد شود و انشالله هر زودتر این آزاد بگردن.
I'm Ana Gomes from Portugal, a former diplomat and a former member of the European Parliament since 2004 till 2019. I'm here to speak about Maria Ressa, for Maria Ressa, and for the Philippines. Maria and I coincided in Jakarta back in 1999. I was serving there as a diplomat, helping to steer the process that led to the independence of Timor-Leste and to reestablish diplomatic relations between Indonesia and Portugal. Maria was there as the CNN correspondent. And I must say I was in admiration for her job since the very first days, because she was covering what was going on, and it was a lot in Indonesia in those days. We were living thrilling times when dictator Suharto was gone and Indonesia was trying to steer a democratic process. And Maria was not only covering what was going on in Indonesia, but as well in Timor-Leste and much more throughout Southeast Asia. And I was really in admiration for her attention to detail, her objectivity, her effort to dig the different points of view, to get it from all sources, and then the judicious and the effective way how she presented her stories through CNN. She did as well an amazing job throughout Southeast Asia, helping us understand how the terrorist networks were operating already there. She helped us understand who was financing them, what was the motivation, how were recruits being provided to that kind of organizations. When Maria decided to go back to her country, the Philippines, she became very relevant for the people of the Philippines. She formed a Rapla media organization to tell the truth to the people, to fight bigotry, to fight repression, to fight oppression, to fight the authoritarian regime that is the regime of President Duterte. And to help as well tell the world what is going on in the Philippines, and that there is much more than the regime of Duterte, that there is a vibrant, brave people of the Philippines who want the country back into a democratic pathway. That's exactly why she's being harassed, that she's being persecuted, that she's being sued, that there are all attempts now to silence her and even to jail her and the people working with her in Rapla. And that's exactly why we need to stand up in solidarity with Maria and those working with her. We coincided in 2019 as among the laureates of the Sergei Magnitsky Human Rights Awards. Maria, for her outstanding investigative journalism. It's exactly the kind of journalism, serious journalism, that the people of the Philippines need and that we all in the world need. And that's exactly why we need to stand up in solidarity with Maria. Maria is strong, is brave, is committed. Maria, I have no doubt, will hold the line. Maria, you should know that we, your friends and admirers, we are here in solidarity with you. We also hold the line for you and for the Philippines. We hold the line.
I'm Antonio Zappula, CEO of the Thomson Reuters Foundation. I'm recording this message from London to support my friend Maria Ressa. Maria is the ultimate champion of media freedom. Throughout her career, Maria has been leading newsrooms around the world, producing outstanding journalism, fair, accurate, and balanced journalism, the kind of journalism we are all proud of. In 2019, Maria spoke at our annual event, the Trust Conference, and electrified every single member in the audience by telling her own story.
Part of what gives me great energy is that I know that what we do matters right now, right? We are holding the line in the Philippines. We are saying impunity will be held, power will be held accountable.
Her courage, her determination, and her perseverance in the face of pressure and legal attacks is both inspiring and scary. But despite the support of the international community, the pressure against Maria keeps mounting. She's in and out of court. She is harassed online. She receives daily death threats. There are now 9 cases in total open against Maria. If convicted of all these charges, Maria faces a potential lifetime in prison. It is clear that the law is being weaponized and Maria is being silenced. And this is a very dangerous precedent for our democracies and for our society. If Maria gets convicted and goes to jail for doing her job as a great journalist, there could be many other Marias. We must take a stand. Today I joined the plea for Maria to be cleared of all charges and to continue to work freely as a journalist. And I'm joining this plea not just for Maria, but to defend what's at the very core of our societies, the right to press freedom. In Maria's own words, we are by the cliff, and if we fall over the cliff, we are no longer a democracy. The Thomson Reuters Foundation works to advance and protect media freedom all around the world. We support journalists and newsroom as part of our mission to strengthen an independent and vibrant media ecosystem where a plurality of voices can exist freely. We do this because we firmly believe that accurate and balanced journalism is an important and crucial pillar of any free, fair, and informed society. Hold the line.
Greetings from Empower Malaysia, a women's rights organization. We are Denise, Elena,
Amanda,
and we are extremely concerned about the situation of press freedom in the Philippines, including the attacks and criminalization of journalists for their critical work in holding those in power accountable for their actions.
尤其我们对来自新闻媒体 Rappler 的记者兼女性人权捍卫者 Maria Ressa 的迫害感到不安。他和他勇敢的组织一贯说出了对关于 Duterte 政权在毒品战争中所犯下侵权的行为，已经导致数千人丧生的真相。
Disebabkan ini, beliau sedang menghadapi beberapa tuduhan bermotif politik dalam usaha untuk membisukannya dan menimbulkan kesan ngeri dalam media di negara. Kami meminta Mahkamah Filipina mengetepikan tuduhan dan menghentikan segala bentuk gangguan kehakiman terhadapnya dan semua wartawan-wartawan di negara. Sini di Malaysia, kita juga melihat usaha yang serupa dalam membisukan media, termasuklah ancaman terhadap wartawan dan gangguan terhadap saluran media oleh pihak berkuasa. Sebagai aktivis muda di daerah ini, kami menuntut kerajaan untuk menghormati kebebasan berita dan menghentikan segala percubaan bermotifkan politik dalam menggunakan undang-undang untuk mengekang kebebasan bersuara dan ekspresi.
在这个充满挑战的时刻，我们声援 Maria Ressa， 并一切关注着她的案件。当 Duterte 政权袭击新闻自由时，我们也不会保持沉默。
We are taking part in this campaign to demand that all charges against Maria Ressa and Rappler are dropped immediately. We believe that the charges against her is an attempt to stifle media freedom in the Philippines. As young activists,
we are growing extremely concerned at government's attempts to silence freedom of expression,
an important aspect of any functioning democracy.
Hello, my name is Diane Foley. I live in New Hampshire in the United States of America. I'm the mother of James W. Foley, an American freelance conflict journalist who was kidnapped in 2012 while reporting from Syria. He was in northern Syria to report on the atrocities occurring in Syria during the early part of the Arab Spring. He was held hostage, starved, tortured for 2 years, and ultimately beheaded for being a journalist, for seeking the truth of what was happening in that country. Journalism is not a crime. Journalism seeks to bear witness to the truth on the ground, wherever news is occurring. When Jim returned from his kidnapping in Libya, he reflected on his aspiration to be a man of moral courage. And I quote Jim's words, "For some reason I have physical courage, but that's nothing compared to moral courage. If I don't have the moral courage to challenge authority, to write about things that may have reprisals on my career, if I don't have that moral courage, we don't have journalism." Maria Ressa, the intrepid and talented journalist in the Philippines, is a woman of deep moral courage. She has spent her entire life seeking on-the-ground truth and sharing it with the world. She epitomizes moral courage, the moral courage that is essential for the truth to triumph over lies and disinformation. Maria's courage inspires me to seek the truth, because only the truth will really set us free and keep us free. Therefore, I, Diane Foley, as the founder and president of the James W. Foley Legacy Foundation, want to add my voice to yours to protect intrepid journalists like Maria Ressa, to free her from the oppression and the threats to her noble work. Hold the line. Thank you.
Ich bin Martina Bäuerle und leite die Hamburger Stiftung für politisch Verfolgte. Mit Sorge beobachten wir die Entwicklung auf den Philippinen und die wachsende Gefahr für Maria Ressa, eine mutige Journalistin und Mitbegründerin des Nachrichtenportals Rappler. Der Gedanke, dass sie zu lebenslanger Haft verurteilt werden könnte, ist uns unerträglich. Das Regime um Duterte tut derzeit alles, um sie zum Schweigen zu bringen. Die Pressefreiheit auf den Philippinen ist ernsthaft in Gefahr. An Maria Ressa soll ein Exempel statuiert werden. Vor 2 Jahren haben wir ihr ein Stipendium angeboten, das sie über einen deutschen befreundeten Journalisten in Manila dankend abgelehnt hat. Sie müsste vor Ort bleiben. Wir fordern das philippinische Regime auf, sofort die politisch motivierten Verfahren einzustellen. Unsere ganze Solidarität gilt Maria Ressa und ihrem Team. #HoldTheLine.
My name is Gemma Bradshaw and I'm the director of One World Media based in the UK. One World Media works with filmmakers and journalists all around the world. We believe that stories shape our world, and that in turn means that it really matters how they're told. Journalists like Maria Ressa are bringing us stories that are vital to how we're informed and how we're connected. That is why we have joined the Hold the Line coalition to call for Maria's charges to be dropped and to allow her to continue in her role, her profession as a journalist. As an investigative journalist and founder and CEO of Rappler, Maria Ressa is an inspiration to so many. When I first met her, it was around 2 years ago at a conference, and it was in a debate about Facebook and the news. I remember Maria as a lively and energizing presence. She really pushed us to think about what we were saying and what we believed the role of news should be. She was really, truly fearless. Exactly who I want to be investigating the news. Journalists like Maria are working from their belief that journalism holds power to account, even when that means standing up to those in power. In recognition of this and all the work they've been doing at Rappler, in 2020, One World Media awarded them our special awards. This is particularly important to us because of all of our awards, it's the one award that's specifically for a media organisation. And what we're looking for is the way they work in everything they're doing, that it informs the public, provides an outlet for local people's voices, creates a space for critical information, and of course going to that fundamental belief that it holds power to account. I think it's fair to say that this is a clear description of everything Rappler stands for. Maria has been released on bail 10 times now in less than 2 years, just for pursuing challenging stories. Whether it's in their reporting on the impacts of COVID-19 or their deep investigation into the war of drugs, Rappler's reporting remains fearless despite this persecution. And it's exactly how it should be. They shouldn't have to stop because people don't like what they're looking into. When she accepted the special award in 2020, Maria said, this is part of our shield, a shield around her and around Rappler. She said it helps keep us safe. Now, of course, those words were really meaningful to us at One World Media. We were proud that we could do that. We're proud that we can be part of this coalition. But of course, journalism should not need a shield. Journalism should not be a danger because of their job. Journalism is simply not a crime. Journalism is really, it's about curiosity and building understanding. It's about asking the questions we all want answering. It's about raising awareness and sharing information. And it's sometimes about uncovering and revealing wrongdoing. It's always about integrity because of that. You can't criminalise journalists just because you don't like what they found out. One World Media will continue to stand in solidarity with Maria and journalists and filmmakers all around the world who are facing persecution. As Maria would say, we're here to hold the line.
Hello, my name's Ted Sullivan. I'm a retired journalism lecturer in the UK, and at the moment I'm the editor of a newsletter called Why Journalism Matters, which is dedicated to celebrating campaigning journalism, investigative journalism, and press freedom. And I also support Reporters Without Borders. So the idea of press freedom is that it's a universal human right. But it's not enjoyed, unfortunately, universally by everyone in the world. So it seems to me that those of us who do take it for granted, who know that we can rely on it to a greater or lesser extent, owe it to those people who cannot take it for granted, to campaign on their behalf. And that's the case with Maria Ressa, who in the Philippines is facing many years in prison simply for reporting on what journalists do report on around the world. Injustice, crime, corruption. So this is for her. And it's a song that I've stolen, I've composed for, based on another very famous song about Maria. And I'm doing this as a, beyond the pandemic, I'm also a singer in a rock and roll and blues band. So anyway, Maria, this is for you. Maria, Maria, a journalist they call Maria. They've tried to shut her down, but she's still around, telling truth to power, hour by hour by hour. Maria, holding the line with Maria. Reporting's not a crime. No reason for jail time for Maria. And in the Philippines, there should be ways of means, the freedom to report wrongdoing. For Rappler and beyond, there is a global bond with Maria. Holding the line with Maria. Hold the line. Hold the line. Hold the line.
I'm Franziska Görner. I'm advisor to the management from RSF Germany, and I'm going to read a speech from Maria Ressa in which she addressed the students from the Ateneo School of Medicine and Public Health in 2019, and this speech sounds like this. Congratulations, class of 2019. You're graduating at an existential moment in history, when global power structures are turned upside down by technology, triggering an erosion of all our rights. When journalists around the world are under attack, democracy is under attack. I know this firsthand. In 14 months, the Philippine government filed at least 11 cases and investigations. I was arrested twice in a 5-week period early this year, and I've posted bail 8 times in about 3 months. In order to travel, I have to post more than $500,000 in bonds. Journalism is not a crime, yet I've seen social media and our legal system weaponized against us and any other perceived critics of government. We hold the line because we live our mission. Because, as Time magazine wrote, we are the guardians of truth. This battle for truth is the battle of our generation. Now, more than ever, we know that information is power. Without the right information, it's impossible to fight back, whether it's to find a cure for a disease or to hold power to account. We need to fight the insidious manipulation social media technology platforms have allowed, where lies laced with anger and hate spread faster than facts. These lies are like a virus that has infected our information ecosystem, playing to the worst of human nature, turning us against each other. They replicate and cripple our body politic, spreading a disease that will has no cure. A lie told 1,000,000 times becomes a fact. Without facts, we don't have truth. Without truth, there is no truth. There is no trust. This is why democracy is broken, not just in the Philippines, but around the world. I like to share 3 lessons with you as you go into battle for your identity, your profession, our democracy. Embrace your values. Remember why you choose to become a doctor. You choose a specialized degree that has an embedded mission for a broken society. 7 out of 10 Filipinos die without ever seeing a doctor. And the statistics promise you no sleep, like only 3 public doctors for every 100,000 people. To those who choose business, how are you going to fight corruption? Life is all about making choices. That's what we do every minute of the day. These little choices define who you are, and if you're not clear about your values, you may wake up when you're older and realize you don't like the person you've become. Every choice defines who you are, and they could be really simple, like choosing to turn right instead of left. They lead to different paths, or accepting a bribe because in your mind you've rationalized it as a gift. Character is created in the sum of all these little choices we made. Now, while you're sitting there before going into battle, choose the values that define you. Do it now, because when you're tested, and it will come, if it hasn't already, you have to know the lines you've set. Draw the line. On this side, you're good. On this side, you're evil. This is what prevents situational ethnics. This makes sure you can't rationalize bad behavior. You don't really know who you are until you're forced to defend it. Then every battle you win or lose, every compromise you choose to make or to walk away from, all these struggles define the values you live by and ultimately who you are. Then, when you're in battle, avoid the hate. The US against them, rich versus poor, Deliverance versus DDS. These labels are meant to divide us. Populism is easy. Real leadership is not. Find what we all have in common. That's our humanity. Alone, we accomplish very little, no matter how bright or talented you are. It's about what we can do together to find what binds us together. We build a stronger democracy by strengthening our common humanity. Embrace your fears. I've been asked a lot in the past year, are you afraid? Of course, I've had those moments. But CNN trained me to be a conflict reporter, a war zone correspondent. I plan the way in and chart the way out of any field of battle. What I've learned is that fear spreads and is debilitating. Fear is a luxury. If you're in the middle of chaos, you need to stamp down your fear to have clarity of thought. That's essential to make the right decision. The way to do that is the 7 Ps. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. So I go back to what I learned in school. Fear is your worst enemy. It stops you from doing what you want. Whatever you're most afraid of, touch it, hold it, embrace it. Because once you do that, nothing can stop you. In my case, dealing with the fear really started last December. That was when Time magazine named me Person of the Year, one of the guardians of truth. And I realized I was the only one among us who was then both alive and free. That was the seed. Then last April at the launch of the Clooney Foundation's Trial Watch, for some reason it became real. I realized I could go to jail. 63 years in fact, as Amal Clooney pointed out. I was on a panel. Mohamed Fahmy, who was jailed in Egypt for 438 days, was to my right. Jason Rezaian, who was jailed in Iran for 544 days. I talked to them. I read their books. Could I endure what they went through? What is the worst case scenario I could imagine? Then I embraced it and robbed it of its power. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Embrace your journey. And it goes on, and I finish here. Who wants to read it can go to her website on rappler.com and read it fully. Hold the line.
I'm Jürgen Trittin, member of the Foreign Committee of the German Bundestag, the German Parliament, member of the Green Party. I clearly condemn the growing legal harassment against the journalist Maria Ressa. This harassment is targeted to silence her critical reporting on the government and on corruption. The Philippine government must immediately drop all charges against Maria Ressa and her former colleague Reynaldo Santos Jr. and against Rappler. It must also stop the attacks, threats and judicial harassment campaigns against media outlets and journalists. Today, the Philippines are one of the most dangerous places for journalists in the world. Despite this, Maria Ressa fearlessly defends independent journalism. As a former minister, I know how important a free press in a free democratic country is. Free speech and the expression is an important pillar of democracy. I use my freedom of speech today to speak out for Maria Ressa, who is denied hers. I stand with Maria Ressa and Rappler. The violence against journalists and media workers in the Philippines must end now. And in this effort, we must follow Maria Ressa's motto and hold the line.
Hello, this is Damla Tarhan. I am MENA coordinator at the Coalition for Women in Journalism, and I am speaking from Turkey. Yeah, Turkey. I know that you think how things are difficult in Turkey. Indeed, we are fighting for democracy every day. Journalists are sent to prison for their news coverage or just a tweet. Yeah, just a tweet. But there is one thing that we all campaign for. It's press freedom. Because we know that there are several inspiring journalists who are fighting for democracy and press freedom around the world. But there is one veteran journalist who gives me courage in my life. She is Maria Ressa. I always admire her courage and her work on disinformation and fake news. I see a very strong warrior when I look at her, and this gives me courage. Because every day we document several cases of legal harassment against women journalists. Authorities are trying to intimidate them to silence. But they are targeted by not only the governments, but also trolls, hate speech. They are targeted by organized troll campaigns, death threats, rape threats. And when I heard that Maria Ressa was getting an average of 90 hate messages per hour via social media, I was shocked. I mean, she is receiving death threats, rape threats every day. Her team faces something very similar every day. And unfortunately, most of women journalists are facing the same issue every day. But at this point, I remember what Ressa told her team. She says, "We can't fight monsters by becoming monsters." She is standing up to attacks on press, abuse of power, and weaponization of Philippine laws against journalists. But she is doing this in a very professional way, in a very strong way. And the Coalition for Women in Journalism has always been on top of her case. We created an In Focus page, we created a timeline, we followed each trials and released lots of statements. We spoke to Philippine journalists. And we always say that she should be cleared of all charges and continue the free exercise of her profession as a journalist. And because press freedom is very vital for our societies, I mean, in her own words, actually, we are at the precipice. If we fall over, then we are no longer a democracy. And according to the recent data by the Coalition for Women in Journalism, at least 50 women journalists are behind bars today. And Turkey is one of top countries. But Turkish journalists keep doing their job despite that they might send to prison one day, because they are not afraid, because we all fight for press freedom. And Maria Ressa embodies courage. She keeps doing her job, no matter she faces a possibility of jail. Because Maria Ressa shows that we are not alone, we are strong, and we are the guardians of the truth. She will never give up telling the truth. And we will never give up telling the truth. Hold the line.
Je suis Arnaud Ouedraogo, coordonnateur de la cellule Norbert Zongo pour le journalisme d'investigation en Afrique de l'Ouest, CENOZO. Soutien total à Maria Ressa et rappelait All the Line.
I'm Arnaud Froger. I'm the head of the Africa desk at Reporters Without Borders, and I'm speaking from our headquarters in Paris, France. Honestly, I didn't know about Maria Ressa when I first got into RSF a few years ago now. I didn't know what an important figure of journalism she had become over the years, and what a breakthrough she made of Rappler, the media she's working with in the Philippines. And I kind of came to realize that when I went to Addis Ababa on May 3rd, 2019 for World Press Freedom Day, and I have a very specific memory of her. Maria Ressa couldn't attend the event. She was invited, of course, but she couldn't come. And during the ceremony, during the evening, she'd sent a video clip just to share views of the issues and the challenges of information and media freedom around the world, and her own experience of it in the Philippines. And I could really picture this moment, and I really remember the silence in the audience and how she was able to literally catch the attention of the audience just by the humility, the professionalism and the resilience she demonstrated for many years, was experiencing harassment, legal proceedings. She was even arrested a few days or a few weeks prior to this video clip she sent. So this testimony was really, really powerful, and I mean, supporting Maria Ressa is also supporting all the journalists around the world and the people who dedicate their lives to reveal the facts and to allow us to have some reference points in this very chaotic space of communication we live in our daily life. So supporting Maria Ressa is also and above all supporting journalism for the social benefits it provides the people with. How can we imagine to live in a world where you cannot have access to trustworthy and reliable information? And unfortunately, there are far too many Maria Ressa around the world, and in Africa as well, the continent I'm mostly dedicating my time to. So I'm thinking, of course, about a few journalists that I could connect a case with. Cameroonian journalist Amadou Vamouke, for example, who has been detained in pretrial detention for nearly 5 years now, and who is still hoping to make it alive out of this prison soon, hopefully. I'm thinking, of course, about the 11 Eritrean journalists who are detained for nearly 2 decades now in that country. No one knows if they're still alive, and they are detained in undignified conditions. And my thoughts are also going to Algeria, where RSF's correspondent Khaled Harani is detained for nearly a year now. So Maria Ressa is a voice for all these journalists threatened around the world, those who are willing to sacrifice their freedom and sometimes their lives just to make sure that you can have access to reliable and trustworthy information, which is absolutely essential to overcome the many challenges the world is facing nowadays. So please, for Maria Ressa and for all the journalists threatened in the world, hold the line.
My name is Frederick Obermeyer. I'm one of the journalists who initiated the Panama Papers. I believe in the power of journalism. I believe in journalism that holds the powerful accountable. Maria Ressa and her team of Rappler are doing such journalism. Day to day, they are holding the powerful in the Philippines accountable. Hold the line.
Soy Balbina Flores Martínez, periodista mexicana, colaboradora de varios medios de comunicación en mi país. Soy representante de Reporteros Sin Fronteras en México. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Fronteras. Soy presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Reporteros Sin Y este video es un espacio a través del cual me quiero expresar y quiero dar mi apoyo, mi solidaridad a Maria Ressa, directora de medio Rapper, y quiero también aprovechar para brindar todo mi apoyo y solidaridad al equipo de María. Sé que han hecho un trabajo muy valioso por muchos años. Sé que María ahora atraviesa por un momento muy difícil. Sé de las demandas que hay en su contra por el ejercicio de su trabajo. Me parece grave la situación por la que estás atravesando y creo que es necesario brindarte nuestra solidaridad, nuestro apoyo. Sé de tu gran trabajo como periodista, sé que has sido muy solidaria con otros colegas periodistas a lo largo de tu trayectoria y es por ello que quiero expresarte mi mayor solidaridad, mi mayor apoyo. Quiero decirte que mis colegas periodistas en México saben de tu caso, saben la situación por la que estás pasando y nos parece muy grave esta situación para ti. Esperamos que el gobierno de Filipinas realmente pueda valorar el trabajo periodístico que has hecho. Esperamos también que la justicia en Filipinas pueda ser sensible a tu situación y pueda valorar realmente la contribución que como investigadora, que como periodista has dado a la sociedad, no solo a Filipinas, sino a otros países en los que sé que has trabajado. Entonces, esta posibilidad de que puedas lograr tu libertad, esperamos que la justicia lo pueda valorar, que lo pueda tomar en cuenta, que esa presión que hasta hoy hemos visto hacia ti a través de todas estas demandas deje de repetirse y que puedas seguir haciendo un trabajo libremente. Tu libertad de expresión, tu libertad de prensa no puede seguir siendo ejercida bajo esta situación de presión, bajo esta intimidación. Tu libertad de expresión tiene que seguir siendo libre, tienes que seguir haciendo tu trabajo y esperamos, sabemos que eres una mujer valiente, valiosa y esperamos que tengas la suficiente fortaleza para poder enfrentar todas estas demandas que esperamos que ya no se repitan y que ceda esta presión hacia tu trabajo.
Hi, my name is Faiza Hassan and I am a media rights activist based in Islamabad, Pakistan. Once Benjamin Franklin said, without freedom of thought, there is no such thing as wisdom, and there is no such thing as public liberty without freedom of. I hereby condemn the charges against Maria Ressa in Philippines, and as we know that when a nation wants to stay ignorant, they suppress the voices who tell the truth to everyone. And what message we are going to give to the whole world by suppressing these voices who always talk about truth and the fact. I hereby request the government of Philippines to remove these charges and let her work independently and freely. My full support is with Maria and her work. Hold the line.
Hello from London, my name is Marco Varvello, I'm the head of the London Bureau of RAI, the Italian radio and television public network. I'm also the vice president of the Foreign Press Association, the London one, therefore I'm really pleased to be part of the campaign in favor of Maria Ressa, to support her work, her struggle for free media and the freedom of information. Last year, the Foreign Press Association has awarded Maria with the most important of our annual award, meaning the Journalist of the Year award. Very well deserved. And being Italian, I'm even more aware of what it means to work as a journalist in a difficult environment. Italy, as probably many of you know, is in Italy, it is the organized crime that keep the journalists under pressure, that threatens our work. So many reporters have been killed by the mafia in Sicily, by the Camorra in Naples. Some of them are still now constantly under protection by the authorities because of this dangerous situation. Therefore, it is with the best professional sympathy that I'm pleased to support Maria Ressa. She is risking jail, possibly even her life, to defend the principles of a free journalist and mainly of investigative journalists. Sounds banal, sounds trivial, because journalists must be investigative. Otherwise, it has not any value. It must be free, otherwise is nothing. This is the basics for any democracy. In the Philippines must be the same as well. So any accusation of libel, slander, defamation are another way to exercise intimidation, to threaten our work. Maria Ressa is a great example of courage. She must be supported by all of us. So good luck, don't give up, and hold the line.
This is Natia Zoiza from Georgia, Executive Director of Sector 3. We would like to express our support to Maria Ressa, a freedom fighter. Freedom of expression is the fundamental right and it has to be protected around the world. Hold the line.
This is Jelen Iskit, Research Coordinator for the Coalition for Women in Journalism, and I'm based in Turkey. Maria Ressa is one of the most intelligent journalists for me, and I guess across the world. Her bravery journalism is something that I admire a lot. Especially here in Turkey, as a journalist, as a woman journalist. I remind myself her courage maybe 1,000 times. We are living in a very unfair world now, that we have to fight for our basic democratic rights. More than 30 years, Maria is laying the cornerstones of how to be a good journalist by showing the truth with her honesty. And she shows the injustice across the world. She proved us that press freedom is a precedent not only where she lives actually, but all over the world. The best proof of this, the Rappler she founded in 2012. In the Philippines, all around the world, she essentially signatured on many stories that are wanted to be covered up, and she examined the unheard. She basically showed us a really good quality journalism. Maria and her colleagues investigate many different stories on financial crimes, corruption, and suspicious connections between business people and some of the top politicians. Just because what she does, actually, she is now facing legal harassment, intimidation, threats of life imprisonment, and hateful campaigns launched by the government. They are aiming to undermine her credibility. However, these pressures have never stopped her. As a coalition, we followed and documented the legal persecution actually Maria faced. She is now fighting on 10 arrest warrants, 10 criminal cases, including 3 cyber libel cases over the last 2 years. But what we found at the end actually, these intimidation policies never stopped her. Each time when we documented her cases actually, we admire her brave journalism even more. I'm aware of the pressure exerted by the state as a journalist living in Turkey, which could go further and we can't imagine. As a journalist, as a woman journalist in Turkey, we face a lot of hate speech, online smear campaigns, legal persecution, some unfair charge of terrorism just because what we write about the truth. We could even stand behind the bars just only for a tweet that we post actually. That's why I empathize Maria a lot. But on the other hand, what I see from her is that pressures never discourage Maria. She proves us something even more now. She shows us how to raise our voices more, how strong we can be together, actually. She shows us the importance of standing in solidarity now. The pressure on the press freedom, these vicious attacks against journalists, students, right defenders, doctors, all professions actually dealing reality are not a precedent of power, but rather the result of prevailing fear actually. We, as representatives of the truth, we will continue to defend our democratic rights and freedoms. Informing the public and bringing the truth to light is one of the fundamental duties of journalists. Cover up the facts and hiding the truth from Philippine people is a violation of human rights. Therefore, Maria and Rappler should continue to write the truth. Once again, I would like to tell journalism is not a crime, and I'm standing in solidarity with Maria and Rapplers. Hold the line.
Oi, eu sou Cecília Oliveira, jornalista investigativa no Brasil, e eu estou aqui por Maria Ressa, minha colega de profissão que foi condenada por difamação cibernética nas Filipinas, e ela pode ser presa a qualquer momento. Numa entrevista ao jornal Valor Econômico, dada em agosto de 2020, a Maria disse que na guerra era mais fácil. A Maria é CEO e fundadora do site Rappler, o primeiro online nas Filipinas. E ela tem feito seu trabalho investigativo e denunciando ações de policiais corruptos e grupos de extermínio. E isso é importante, especialmente numa situação em que o presidente Rodrigo Duterte disse que iria empilhar corpos pelo país, corpos de pessoas que ele considerava como bandidos, especialmente na conjuntura dessa falida guerra às drogas. A Maria tem recebido, em média, 100 de ataques por hora nas redes sociais, especialmente no Facebook, que nunca se manifestou sobre o assunto. Mas a Maria disse que não vai desistir. Então, eu estou aqui pela Maria. Nós estamos aqui pela Maria. Hold the line.
I'm Rebecca Vincent, the Director of International Campaigns for Reporters Without Borders. I'm here to talk to you about Maria Ressa, about why RSF has not only taken up her case, but why she's one of our top global priorities, about why we've come together with more than 80 other organizations around the world to form the Hold the Line Coalition, and about why we've launched this video takeover that you're currently watching. Maria Ressa is one of the most inspiring, courageous, incredible people that I've ever met. She's a brilliant journalist and she's a wonderful human being. She is positive no matter what. In fact, her positivity is contagious even from thousands of miles away. Maria has never hesitated to support other journalists in any part of the world when they face similar attacks to what she's facing in the Philippines. She believes deeply in the principles at stake, in press freedom, in freedom of expression, in human rights, and in human dignity, and she has never hesitated to lend her voice to others who need her support. But now it is Maria who needs our support as she faces an unbelievable amount of pressure in the Philippines. We've called on supporters from around the world, whether journalists, other NGOs, whether politicians or lawyers, artists, activists, anybody who cares about the values at stake. We've rallied everybody who believes in this cause to speak out now in her support. This video takeover was inspired in part by the filibuster practice in the US, in part by Occupy movements around the world. But we wanted to bring together everybody's voices who cares about Maria, who cares about what's happening in the Philippines, who cares about press freedom anywhere it's under attack, to show the Duterte regime that the international community will not stand for this sort of pressure against a journalist simply for doing her job. We will help Maria and Rappler to hold the line in the Philippines, because anywhere that press freedom is under attack, it erodes the values of press freedom everywhere. Maria is currently facing at least 9 charges opened against her in the Philippines. I say at least because the cases have been coming so thick and fast that nobody can be certain that that is the full list of cases opened against her. The situation is that bad. It's so bad that she has to travel anywhere, even if she leaves her home, with bail money on her, just in case there's an attempt to arrest her. These charges range from the so-called cyber libel, which is at least 3 of the cases against her, to tax evasion. But the one thing that all of these ludicrous and politically motivated charges have in common is that they are intended to silence Maria's critical voice and to silence Rappler's critical and independent reporting. Last summer, in June, she was convicted on the first cyber libel case open against her. If that conviction is not overturned on appeal, she could face possibly 6 years in prison, but that's only on that one charge. If she were convicted on all 9 charges against her, she could be looking at a lifetime in prison. A lifetime simply for reporting information in the public interest. As we so often say, journalism is not a crime. Maria has committed no crime. Rappler has committed no crime. These charges are intended, again, to silence her critical voice, to send a signal to others in the Philippines that if they pursue certain topics, this is a risk that they too could face. So we help her to hold the line, to protect not only Maria, not only her courageous colleagues at Rappler, but others who are still attempting to get out the truth in an increasingly difficult context in the Philippines. The Philippines is now ranked 136 out of 180 countries in Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index. Last year alone, 4 journalists were killed with impunity in the Philippines. It's governed by President Duterte, who is famous for saying such hostile things to the media, such as, "You're not exempt from assassination if you're a son of a bitch." And now this regime has set its sights fully on Maria. So your support matters. We hope that at home, as you watch the upcoming hours of content speaking out in Maria's support, in support of Rappler, in support of the very principles at stake, we hope that you too will be motivated to act. Write to your policymakers, share information with your networks, get in touch with Reporters Without Borders, the Committee to Protect Journalists, or the International Center for Journalism, to let us know if you'd like to join the Hold the Line coalition, because it matters now more than ever. Anywhere that press freedom is under attack, as it is in these cases against Maria in the Philippines, it erodes press freedom everywhere. So thank you for watching, and please do help us hold the line.
Hi Maria, just a short message for you. First of all is that, we are here supporting you, we are with you with your fight, and we will still keep the courage and continue the good fight with, actually for media freedom, for freedom of expression, and also to uphold our rights, our human rights, online and offline. So I'd also like to thank you for everything that you have done. I know it's not easy. I can't even imagine actually. And I would like to say that if there's anything that we can do to help, even a small thing like sending you food, I don't know if you're into soaps, we can also make soap. I mean, I can make soap for you. Anything at all. And we'd be happy to oblige. So thank you. We are here for you. And good luck also, and hoping for a better future.
Ang isang malayang bayan ay may kalayaan sa pamamahayag. I stand with Maria Ressa, and I will hold the line.
Katia Mierzejewska, Engagement Coordinator of CFWIJ, the Coalition for Women in Journalism, currently based in Switzerland. Maria Ressa is an outstanding journalist and an inspiration to all of us. For more than 3 decades, she has been showing us the pillars of quality journalism: integrity, sense of duty, courage, curiosity, constant drive to seek for the truth, exposing injustice, and always, absolutely always standing on the side of those who are voiceless, those who are vulnerable, those who don't have connections. She became a bastion for press freedom not only in Asia, but across the whole world. Together with her amazing colleagues at Rappler, she challenges and confronts people who are in power. They investigate corruption, they investigate financial crimes, shady links between politicians and businessmen, and also revealing the real cause of the President Duterte's war on drugs. War that has killed more than 30,000 people in the country. Due to her uncompromised research, she regularly faces political harassment, legal harassment, fear of imprisonment, and misinformation campaigns launched by the government itself, which aim to undermine her credibility. In less than 2 years, she has been targeted with 10 arrest warrants, with 10 criminal cases, including 3 cyber libel cases. The Coalition for Women in Journalism daily documents and sheds light on threats to female reporters. Given the relentless persecution of Maria Ressa and her incredible strength, her case has become really special to us. CFWIJ regularly monitors and documents examples of threats to Maria Ressa. We follow every case that was filed against her. We follow and report on every single trial against her. We created an In Focus page with our expertise that highlights and amplifies the scale of attacks and scale of violence against Maria Ressa. We organize awareness campaigns. We remain in constant, regular contact with the journalists in the Philippines in order to coordinate advocacy efforts. We couldn't be more proud to be a part of the Hold the Line coalition. We will not cease to support Maria Ressa. We will not cease to demand justice for her and other persecuted journalists. Maria gives us hope that we can actually break this vicious circle of impunity as long as we act together. As she said once, in order to address the attacks on journalists, on press freedom, in order to tackle the draconian policies, we must be united. We must act together. And I couldn't agree more. The constant crackdown on press freedom, persecution of human rights defenders and journalists, these attacks are not the manifestation or symbol of strength. Quite the contrary. This is an ultimate sign of weakness of those who are in power. Independent media are the essential part and pillar of every democratic society. Media is a guarantee that politicians and businessmen will not abuse their power. And even if they do, we will know about it and we can actually do something about it, confront them. People in the Philippines deserve quality journalism. The government is obliged to become more transparent, to stay transparent, and to be held accountable for its actions. Thanks to Maria and her amazing colleagues at Rappler and other journalists in the Philippines, the politicians cannot feel that they are just above the law. The Coalition for Women in Journalism and me personally are very proud and couldn't be prouder that we are a part of the Hold the Line coalition. Join us and support Maria. Support other persecuted journalists. Stand for press freedom and for justice. Hold the line.
Hi, I'm Jason Kent. I'm the CEO of Digital Content Next, a member organization headquartered in the United States of America. DCN's members are some of the most trusted and well-respected media companies in the world, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, Axel Springer, Financial Times, BBC, Disney, The Wall Street Journal, Guardian, NBC Universal, among others. I first met Maria Ressa 3 years ago at the World News Media Conference in Lisbon, Portugal. At that time, I was traveling around the globe to let news publishers know that we had a lot of shared concerns in the United States as to the power of a few gatekeepers, in particular Facebook, in addition to how that power could be corrupted by government influence. Maria, as the CEO and executive editor at Rappler, a startup news organization based in the Philippines, had early success in reaching audiences on Facebook. So I was fascinated to hear about her experiences, knowing there would be unique lessons. Although there were thousands of people in town for this event, I was fortunate enough to have a few opportunities to get to know Maria. Maria blew me away. Not only did she have incredible lessons to share on the weaponizing of social media, but as a lifelong journalist throughout Asia and a voice for press freedoms, I honestly can't think of a better witness of the practices of both tech platforms and governments at the intersection of power and its ability to corrupt, and the critical role that a free and plural press plays as a tension to this power to afflict the comfortable. Most remarkable about Maria is that despite, and maybe because she traveled the world sharing her own story of Rappler and how a newsroom can be harassed both by government and social media, she herself became at risk. But she never slowed down. We crossed paths all over the world, including testifying together to the International Grand Committee of Parliamentarians from around the world. And I'm eternally grateful Maria visited our DCN Board of Directors and membership to share her warnings to the world in 2019, in between her early arrests. Maria outlined the role social media and concerted, well-orchestrated disinformation campaigns played in perpetuating false information and media distrust in the Philippines, as well as attacks aimed directly at Rappler. She then went on to have a wide-ranging discussion examining the various pressures on media credibility and safety worldwide that we were seeing. Rappler has clearly drawn the ire of Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte for its critical reporting. All of this is taking place in the context of an overall deteriorating media freedom climate in the Philippines, where 4 journalists were killed in 2020, and where the Philippines is now ranked 136 out of 180 in the Reporters Without Borders 2020 World Press Freedom Index. A year ago, the United States Senate approved Senate Resolution 142, which, among other things, urged the Philippine government to drop all charges against Maria Ressa and Rappler. Following passage of the Senate resolution, the Digital Content Next Board of Directors issued the following statement, and I quote, "The conviction of Maria Ressa is a travesty. This entire case is a brazen attempt to silence her news organization and should be considered an affront to freedom and democracy itself. It is vital we value and protect the independence of media organizations and journalists around the world. The United States Congress has recently condemned the Philippine government's harassment of Ressa, and we encourage global leaders and the press community to make it clear this absolutely cannot be tolerated." Listen, a strong and vibrant press is the hallmark of a healthy democracy. Respected news organizations provide a vital service to educate citizens about the actions and intentions of government officials. As journalists do the hard work to ask questions and uncover the truth, they are serving an important check against that power and corruption. The interaction between government and the press is often fractious, but it's necessary. A strong press helps hold the line between effective, transparent government and power run amok. A strong press holds the line between an educated populace and the rise of demagogues. In 2017, former U.S. President George W. Bush spoke about the need for a strong press. Having served 8 years as president with a determined press corps asking hard questions and holding his administration accountable, he noted that, quote, "Power can be very addictive. It can be corrosive, and it's important for the media to call to account people who abuse their power, whether it be here or elsewhere." As politicians around the world are increasingly threatening press freedoms, it is important that we stand up and we hold the line in defense of journalists. For the sake of Maria Ressa, for the sake of healthy democracies around the world, hold the line.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Aisha Khalid. I work as a researcher with the Coalition for Women in Journalism. I am from Pakistan. The Coalition for Women in Journalism has been closely monitoring the attacks on journalist Maria Ressa and her team at Rappler. We have reported in detail in our statements and on our socials about the cases that are against Maria Ressa and her team at Rappler. There is a detailed timeline that how Maria Ressa established Rappler and how the expose regarding the government corruptions and different other crimes led to the different cases against her. The reportage on the crimes of powerful people brought Maria Ressa and her team at Rappler in hot waters. Maria and her team at Rappler have been facing different libel charges against them. We ask stakeholders in Philippines and press bodies to join hands and support Maria Ressa in her fight. I ask Philippines government to drop all the charges against Maria Ressa and the Rappler as they are baseless and groundless and there are no evidence against her. Maria and her team at Rappler should be allowed to enjoy press freedom and there should be no curb on critical voices in any country. I support Maria Ressa in her fight and her team at Rappler. I support Maria Ressa and her team at Rappler for their dedication towards journalism. Hold the line.
My name is Patrick Butler, and I'm the Vice President of Content and Community at the International Center for Journalists, based in Washington, D.C. I first met Maria Ressa when she won our Knight International Journalism Award in 2018. That same year, she also won the Gwen Ifill Press Freedom Award from the Committee to Protect Journalists. Maria is the rare person who embodies the best of both of these awards. Ours, which is for quality journalism that has positive impact on society, and CPJ's, which is for courage in the face of great obstacles. I can attest to the great quality of the work she leads at Rappler. Her media outlet has persistently shed light on the harsh policies of President Rodrigo Duterte. She and her colleagues have relentlessly investigated his government's bloody war on drugs, in which thousands of people have been brutally killed by thugs without trial. That reporting and much more has led to a vicious campaign against her and her colleagues, a campaign that seeks to provoke violence against her and shut down Rappler. She has been issued 10 arrest warrants in 2 years. She has been detained twice, and she faces the prospect of a lifetime behind bars, all for her courageous truth-telling. Maria is a citizen of both the Philippines and the United States, and she could return to the US anytime she wants. She could edit Rappler from a safe place. But despite the fact that she faces dozens of years in jail, she won't do that. First, she won't leave her equally courageous colleagues. They too faced arrest and intimidation, and they don't have the option of leaving. But she also won't leave her country and its citizens, who badly need independent, tough media at a time when President Duterte and his government have increasingly turned to violence and autocratic methods. He has said that journalists are not exempt from assassination. Maria and Rappler are not the only ones who have suffered from very dangerous situations in the Philippines. The government last year shut down the country's leading TV news network, ABS-CBN. And what is happening in the Philippines is indicative of what is happening all over the world. From Nicaragua to Turkey, from Egypt to Russia, governments are cracking down on free expression. Maria's fight is the world's fight. Maria has also courageously stood up to horrible online abuse, violence really, targeted at her and Rappler. She is attacked relentlessly on social media, at one time receiving more than 90 hate messages in 1 hour. This abuse is targeted and coordinated, and it is meant to intimidate her into silence. It will not work. Even when she receives the most vile kind of hate messages, so horrible that I don't even want to repeat them here, Maria does not blanch. She shows the messages and says that they will not intimidate her. She has pleaded with social media giants to do a better job of shutting down this online violence, not for her own sake, but for that of tens of thousands of others around the world who are targets of online campaigns of hate and disinformation. Because the fight against online harassment is also a global struggle, ICFJ's research on online violence against women journalists has shown that it is so pervasive, so familiar to women all over the world. Scarily, women cite government officials and political actors as one of the greatest sources of online violence. Everyone who believes in free speech and democracy must stand with Maria and with the hundreds of other journalists around the world bravely fighting to do what all good journalists do, hold the powerful to account. Along with CPJ and Reporters Without Borders, ICFJ is leading a global assembly of more than 80 organizations who are called the Hold the Line Coalition. And we are embarking on a social media campaign to raise awareness about the attacks on Maria and her colleagues, and to show them that we have their backs. We must hold the line against government attempts to silence independent voices. We must hold the line against online violence against women and others. We must hold the line against attempts to stifle democracy, whether in the Philippines or in my own country, the United States. We are launching a campaign that will ask people to post photos of themselves on social media wearing real or digital masks that say, "Hold the line," one of Maria's catchphrases, or "Courage on," another phrase that she often uses. Soon, we will invite you and anyone who wants to support Maria to participate in this campaign. In this time when powerful people want to stifle our voices, we will mask up and we will show them that we will not be silenced, that we will hold the line. Maria, so many of us are with you and your colleagues. We are in awe of your courage and the amazing work that you do at Rappler. To the rest of the world, please join us in supporting Maria and her colleagues. Together, we can tell those who are trying to silence her that they will not succeed. Together, we can hold the line.
I'm Dr. Joseph Fernandez. I'm the Australian correspondent for Reporters Without Borders. I'm based in Perth, Western Australia. I was a journalism academic in Australia for more than 2 decades. Before that, I was a newspaper editor in Malaysia. I'm familiar with the working conditions as a journalist who worked in an oppressive free speech climate in Malaysia. Freedom of speech goes to the heart of my being. Over the years, I've watched the blatant and crude attacks on freedom of speech being carried out even in established democracies. What I've seen happening in the Philippines over the decades in the free speech stakes has been terribly worrying. Maria Ressa is today's face of the cruel attack on free speech, not just in the Philippines, but also internationally. Mr. President, your legacy when it comes to upholding democratic principles, especially in respect of the ideals of free speech, is disgraceful. It is within your power to abandon your unholy crusade against free speech and against Maria Ressa. Enough is enough. End this unholy crusade against Ms. Ressa. Your administration's pursuit of Ms. Ressa demonstrates a fear of being exposed. What have you got to hide? If you have nothing to hide, then allow the light of disinfection to shine in your country. The world is watching intently. Mr. President, you will be judged by history. As you pursue your vendetta against Ms. Ressa, I join other right-thinking citizens of the world in supporting Ms. Ressa, who is playing a critical role in promoting accountability and in furthering democratic values. No journalist should have to suffer such an ordeal as Ms. Ressa in the course of answering the lofty goals of journalism. Hold the line.
Courage on. My name is Maria Santos, and I am the founder and executive director of Chicas Poderosas. I am here to hold the line for Maria Ressa and for Rappler, for their voices not to be silenced in the Philippines. The Philippines deserve freedom of speech. Support Maria Ressa and Rappler. Hold the line and courage on.
Hi, I'm Bill McCarran. I'm Executive Director of the National Press Club. I'm coming to you today from Washington, D.C. And we support Maria Ressa, the inspiring journalist from the Philippines, in every way that we can. Maria has done outstanding work at Rappler in covering important issues for the Philippines, including issues that are critical of her government. In response to this, the Philippines has manufactured cases against Maria and brought her to court something like 10 times in the last 2 years. And she works very hard to try to have freedom of expression in her country and bring those of us around the globe news of what's happening in the Philippines. It's important to note that this is not just an issue for the Philippines. Maria and people like Maria that struggle to have the truth be front and center in their country are the front lines in global democracy. And we must support her in every way we can by speaking out and by being in touch with her. One of the ways we at the Press Club want to support Maria is to encourage her ability to travel, something that's been taken away from her by her government as part of this charade of a legal process. So we look forward to having Maria speak to us in Washington on World Press Freedom Day. That is upcoming May the 3rd. And we know she'll give a terrific address and a great account of what's happening in her country and of her the issues that she has in her legal case. Again, we stand with Maria. We're the National Press Club. I'm Bill McCarran, the Executive Director. Hold the line.
My name is Eric Larsson. I'm editor at Arbetet Global in Sweden. We have been writing about the situation on the Philippines for many years now. We have been written about murder and eroding democracy, and also about attacks on trade union leaders. The news site Rappler is one of the few who has delivered independent news from the Philippines. Maria Ressa, the founder of Rappler, is an important voice who reaches even beyond their borders. Her situation affects us all, and independent press is a necessity in a democracy in all countries. That's why I demand that she will be released. If we give up on her, we give up on ourselves. Hold the line.
My name is Asma Shirazi. I'm a journalist, a war correspondent, and a host of a primetime TV show in Pakistan. I'm winner of Peter Mackler Award for Courage and Ethical Journalism. My message is for Philippines government that we are journalists and journalists have no border. We work for the truth. We don't work to make governments happy. We stand against discrimination and disinformation. We are the mirror of society. we as journalists, we keep showing you the picture with the might of our pen and lens. You are in power, but don't abuse your power. We stand with the Rappler's CEO Maria Ressa. I stand with Maria Ressa. So stop being a dictator under the cover of democracy. Stop treating Maria Ressa as a traitor. Stop banning critical voices. For in future, you may need them for you. Stop being an enemy for the right of freedom of expression. Stop cases against Maria Ressa. We request you to stop that, as we will keep raising our voice for Maria Ressa. We, the journalists of the world community, stand with Maria Ressa. I stand with Maria Ressa. Please release Maria Ressa from draconian charges immediately. Hold the line.
Maria Ressa ist eine bekannte, mutige Journalistin auf den Philippinen. Sie arbeitet in einem Umfeld, das eigentlich gar keine unabhängige Journalistenarbeit mehr ermöglicht. Seit der Regierung von Duterte werden Medienfreiheit und die Berichterstattung von kritischen Journalisten systematisch abgebaut. Journalist sein ist in Philippinen wie kriminell sein. Also kritische Artikel werden strafrechtlich verfolgt. Unabhängige Medienhäuser, Medienunternehmen wie das von Maria Ressa gegründete Rappler stehen permanent unter dem Druck, verboten zu werden oder dass die Journalisten, die dort arbeiten, verhaftet werden. 10 Haftbefehle hat es in den letzten Jahren gegen Maria Ressa gegeben. Warum? Weil sie über die Situation in den Philippinen offen, kritisch berichtet. Die Demokratie ist dort am Boden. Es soll sogar mit allen Mitteln verhindert werden, dass Duterte nichtliebige Äußerungen überhaupt gedruckt werden. Da scheut die Regierung auch vor rechtsstaatswidrigen Maßnahmen nicht zurück. Das zeigt sich darin, dass Strafgesetze verschärft werden und dann rückwirkend angewandt werden. Das heißt also, ein Artikel vor 12 Jahren, wie Maria Ressa ihn geschrieben hat, ist heute strafrechtlich relevant. Damals war er erlaubt. Um Verjährungsfristen schert sich das Regime von Duterte nicht. Die Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung für die Freiheit ist stolz darauf, seit 10 Jahren Journalisten, Maria Ressa, Rappler, unabhängige Medienarbeit zu unterstützen in einem immer schwieriger werdenden Umfeld. Denn wir sind der festen Überzeugung, nur wenn es auch kritische Medienberichterstattung gibt, kann es überhaupt Demokratie geben. Und beides steht seit der Regierung von Duterte unter Dauerbeschuss und ist systematisch abgebaut worden. Deshalb ist es wichtig, dass wir uns auch außerhalb von den Philippinen für Maria Ressa einsetzen. Sie ist weit über die Grenzen der Philippinen hinaus bekannt als eben diese mutige Frau, die natürlich auch in Sorge um die Entwicklung um sie herum in den Philippinen lebt. Sie war immer wieder in Haft. Jetzt laufen wieder Gerichtsverfahren und sie muss mit dem Schlimmsten rechnen. Sie verdient die Unterstützung von uns allen, die sich für Medienfreiheit, für den Journalismus, der über Fakten berichtet, über einen Journalismus, der recherchiert, einsetzt und gegen diese Desinformationskampagnen damit vorgeht, die ja ein beliebtes Instrument von autoritären Herrschern, von Diktatoren ist. Und deshalb ist es auch so wichtig, aufzuklären darüber, dass Maria Ressa und viele andere Journalisten und Demokraten in den Philippinen eben die Freiheit für die Bürgerinnen und Bürger wollen. Und es ist so wichtig, damit deutlich zu machen, sie hat die Unterstützung von ganz vielen Menschen, von Institutionen, auch von uns natürlich, der Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung für die Freiheit. Wir werden in unserer Arbeit für sie nicht nachlassen und wir werden alles tun, damit das auch sichtbar wird, damit das öffentlich wird. Und wir werden auch in einem nicht leichten Umfeld in den Philippinen uns genau für diese Werte einsetzen. Hold the line for media freedom.
Hi, this is Mike McCurry from the Princeton class of 1976. I was at Princeton, the president of the University Press Club, and then I went on and served as both State Department spokesman and White House press secretary to President Bill Clinton. On my behalf and on behalf of my classmates, Bill Dutton, Meg Fagan, Arnell Hinkle, Melissa Kaiser, Terry Leahy, Eric Lubell, Kristen Moore, Nancy Morowitz, Michelle Naples, Lindsay Pomeroy, Bob Ruxon, Nancy Sills, Josie Spector, Pam Wesson, and Nick Ziegler. We all affirm our support for Maria Ressa and reaffirm what it says in the UN Declaration of Human Rights, which says, quote, "Our faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of men and women. Disregard for these rights, as in Maria's case, result in barbarous acts which outrage the conscience of mankind. For those reasons, among many others, we say, hold the line."
Alors je tenais à vous dire à quel point je soutiens Maria Ressa. C'est tellement important pour nous tous. Cette femme qui se bat dans son pays, aux Philippines, depuis toujours, pour raconter simplement la vérité, se bat pour la liberté d'expression, qui est aujourd'hui en risque grave, puisqu'elle risque juste la prison à vie. Tout ça parce qu'elle dit la vérité, tout ça parce qu'elle dit que le dictateur qui est Rodrigo Duterte s'obstine et continue à tuer des tas de gens. Et parce que cette femme dit la vérité, et parce qu'elle a le courage de rester chez elle, elle serait condamnée. Je pense qu'il faut que nous nous tenions tous la main pour nous battre pour elle, pour nous battre pour Maria, qui montre un courage imperturbable, une vérité qui dit constamment la vérité de ce pays. On aime tant les Philippines, on déteste tant cette violence, on a tellement besoin de journalistes comme elle. Je pense qu'on ne peut faire que la soutenir, je pense qu'on ne peut faire que défendre tous ces journalistes qui se battent pour que la vérité existe, pour que les droits humains dépassent tout, soient respectés par tous. Et là, on en est loin. Je vous dis cela du fond de mon cœur. Je ferai tout ce que je peux faire pour que Maria puisse continuer son métier qui consiste simplement à dire la vérité. Chacun de vous peut faire quelque chose, protester. Ne laissez pas faire ce genre de choses, c'est trop grave. C'est un combat important pour les droits humains, pour la démocratie, pour la liberté de la presse, pour tout ce qui nous tient à cœur. Merci.
Journalists are under attack.
Democracy is under attack. Without facts, we don't have truth.
Without truth,
there is no trust.
Without all three, you can't have democracy.
An attack on one
is an attack on all.
Our battle is your battle.
Your battle is our battle.
I'm Eve Chu from Taiwan. I work for the Foundation for Excellent Journalism Award. My colleagues in Taiwan and I all believe that Maria Ressa and her co-workers' brave journalism will bring rightness and real democracy for Philippine people and shouldn't suppressed by the dictatorship. We truly hope that the Philippine judicial system will stand with press freedom, which indicates the core value of democracy. Finger crossed for Maria's lawsuit and for Philippine future.
Bastian Obermeier, Süddeutsche Zeitung. Maria Ressa is not only an excellent journalist, she's also very smart. And she is probably the bravest colleague I've met. But she is not brave in any dull sense, meaning she simply wouldn't understand how dangerous her work is. No, she knows exactly how dangerous her work is. And Maria is continuing the work anyway, because she knows how important her work is for her country, for society, and for democracy. And this is why I do admire her greatly. And I think this is why we all have to stand behind her. We all have to hold the line. Hold the line.
Hello, I am Hamid Mir from Pakistan, and today I would like to draw the attention of international community, especially the human rights activists, towards the imprisonment of Maria Ressa in Philippines. Maria Ressa is a very well-known journalist, author, human rights activist. She is a Filipino-American journalist, and she worked for CNN and many other international media outlets. She is running her own website since last many years. And in 2019, she was arrested by the Philippines government. Maria Ressa is facing more than 9 cases under cybercrime law in Philippines. Why Maria Ressa was arrested? Because she exposed some corruption, she criticized the policies of the government, and you know that every corrupt government is scared of every honest journalist. So Maria Ressa is known for her boldness, she is known for her honesty, and she always write and speak truth. So that's why the current regime in Philippines is very angry with Maria Ressa. That's why they decided to make her an example for all those journalists who speak and who write truth and who believe in the freedom of expression. So the current government in Philippines is trying to make Maria Ressa as an example, and they are using their cybercrime laws as a tool to suppress the voice of the independent media in Philippines. Maria Ressa was announced Time Magazine's Person of the Year in 2018. She won many international awards, including the Most Resilient Journalist Award, and she is pride of journalism. She is symbol of truth, she is symbol of resistance, she is symbol of resistance against corruption. So that's why she was arrested by the government in Philippines, and I demand immediate release of Maria Ressa. I demand that all the cases registered against her should be withdrawn immediately, and I demand from the government of Philippines that they must stop their war against independent media. So today, I, along with thousands of other journalists all over the world, I demand that Maria Ressa should be released immediately. We want freedom, and we are with all those journalists who are behind the bar all over the world.
My name is Andrew Caruana Galizia, and I'm a co-founder of the Daphne Caruana Galizia Foundation in Malta. There are 3 reasons I'm making this video in support of Maria. The first is that my mother Daphne was an investigative journalist in Malta. She was assassinated 3.5 years ago using a remotely triggered car bomb placed under the driver's seat of her car. And before her death, my mother faced exactly the same kind of legal and judicial harassment that Maria faces now in the Philippines. So for me and my family, when we look at Maria's case, we don't only worry about the prospect that she could spend time in prison or that she could face financial ruin, but we worry that she would share my mother's fate. The second reason that it's so important for everyone to speak up now is that people like my mother and Maria display incredible grace, resilience, and stoicism in the face of enormous pressure. And this could make people around them complacent. It could make even their own friends and family think that they're managing just fine. But the reality is that investigative journalists are human beings too. And even though they display superhuman courage in holding governments to account, they all fear spending time in prison or sacrificing their lives in pursuit of the truth. And this is something that we're all responsible to help them avoid. The third reason is that people like Maria and my mother are irreplaceable. This isn't just a platitude. Brave investigative journalists have a lifetime of experience behind them standing up to injustice. This makes them sharp, intelligent, and extremely resilient. And it's why they're so feared by even the most powerful autocrats in the world. And we all have a responsibility in making sure that someone as irreplaceable as Maria is able to continue working and contributing to society. If anything were to happen to her, if she were to spend time in prison or worse, then the scar on society would be a permanent one. We would all be weaker for it. Philippine democracy would be weaker, and it might never recover. And that's a fate for the country that we're all responsible in helping Maria avoid. So hold the line.
Hi, my name is Daniel Bastar. I'm the head of the Asia Pacific desk at Reporters Without Borders. I'm talking to you from our headquarters in Paris, France. This is a video in support of Maria Ressa. Maria Ressa is a friend of mine, but she's also a Filipina journalist who founded the Rappler news website in 2012 to provide her fellow citizen with a trustful, reliable information. And because of that, she's the victim of a very harsh judicial harassment by the Philippine authorities. And it's not for nothing that this is happening in the Philippines. This Southeast Asian archipelago is one of the deadliest countries in the world for journalists. And it was by exploiting the clan system in the Philippines that the current president, Rodrigo Duterte, came to power. At his inauguration in 2016, he sent a clear message to journalists. Just because you are a journalist, you are not exempted from assassination if you are a son of a bitch. His message made Donald Trump sound like a timid schoolgirl. And like his former US colleagues, he thinks journalists are nothing but enemies of the people. And this happened to be true. This scripted message provoked to be a green warning. Since his inauguration, speech, since his inauguration speech 5 years ago, at least 16 reporters have been murdered in connection with their work. It's a little known fact that the Philippines is indeed one of the deadliest countries for reporters, alongside with Syria or Afghanistan. And it's true that the archipelago has to face Marxist rebels in the north and Islamist guerrillas in the south, but they are not the main source of danger to Filipino journalists. When journalists are targeted, it's usually by thugs acting on the orders of local strongmen. Let's go back to the fall of the dictator Ferdinand Marcos in 1986. After 30 years of dictatorship, the Philippines began a progress of gradual democratization. A free press began to emerge, and journalists were finally able to investigate how Philippine society's clan system works. They soon began providing the public with coverage of corruption and bribery involving the leading families that control politics and business in their provincial fiefdoms. The national elite's attitude toward these mafia families is usually some kind of benevolent tolerance or even indifference, but the families obviously don't tolerate criticism from reporters. The same method is generally used to eliminate journalists. As reporters are driving home, they are pursued by two hitmen on a motorcycle. As the hitmen draw alongside, one of them empties the magazine of his pistol into their victim. The perpetrators and instigators of these murders of journalists are hardly ever prosecuted, and the clan bosses always get away with it. The Philippines was also the scene of the world's biggest massacre of journalists. In November 2009, 32 journalists were simultaneously gunned down while accompanying a convoy of supporters of a local opposition politician in the southern Philippines. 11 years later, several members of the clan implicated in this bloodbath were wrongfully absolved. This terrible crime highlighted the flaws of the system of clan rule in the Philippines. It was exploited by President Rodrigo Duterte, and it was especially by exploiting this system that the current president came to power. He got himself elected by declaring a merciless war on drugs. Once in power, he used the pretext of this war on drugs for ordering mass extrajudicial executions. The degree to which the victims are linked to drug just doesn't matter. And the death toll from this policy is already put at least 30,000. Rodrigo Duterte is fairly brazen. He once said, well, Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. There's 3 million drug addicts in the Philippines. There are. I'd be happy to slaughter them. Not very subtle. In response to these excesses, 3 national media outlets launched investigation into the death squads carrying out these gruesome operations. The first was the archipelago leading newspaper, the Philippine Daily Inquirer. But 2 years later, a businessman close to Duterte announced that he had bought the paper, and its entire editorial policy changed. It was suddenly very supportive of the hot-headed president. The second media outlet was the country's leading TV and radio network, ABS-CBN. But soon after taking office, the president announced that he would refuse to renew the network's franchise. And last July, the Philippine Congress actually banned CBS-CBN TV and radio station from broadcasting. This leaves just one leading major independent media outlet in the Philippines. It's the news website Rappler, which was founded by its current CEO, Maria Ressa. The Philippine government was waged a war against Rappler for the past 3 years, bringing many legal actions in a bid to intimidate and silence it. Maria Ressa is prosecuted on at least 9 different charges, which could result in her being jailed for life. She is the last lighthouse in the dried up ocean of Philippine democracy. This is why I'm seeking your support in order to help Maria Ressa and all Filipino journalists who are trying to report the news freely. They must hold on. Courage on, hold the line.
Hi there, I'm William Horsley. I'm speaking to you from London, where I'm and I work for the Association of European Journalists on Media Freedom, and I'm International Director at the Centre for Freedom of the Media at University of Sheffield. I want to give you my take on why Maria Ressa's giving us pretty much a unique example of what journalism is supposed to be about, and why the world needs to rally to her support now that she's the person in most need. And I've found 4 ways in which Maria Ressa herself is holding the line in ways which are by themselves quite remarkable and which add up to an inspiration for the world. The first is the journalism itself. I think we all know about her awards, the reputation, a fantastic job in building up journalism inside her country and across Asia, for international media and for her own media. In fact, she's now so much in demand. I've seen her all around the world because people want to know about how she did it and what the lessons are she can give people. I've seen her here in London. I've seen her in Geneva. I saw her in Accra, Ghana at World Press Freedom Day. She was chairing the jury of World Press Freedom Day Prize from somewhere else. But it's the quality of that journalism. She's covered wars and conflicts. She's covered crime, corruption, extrajudicial killings, abuses, government abuses, corporate abuses. Without people like Maria Ressa, journalism would be dull. We'd all be watching just Netflix and Disney. So thank you, Maria. Hold the line number 2. Maria has done a fantastic job in addressing a pernicious and largely unseen enemy that undermines democratic institutions, social civility, civilized life itself. And that, of course, is falsehood online, making it all up. So she's taken on the weaponization of social media herself. She's taken on the idea of fact-free opinion and bigotry online for political advantage, to destroy others, and set an example in how it's possible to stand up against that, including with what she calls a community of action. And that's what's needed. The world needs to wake up and to support people like her who are holding power to account. And number 3, hold the line. Maria Ressa has for years been a prime target of some of the most appalling abuse online and offline because she's a woman. Torrents of misogynistic hate mail, trolling, cyber attacks, and the rest of it. And she's shown phenomenal personal courage in throwing that off and facing up to it and facing it down. And if Maria Ressa's recipe of courage and determination is followed, then it's possible to face down those and build defenses against those who would destroy society in that kind of way, and by attacking women in particular. We need to fight back. Hold the line number 4, for me, Maria Ressa's life story gives us a deep irony, because she is the one who's given so much to her own society and to the wider world in terms of the role of journalism in upholding the law, in forcing those in power to produce decent laws, not laws that simply advantage themselves and give them an excuse. And she has become the target, the world famous target of trumped up charges on typical trumped up cases involving tax, foreign ownership, and now cyber libel. And of course, the irony is that, it is the misuse of the law that has put her in the dock. The very law that she is accused on, which could land her in jail for many years, was not in existence at the time of the alleged offence, which in itself was fictitious, vexatious, and frivolous. So there's a lesson there about the connection between sound, honest journalism, public interest. For me, that's what Maria Ressa stands for. She said it best herself. We're journalists. We will not be intimidated. We will shine the light. We will hold the line.
政治与法律不该是打击媒体的工具。
释放 Maria Ressa， 捍卫新闻自由。
My name is Johannes von Donani. I'm a German foreign correspondent for about 35 years. And I came to know Maria Ressa in the Philippines in the late 1980s when she ran the CNN office from Manila and years later from Indonesia, Jakarta. I have always known Maria as a straightforward, truth-telling journalist, investigative journalist, always looking for the truth and the story behind the story. So the idea that President Duterte is trying to stifle press freedom and trying to make an example of Maria Ressa as a perpetrator of telling the untruth, telling lies, slandering people. It's absolutely outrageous. Maria is not such a journalist. The problem is bigger. The problem is freedom of the media, the press freedom in the Philippines. I understand perfectly well that President Duterte has no interest whatsoever in press freedom. This is absolutely normal. He is running a dictatorship. He is a man who publicly confessed that he was a murderer, a killer. So what do you expect from him? However, Maria now needs solidarity. More than ever. There are a couple of lawsuits pending over her head. The result could be life imprisonment. This is absolutely unacceptable. I really, honestly believe that the international community of journalists and correspondents should raise their voices to try to give all solidarity to Maria Ressa and her team at Rappler in Manila. Thank you. #Hold the line.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wer Kai-shi. I was formerly a student leader back in the Tiananmen student movement, and now I live in exile in Taiwan. I'm also the emeritus board member of the Reporters Without Borders and executive deputy general secretary to the Taiwan's Parliamentary Human Rights Commission. I'm recording this message to express my support to Maria Ressa. She's a courageous journalist. She exposed the truth. And just like in anywhere in the world, truths are the direct threat to dictators. And for that, she has paid tremendous price already and then still under pressure. And I urge you to join me to join her voice. We stand by her. Hold the line.
My name is Alexandra and I'm working at RSF East Asia Bureau in Taipei. I would like to say a few words in my native Polish language. Wolność prasy to jedna z podstawowych wartości obywatelskich i jedna z centralnych wartości demokratycznych społeczeństw. Wolne media to również jedna z największych przeszkód na ścieżce do autorytaryzmu i dyktatury, dlatego ich zdławienie tak często staje się pierwszym punktem autokratycznej agendy. Ograniczenie wolności prasy od dawna obserwujemy w takich krajach jak Rosja czy Chiny. W niechlubnym szeregu państw prześladujących niezależnych dziennikarzy stoją również Filipiny, znajdujące się w autorytarnym uścisku prezydenta Duterte. Za wieloletnią dziennikarską pracę i działanie na rzecz wolności wypowiedzi Maria Ressa znalazła się na celowniku marionetkowego aparatu sądowniczego realizującego autokratyczne ambicje rządu. Jako międzynarodowa społeczność, której na sercu leży wolność mediów, razem stajemy z murem z Marią i powiedzmy hold the line.
Hello, my name is Iqbal Khatib. I am the Executive Director of Freedom Network, Islamabad-based civil liberty organization in Pakistan. This video message is part of the Reporters Without Borders global advocacy campaign to support a brave woman journalist in the Philippines. Yes, she is Maria Ressa, who is facing libel and other charges for her simple work of journalism. Journalism is not a crime, as we say. Journalists play a bridge role between the citizens and the governments. Journalists keep the citizen informed, as information means life in this information age. Journalists are defenders of citizen rights. Without media, no rights abuses would have been known anywhere in the world. Journalists keep the governments informed of their violations if they take anywhere. Maria has committed no crime then exercising her fundamental right to express herself. Without journalism, no society is complete. Without journalism, no democracy is complete. And an attack on journalists is attack on democracy, is attack on fundamental rights of the citizens, is attack on freedom of expression. Or we not at all agree with these charges. These charges must be dropped and she must be allowed to work freely, independently and professionally. She will be free very soon from all such charges. Hold the line.
Meu nome é Patrícia Campos Melo, eu sou jornalista do Brasil e eu estou aqui para demonstrar todo o meu apoio a Maria Ressa. Maria Ressa significa tudo o que importa no jornalismo, a busca pela verdade, não ter medo de intimidações do governo. Ela significa que o jornalismo é essencial para a democracia. Maria Ressa pode contar conosco sempre. Hold the line.
Hi, I'm Zachary Lee, a reporter from Taiwan. Press freedom is very important. Because of it, we can live in a well-functioning democratic society. As journalists, we can hold government accountable. I do hope all journalists across the globe can have the right to do their work freely. I stand with Maria Ressa.
My name is Regula Fenske. I'm a writer and the president of German PEN, as well as a board member of PEN International. In 2021, PEN International is celebrating its centenary. For 100 years now, our writers' organization has been promoting freedom of expression, which we find to be essential for democracy. In 2019, the 85th International PEN Congress was hosted by PEN Philippines and held in Manila. Over 150 writers and PEN members from 65 PEN centers across the globe gathered in Manila. It was the first time in the history of PEN International for a congress to be held in Southeast Asia. Our topic was speaking in tongues, literary freedom and indigenous languages. reflecting that 2019 had been declared as the International Year of Indigenous Languages by the United Nations. One of our keynote speakers was Maria Ressa, founder of Rappler Media, who talked about freedom of the press and the situation in the Philippines and, of course, her own situation. She was in New York at the time, and we could see her only via video. But even though she was not physically with us in the same room, she filled the huge conference hall with her spirit and energy. Ever since then, I've been full of admiration for this brilliant and courageous woman whose only crime is that she speaks truth to power. And as in so many cases all over the world, power does not like truth. In fact, power hates truth and seeks to destroy it, be it by force, be it by false accusation and the farce and mockery of so-called justice. The accusations against Maria Ressa are based only on political grounds, and the accusations against Maria Ressa are motivated only politically, trying to silence a critical voice. I express my solidarity with Maria Ressa and request all charges against her be dropped. Last year, in 2020, the German PEN Center adopted Maria Ressa as an honorary member of German PEN. Thus, all charges brought forth against her are directed against a fellow writer of German PEN. Truth will prevail. This is Regula Fenske from Hamburg, Germany. #Hold the line.
Cédric Alviani, directeur du bureau Asie de l'Est de Reporters sans frontières, basé à Taipei. Maria Ressa est une journaliste très expérimentée. Depuis plus de 30 ans, elle recueille de l'information indépendante pour le bénéfice des lecteurs philippins. Elle est actuellement persécutée par le pouvoir aux Philippines. Il est très important que le monde se mobilise pour faire en sorte qu'elle puisse continuer son travail, qu'elle puisse continuer son combat pour l'information libre et que les autorités philippines ne puissent pas lui infliger une amende, une peine de prison et continuer de la persécuter pour le simple fait qu'elle est journaliste et qu'elle fait son travail de journaliste. Hold the line.
Hi, I'm Miwa Higashimuki, a Japanese journalist and an RSF correspondent speaking from the Netherlands. I express my full support for Maria Ressa, who is an internationally respected, prominent journalist, and call for fair justice for her. Hold the line.
Lada Price, journalism lecturer, United Kingdom. 6 years ago, I stood outside BBC's broadcasting house in London, along with dozens of journalists wearing the same T-shirt. Journalism is not a crime. We stood silently for several minutes in support of the Al Jazeera journalists who were imprisoned in Egypt, Peter Greste and his colleagues Mohammed Fahmy and Baer Mohammed. By sentencing them to prison, the Egyptian authority had silenced their voices. We rejoiced when they were later freed, but many journalists worldwide are still arrested and confined without a fair trial in many countries around the world. Today, I stand for Maria Ressa to show my support and solidarity, my outrage towards the authoritarian government in the Philippines that has persecuted her relentlessly as a reporter. I am not standing alone in support of Maria. As a journalism educator, I work with the next generation of journalists who join me in this plea for her to be cleared of all charges and to be allowed to continue with her work without fear for her safety and without intimidation and threats. In class, we often talk about journalists like Daphne, Lara, Anna, Jan, Jamal, and many, many others who have lost their lives in pursuit of the truth and in aiming to serve our societies. I teach about the importance of independent journalism for democracy and why our societies can thrive when independent and diverse voices can be heard. I teach that media are the lifeline of freedom of expression, while pluralism and independent press are crucial to a democratic public sphere. Maria, her team at Rappler, and many other journalists around the world shine torches in dark places. They work to reveal secrets that powerful and wealthy people would rather stay hidden. And because of this work, they often pay the ultimate price. They're physically attacked, threatened, intimidated, dismissed, abused on social media, doxxed, and forcefully detained. The world has become a more dangerous place for journalists and media workers to do their jobs. Thousands of journalists have been killed in the course of their work, while most of their killers go unpunished. As the Italian journalist Sandro Ruotolo noted at the vigil that marked 2 years since the killing of the Maltese investigative reporter Daphne Caruana Galizia, a threat or an attack even on one journalist has an impact on all journalists and all of society. Yet, threats to freedom of expression and the right of journalists to do their jobs without fear or intimidation continue to multiply, from state censorship, control and self-censorship, sophisticated surveillance, legal mechanisms, and anti-terror legislation to violent assault, imprisonment, and outright murder. There's an increase in political leaders worldwide to publicly shame, undermine journalists, and attack their credibility. There have been many such attacks on Maria, yet she has continued her work in combating fake news despite such intimidation. This is a plea to the Philippine authorities to end the legal harassment of Maria Ressa and drop all charges. Your actions are closely watched, not just by other governments, NGOs, journalists and policymakers. Educators like me and the next generation of young journalists are also involved in the fight for freedom of speech and a better world where media workers are not silenced. Please stop attacking press freedom and let Maria do her job. I would like to end this plea with a quote from Arthur Sulzberger, the former publisher of the New York Times, that has stayed with me and that I often share with my students. He said, "Around the globe, a relentless campaign is targeting journalists because of the fundamental role they play in ensuring a free and informed society. To stop journalists from exposing uncomfortable truths and holding power to account, a growing number of governments have engaged in overt, sometimes violent efforts to discredit their work and intimidate them into silence. So let's all be vigilant and shout out, journalism is not a crime. Hold the line."
We have worked around 1 year with Maria Ressa and the Rappler coup in Manila. So we have witnessed under such huge pressure Maria is because of her work for democracy and freedom. We are talking about a situation where nearly 30,000 people are simply executed without any trial. We are talking about a government who had given death orders and killing orders to kill critical persons, even senators. Maria is standing this, just like a last woman standing in the situation. And she's believing in freedom, she's believing in free press, and she's believing really in democracy. So I deeply, deeply respect her and admire her attitude, her style, and her work.
Bonjour, moi c'est Camille.
Moi c'est Eugénie, on est en direct de Taipei.
Avec la condamnation de Maria Ressa, un symbole de la liberté de la presse, nous assistons à la fragilisation non seulement des Philippines, mais de toute l'Asie.
Pour son courage et pour une démocratie juste, nous devons la soutenir maintenant plus que jamais. Hold the line.
Dear Maria, I'm now close to Galata Tower in Istanbul, in Turkey. I just want to make a hug to support you and to wish you courage and strength. I'm also myself on trial. They asked 7 years prison for me, but the only thing that I know is we should be together, we should be in solidarity, and I wish you from Istanbul all the best for you, dear colleagues. Keep safe. Bye-bye.
My name is Erik Halker. I'm a journalist and the president of Reporters Without Borders Sweden. This clip is for Maria Ressa and her colleagues at Rappler in the Philippines. It's a message brought to you from Eritrea and the prison cells where David Isaac, a Swedish journalist, has been imprisoned for the last 20 years. It's a text written by Aron Birhane, David's former editor-in-chief. It was published in his book Hope, and it's going to be read by my colleague, director Katarina Karlsson of Reporters Without Borders Sweden. Hold the line.
I'm Joel Simon. I'm the executive director of the Committee to Protect Journalists, and since everyone's going to be talking about Maria's journalism and her commitment to press freedom and her amazing courage, I thought I would talk about something a little different, which is just how much fun Maria is and what a pleasure it is to spend time with her. And I'm going to tell a little story to, give an indication of just, or an illustration of just, just what a special and wonderful person she is. So, a couple of years ago, I got a call from something called the Times Square Alliance, and they told me that the Committee to Protect Journalists, the organization I run, they wanted to honor us for New Year's Eve. And the way they wanted to do that was to invite CPJ to push the button that causes the ball to drop in Times Square. And this is the way that people in New York and the United States inaugurate the new year. And obviously a lot of people watch this occasion on television, not just in New York, but across the country and around the world. And of course we were thrilled by this recognition, but what we really thought would be more valuable and more important would be not just to recognize us, but to really recognize press freedom. And so we tried to think about how could we do that and what would be the best way. So actually the first thing that occurred to me was, Maria was facing tremendous challenges. At the time, I don't know how many lawsuits she had, but it was a handful, 5, 6, I think, at the time, and of course it's grown since then. And we wanted to draw attention to the challenges that she was facing and show that the entire press community in the United States, the journalistic community, was behind her. So, and we also wanted to celebrate something that was important here in the Trump era, which was that journalists, were divided on many issues, but when it comes to press freedom and threats against our colleagues, we stood together. And so I reached out to representatives from every major media organization, CNN and NBC and ABC and the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and Fox, because I thought in that moment it was really important that we stood together. But really we wanted to stand together with Maria and show folks around the world just how important her cause was to us and give her that level of support. So I wasn't sure whether Maria would be willing to come to New York and freezing New Year's Eve from Manila, but of course she was game as soon as I told her, and she hopped on a plane and got here. And you know, you never know what the weather's going to be like on New Year's Eve in New York City. I remember a couple of years ago it was like just so bitterly cold. It was, you know, people could barely tolerate it, and sometimes you could have a nice evening where it's tolerable. But in this particular instance, we had this soaking, drenching, and relentless rain. It was like, imagine getting into the shower and turning on the cold water and standing under there for 10 minutes. That's what it was like. It was so freezing. And there was really no way to dress for this. You know, what happens on New Year's Eve in Times Square is there's all these performers and dancers and singers and many, you know, kind of famous acts. And so we were in the in the tent waiting to go out and push this button, which would cause the ball to drop. And these performers would come in and they would just be drenched, freezing, hypothermic. So it was quite a sort of torturous experience to be out there. But you know, Maria was just exuded patience and optimism and just, you know, was thrilled to be a part of this. And I think that really inspired all of us. And I'm not claiming this was hardship duty. We did have to go out there and stand in the drenching rain and push the button. We all sort of gathered around and pushed together as the ball dropped. And then the tradition is they play New York, New York, and we all, some better than others, did a kind of a little can holding, you know, with our arms around each other's shoulders to try and send a message to the world that, you know, we were standing together with Maria and standing for press freedom. So I am so grateful for the opportunity that I had to celebrate something so special with Maria, and to show her and to show the world and to show the people of the Philippines just how much she means to us and how much we've taken on her struggle and incorporated it into our own. And we just had so much fun. I always have, you know, she's always up for a good time, and it would be easy for her, given all that she's been through, to relinquish, you know, the kind of optimism and upbeat personality and enthusiasm, you know, that defines her, but she's held tight to that. And I think that is a lesson to all of us, particularly those who know and love her. So Maria, hang tight. This could go on, we all know that, and we're all prepared to be with you at every step of the way. Thanks. Joel Simon, Committee to Protect Journalists, standing with Maria Ressa. Hold the line.
Hi, this is Tom Grundy, Editor-in-Chief of Hong Kong Free Press, working remotely in Hong Kong. We wholeheartedly want to voice support for Maria Ressa in the Philippines. I met her at a Reporters Without Borders event in South Korea, and it is safe to say she is truly an inspiration to all of us independent grassroots media across Asia. She is a fighter. She embodies everything we as journalists hope and aim to do in terms of holding the powerful to account and being a voice of the voiceless. It's unsurprising, yet it's also testament to her hard work that Duterte's government is going after her with trumped-up charges. And considering the global support that she has and the determination of her team, this kind of legal terrorism does not seem to be working. And so this is why we call on Manila to drop the charges, and we fully support her to hold the line.
Grace Moon, freelance journalist in South Korea. Hold the line.
Hi, I'm Gilles Dentos, the Director for Asia Pacific of the Asian American Journalists Association in Hong Kong. I've been working in Asia since 2007 in news media, prior to my current position as the head for Asia Pacific of the World Association of Newspapers and News Publishers. For many years, my job has mainly consisted in looking around the world for best practices in journalism and news publishing that would inspire Asian news companies. Very often, the best examples of how the media can embrace technical innovation, identify new revenue sources, or improve the quality of their editorial content will come from the US or Europe. When Maria Ressa founded Rappler in 2011-2012, she was already an accomplished reporter with an outstanding career in the best international and Filipino media. But with Rappler, Maria created a new media that quickly became a source of inspiration, not only for the Philippines or Southeast Asia, but for the rest of the world. Colleagues, journalists, and publishers from all over the globe heard about Rappler and wanted to learn about this Filipino news website that was producing rigorous, independent news, following the profession's highest ethical standards, while at the same time using data and social media to engage its online users in a completely new way. But when people who would attend the events we organize around the world and in Asia to hear Maria talk about Rappler's innovative ways to produce and distribute the quality news, what would impress them the most systematically would be Maria herself. Her extraordinary generosity, her passion and intelligence, her vision for our industry, selfless dedication to her profession and to the community Rappler is serving. Every citizen in the Philippines has a right to access independent news. Every citizen has also a right to be protected by a fair judicial system. The law and justice should not be weaponized to silence those doing the brave job of reporting inconvenient truth. I would like to solemnly call the Filipino government to drop the ludicrous charges brought against Maria Ressa and her colleagues and end the prosecution of journalists who are simply performing with honesty and dedication their mission to inform Filipino citizens. With Maria Ressa and Rappler, hold the line.
各位好，是台湾时代智库执行长陈冠廷。I'm Martine with Taiwan Next Gen Foundation.
I'm Claire with Taiwan Next Gen Foundation.
我是台湾时代智库的张永涵。
今天我们站在一起，共同支持 Maria Ressa。Maria Ressa 是来自菲律宾的记者。台湾与菲律宾因为新南向政策，两国的邦谊不断的在加深，但是没有人应该因为言论的原因而被监禁、被拘禁。今天我们站在一起，共同来支持 Maria Ressa。Hold the line.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
Hold the line.
I'm Damien Collins. I'm a Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, where I also chair the House of Commons All-Party Parliamentary Group on Media Freedoms. And I'm here to speak in favour and support of Maria Ressa for the outstanding work she does as a campaigning journalist with her news organisation Rappler, reporting principally on and from the Philippines. She has been subject to legal threats and intimidation through multiple arrest warrants and court cases and investigations going on over a number of years. Some of these are cases where laws have been made and then are trying to be retrospectively enforced. It's being done to try and close down journalists like Maria Ressa, to stop news organisations reporting freely, holding people to account, challenging what governments say, investigating wrongdoing, criminality and fraud where it occurs. There are often powerful people around the world that want to stop these sorts of investigations because they don't want these inquiries. And it's really important that we have a free media acting independently that can ask the questions that people want to dodge and report to people the truth. We live increasingly in a world that is dominated by social media. In fact, in countries like the Philippines, Facebook is basically the internet. In that environment, it's becoming too easy, not only for a culture of abuse and intimidation to be directed at journalists who are going about their job, but also to try and flood the zone with false information, inflammatory comments, to crowd out criticism and real debate. And the algorithms of social media that encourage engagement with content, regardless of whether that content often is harmful or not, can mean that some people, rather than getting a whole wide range of views from social media and the billions of people that use it around the world, increasingly just see more of the same. And alternative news, different points of view, and truthful investigations and inquiries can be crowded out in that space. Increasingly, there are attacks on journalists, some in the case of Maria who are being intimidated through legal threats, but we also see rising violence against journalists, including a growing number of deaths of journalists. We're seeing authoritarian regimes trying to close down independent inquiry and journalism in order to suppress that speech and to protect themselves. There's a lot more to being a democracy than holding an election. Citizens need to know the facts and the information when they cast their votes. People need to be able to express ideas freely so that they can decide who to vote for, to ask the questions that need to be asked, and also to make sure there's a proper debate on the ideas about how their society can be changed. That's not possible in a society where there is constant intimidation against journalists and an attempt to close down the free media and the free press. That's why it's so important that we speak about the case of campaigning journalists like Maria Ressa, that we take up their cause with our own governments and speak freely about the intimidation that she's received. The threats directed towards Maria Ressa are threats to freedom of expression, journalism, and ultimately democracy around the world. We need to protect that. We need to make sure that people campaigning, writing, speaking the truth, investigating wrongdoing, have the ability to tell their story to the world. And that's why it's so important that for Maria and for journalism, we hold the line.
I'm Daniel Gorman, Director of English PEN, and I'm speaking to you from the UK. English PEN is the founding centre of the PEN International movement, and we are one of the world's oldest human rights organisations. We have a specific focus on literature and freedom of expression. English PEN is deeply concerned about the significant challenges to media freedom in the Philippines under the Duterte regime. We stand in solidarity with Maria Ressa, the acclaimed journalist and co-founder of Rappler, who was found guilty of spurious cyber libel charges in 2020. As we said at the time, this marked a terrible day for those who care about freedom of expression and a free press in the Philippines and across the world. This judgment aimed to intimidate journalists and writers working across the Philippines. Over recent months, more charges have continued to be brought against Maria Ressa in an attempt to silence her. English PEN stands with Maria Ressa and calls for the government of the Philippines to drop the charges against her immediately. Hold the line.
Maria Ressa ist eine philippinische Journalistin. Sie hat das Online-Magazin Rappler gegründet und wurde Mitte Januar wieder einmal wegen Verleumdung angeklagt. Aktuell laufen 9 Verfahren gegen sie. Im Fall einer Verurteilung droht eine lebenslange Haftstrafe. Maria Ressa berichtet kritisch und unnachgiebig über Missstände und Korruption im Land. Sie sieht die Demokratie gefährdet und macht unter anderem Präsident Duterte, aber auch Facebook verantwortlich. Laut World Press Freedom Index befindet sich die Philippinen weltweit auf Rang 136 von 180. Reporter ohne Grenzen berichtet, dass kritische Journalistinnen oft mit Gewalt und sogar mit tödlichen Anschlägen rechnen müssen. Kaum ein Fall wird aufgeklärt, die Täter gehen in der Regel straffrei aus. Seit Amtsantritt Dutertes seien mindestens 10 Medienschaffende wegen ihrer Arbeit getötet worden. Ich stehe Maria Ressa und allen bedrohten Journalistinnen und Journalisten zur Seite. Der Kampf für eine freie Presse, transparente Machtstrukturen und Menschenrechte darf niemals im Gefängnis und vor allem nicht im Grab enden. Hold the line.
Hello, my name is Wolfgang Schulz and I'm a professor for media and public law at Hamburg University in Germany. I also hold the UNESCO Chair for Freedom of Communication and Information, as well as 2 directorial positions at the Alexander von Humboldt Institute for Internet and Society in Berlin and the Hans Bredow Institute for Media Research in Hamburg. As an experienced scholar and researcher of law governing the media as well as freedom of communication, I consider the current situation Maria Ressa finds herself in deeply troubling and worrisome. The practices deployed in order to silence her voice and suppress her personal rights are, however, not new. In a number of states, we can observe libel charges being used to oust journalists from their key roles in society. This is in deep violation of human rights and basic democratic ideas and harmful towards society as a whole. People everywhere in the world need free journalism as a basic and principal good. I'm calling for her to be immediately freed of all the fabricated charges, not only for her sake, but for the sake of the freedom of press in the Philippines. The continuous attacks on journalists and activists like Maria Ressa needs to end, and the independence of courts must be upheld at all costs in order not to deprive entire societies of the freedom of opinion and expression. Maria Ressa needs to be allowed to continue her journalistic work freely and independently without being oppressed by the state. There is a lot at stake here, reaching far beyond the situation in the Philippines. Justice must be restored and Maria Ressa needs to be cleared. The world's eyes rest on her now and we must not allow for her voice to be silenced. #hold the line.
Zovem se Marija Šajkaš I ja sam srpsko-američka novinarka. My name is Maria Šajkaš and I'm Serbian-American journalist. Slobodni mediji su nam potrebni više nego ikad. Free media is needed more than ever. Novinarima je mesto u redakcijama, ne u zatvoru. Journalists belong in newsroom, not in jails. Ne odustajemo. Hold the line.
My name is Chat Garcia Ramilo. I am a Filipino. I am the Executive Director of the Association for Progressive Communications, a 30-year-old international network with almost 60 member organizations from all over the world. We promote the use of the internet for human rights, social justice, and sustainable development. As part of the Hold the Line coalition, we bring our message of support and solidarity for Maria Ressa. Maria Ressa is a Filipino journalist, founder and CEO of Rappler. Maria faces 9 charges, 3 of them for cyber libel. If she is found guilty, she can be imprisoned for life, a horrific precedent for press freedom in the Philippines. The harassment of Maria Ressa for truth-telling has to stop. Drop all charges and allow Maria to exercise her right to practice her profession as a journalist. Defend press freedom. Hold the line.
Ako si Val Bognot, isang Filipino at kabahagi ng Association of Progressive Communications o APC. Bilang kabahagi ng Hold the Line Coalition, ipinaparating ko ang aking pagsuporta para kay Maria Ressa, isang tagapagbalita at leader ng Rappler. Kinakaharap ni Maria Ressa sa ngayon ang 9 na asunto, 3 rito ay may kinalaman sa cyber libel. Kung siya ay mapaparusahan, maaari siyang makulong habang buhay, isang malaking dagok para sa malayang pamamahayag sa bansa. Ibasura ang mga kaso, itaguyod ang malayang pamamahayag, at samahan ninyo kami. Hold the line.
Mi nombre es Verónica Ferrari, vivo en Argentina y soy la coordinadora de políticas de incidencia global en la Asociación para el Progreso de las Comunicaciones, una red internacional de 30 años con más de 50 miembros que promueve el uso de Internet para la justicia social, el desarrollo sostenible y el ejercicio de derechos humanos. Como parte de la coalición Hold the Line, traemos nuestro apoyo a Maria Ressa, periodista filipina y fundadora y directora ejecutiva de Rappler. María enfrenta actualmente 9 cargos, 3 de ellos por ciberdifamación. Si es declarada culpable, enfrenta la posibilidad de una vida en prisión y todas y todos enfrentamos la adopción de un terrible precedente para la libertad de prensa. Solicitamos que María Ressa sea absuelta de todos los cargos y que continúe libremente con el ejercicio de su profesión de periodista. Este es un llamado a defender lo que está en el centro de nuestras sociedades, la libertad de prensa. Retiren los cargos, defiende la libertad de expresión. Hold the line.
Mi nombre es Mariana Fossati, vivo y trabajo en Uruguay y soy parte del programa de Derechos de las Mujeres de APC, la Asociación para el Progreso de las Comunicaciones, una red con más de 30 años y 50 miembros alrededor del mundo que trabajan para promover el uso de Internet para la justicia social, los derechos humanos y el desarrollo sostenible. Como parte de la coalición Hold the Line, traemos nuestro mensaje de apoyo a Maria Ressa, periodista filipina y fundadora y directora ejecutiva de Rappler. María enfrenta actualmente 9 cargos. 3 de ellos son por casos de ciberdifamación. Si María es declarada culpable y condenada, enfrenta la posibilidad de una vida entera en prisión. Y todas y todos enfrentamos además la adopción de un precedente terrible para la libertad de prensa. Solicitamos que María Ressa sea absuelta de todos los cargos y que continúe libremente con el ejercicio de su profesión de periodista. Este es un llamado a defender lo que está en el centro de nuestras sociedades, el derecho a la libertad de prensa. Retiren los cargos, defendamos la libertad de prensa. Hold the line.
Здравейте, казвам се Павел Антонов и съм управляващ редактор на фондация Bluelink в България. Записвам това видео в подкрепа на Мария Реса, журналист от Rappler в Филипините и в подкрепа на кампанията на Репортери без граници Hold the Line по инициатива на Асоциацията за прогресивни комуникации. Журналистите навсякъде по света трябва да могат свободно да разследват, критикуват властимащите и да информират обществеността за техните действия. Успех на кампанията и свобода за Мария!
Die Journalistin und Autorin Maria Ressa wurde in den letzten 2 Jahren 10-mal inhaftiert und nur auf Kaution freigelassen. Die Mechanismen, mit denen autokratische Staaten, autokratische Systeme gegen Pressefreiheit arbeiten, sind überall gleich. Egal, ob wir schauen nach Südamerika oder eben in diesem Fall auf die Philippinen. Man arbeitet mit Einschüchterungen, mit Verleumdungen, man klagt die Leute an mit vorgeschobenen Gründen. Man versucht sie im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes mürbe zu machen. Maria Ressa ist eine von beeindruckenden Frauen weltweit, die für Pressefreiheit kämpfen und die investigativ arbeiten und Schweinereien aufdecken und aufklären. Sie ist Mitbegründerin, Geschäftsführerin und Chefredakteurin des Nachrichtenportals Rappler Online und war fast 2 Jahrzehnte lang als leitende Investigativreporterin für CNN International in Südostasien tätig. Auf Rappler Online berichtete Maria Ressa immer wieder über die Schweinereien von Rodrigo Duterte, dem Präsidenten der Philippinen, der zum Beispiel einfach die Ermordung von möglicherweise wirklichen oder auch vermeintlichen Drogenhändlern angeordnet hat regelrecht, der die Bevölkerung aufgehetzt hat zum Lynchmord gegen Menschen in seinem Land. Da haben sich Bürgerwehren gebildet, da gibt es Selbstjustiz dagegen, das hat sie aufgedeckt, dagegen hat sie sich gestellt. Ein wirklich gutes Mittel ist ihre Nominierung für den Friedensnobelpreis 2021. Das ist ja nicht nur eine Möglichkeit für Aufmerksamkeit zu sorgen, sondern es ist auch mehr als berechtigt. Und natürlich hilft man Journalistinnen und Journalisten, die in einer solchen Situation sind, auch damit, dass man sie zu Wort kommen lässt. Deshalb möchte ich sie zitieren an dieser Stelle. Sie sagte der Süddeutschen Zeitung: Ich schlafe mit der Sorge, dass wir am Ende unserer Demokratie angelangt sind. Präsident Duterte wurde zwar demokratisch gewählt, aber kaum war er im Amt, hat er begonnen, unsere Demokratie von innen auszuhöhlen. Die Philippinen sind mittlerweile nur noch eine Diktatur, die sich als rechtsstaatliche Demokratie tarnt. Und weiter sagte sie, man kann sich nicht wegducken, wenn es wichtig ist. Ein Teil von mir ist ständig wütend und macht sich Sorgen, dass wir nicht genug tun, und der weiß auch, dass wir das schon einmal erlebt haben. Ich habe viele Bücher darüber gelesen, wie es einst in Deutschland anfing. Geschichte wiederholt sich. Aber zumindest eins weiß ich. Wir kämpfen auf der richtigen Seite der Geschichte. Ich kann ihr da nur zustimmen. Sie hat vollkommen recht. Und natürlich unterstütze ich alles, was ihr hilft, und stehe damit an der Seite von Reporter ohne Grenzen, aber auch dem internationalen und dem deutschen PEN und vielen weiteren Organisationen, die sich einsetzen für ihre Freiheit und für Pressefreiheit und Demokratie auf den Philippinen. Hold the line.
Sally-Ann Wilson, CEO of the Public Media Alliance, UK. As the world's largest global association of public broadcasters, the Public Media Alliance provides support and advocacy for the values of public media and for free and independent media worldwide. The Philippines never established a public media system, but we recognise that there are some truly excellent examples of independent public interest media networks providing an essential service for Filipinos. Maria Ressa and her online news platform Rappler are a strong example of this, not only in the Philippines but in a region where press freedom is under threat. For almost 10 years, Rappler has symbolised many of the key values of public media: accountability in holding power to account, impartiality in the quality of journalism that is produced, and reliability. Rappler has proven itself as a source of credible news and information during times of crisis, from Typhoon Haiyan in 2013 to the current COVID-19 pandemic. In the last year alone, the Public Media Alliance has been following the multi-pronged attacks on press freedom and independent media in the Philippines. This includes the non-renewal of ABS-CBN's broadcasting licence. They were the largest independent broadcast network in the country. The recent imposition of new laws in the Philippines that clamp down on critical voices and press freedom, as well as the several cases that Maria Ressa has been charged with, including the cyber libel charge in June 2020, for an article that she had neither written nor edited. From death threats and hate speech to powerful voices labelling her work as fake news, the online attacks that Maria Ressa has also been a target of is particularly alarming. Time and again, Maria has raised concerns over how easily mis- and disinformation can spread on social media platforms and the detrimental impact this can have on democracy. Hold the line.
Chloe Howcroft, research journalist at the Public Media Alliance, United Kingdom. In PMA's session during UNESCO's World Press Freedom Conference in December 2020, we discussed the vital role that public media play in society, but also the challenges and threats that they and many journalists and media workers face worldwide. Lawsuits, taking away funding or broadcasting licenses, media capture, journalist safety, both online and offline. Depressingly, the list goes on and on. We cannot stress urgently enough the wider repercussions that these actions to silence critical voices can have on democracy. The Public Media Alliance recognises Maria's bravery in fighting for press freedom and democracy in the Philippines. We continue to call for more public and political support for independent public and public interest media. This is vital for the future of our democracies. And today, the Public Media Alliance adds our voice to the urgent call for all charges against Maria Ressa to be dropped, so that she can continue to do her job in holding power to account and serving the needs of the public without harassment or intimidation. Hold the line.
Dear Maria, good morning from Germany. I'm Katja Gloger, journalist and member of the board of the German section of Reporters Without Borders. We are humbled by your devotion and honored to support you, your brave colleagues, and your cause, a cause that goes well beyond the borders of your own country, the Philippines. It's the cause of the freedom of the press and the freedom of information, a basic human right that has been declared by the United Nations more than 70 years ago. Your work is the necessary basis for people to make an informed opinion. It's a necessary tool of and for democracy, for the transparent check of those who people vote into power or vote out of power. This is why authoritarian leaders all around the world go against independent journalists and independent media. By our yearly index of the freedom of the press, the Philippines under President Duterte are consistently on one of the lower places amongst 180 countries. The Philippines today are one of the most dangerous countries for journalists, and not only for journalists. Just recently, the International Criminal Court issued a preliminary report stating evidence for crimes against humanity by the Philippine authorities. In so many countries today, democracy is eroding from within. The least we can do is to support you and your cause, independent, fact-based, truthful journalism, reporting without fear or favor. Even more, as you witness from the development in your country, leaders use the breathtaking and monopolistic power of social media companies to spread propaganda and fake news, to sow division and hatred. They turn the right to free speech, the free internet, upside down. Social media today can be weaponized against democracy, against journalists. Facebook has become, you said it, a frenemy. So it is our turn in countries like the United States, but also in the European Union, to stand up against these monopolistic structures with utmost transparency and regulation on the basis of the rule of law. Every battle you win or lose, you once said while receiving one of your numerous international awards, every compromise you choose to make or to walk away from, all these struggles define the values you live by and ultimately who you are. Nothing can be more true. We salute you, dear Maria, for your courage. We are humbled by your determination and your strength. We are grateful for the work you and your colleagues do for all of us, wherever we are. We salute you for your professionalism, your optimism, and your kindness. And we ask every citizen, wherever she or he may be, to sign the petition and support #HoldTheLine.
Hello, I'm Ketevan Chachava, a steering committee member of the World Movement for Democracy. I would like to join a very important campaign in support of Maria Ressa, an amazing journalist from Filipino. Freedom of expression, freedom of press are the cornerstone for democracy. So let's stand together to keep fighting for democracy across the world. Hold the line.
Deborah Bonetti, UK correspondent for Il Giorno Italy and director of the Foreign Press Association in London. I am filming this from London. Maria Ressa is a fantastic journalist who has shown extraordinary bravery in the face of continued political persecution. She has never flinched from speaking truth to power and is a beacon of press freedom around the world and not just in the Philippines. That is why the Foreign Press Association has decided to award her with the most prestigious and important of our awards, Journalist of the Year, which she won in November 2020. Maria Ressa is an inspiration to all of us, all journalists around the world, and to all those who believe that cannot be democracy without a free press. That is why I am delighted and proud to support her and to add my voice to this video plea. Hold the line.
Ich bin Ulla Jelpke und ich bin Bundestagsabgeordnete der Partei Die Linke. Als Politikerin und als Journalistin weiß ich, wie entscheidend Pressefreiheit für eine demokratische Gesellschaft ist. Und kritischer Journalismus, der auf politische und gesellschaftliche Missstände hinweist, ist ein wichtiges Korrektiv für die Regierenden in jedem Land. Ich kenne Maria Ressa und ihre Auffassung nicht im Detail, aber ich wehre mich dagegen, dass eine kritische Journalistin aus politischen Gründen mit Verleumdungsklagen überzogen wird, um sie zum Schweigen zu bringen. Ich fordere daher von Präsident Duterte, Hände weg von der Justiz auf den Philippinen, Hände weg von der freien Presse, Hände weg von Maria Ressa. Darum unterstütze ich die Kampagne Hold the Line.
Mein Name ist Carola Wille. Ich bin Medienmanagerin und Juristin aus Deutschland. Wohin wir schauen, die Medienfreiheit ist weltweit unter Druck. Und das nicht mehr nur in den Entwicklungs- und Schwellenländern, sondern auch in den westlichen Demokratien. Sei es als Kalkül, sei es aus Ignoranz oder aus politischen oder persönlichen Interessen. Und diese Entwicklung macht mir große Sorge. Dem Menschenrecht auf freie und ungehinderte Information und Meinungsbildung überall Geltung zu verschaffen, ist deshalb auch eine vordringliche Aufgabe für unsere Zeit. Meinungsfreiheit und freie Medien bedingen einander. Sie sind der Kitt und auch ein Stück der Resonanzraum für eine freie Gesellschaft. Und deshalb sind meine Gedanken bei Maria Ressa, die ihren friedlichen Kampf für die Medienfreiheit trotz schwerwiegender persönlicher Angriffe, Verleumdungen oder Bedrohungen mutig führt. Holt sie Line.
I'm Rabiu Al-Hassan, the managing editor for Ghana Fact, Ghana's first full-time fact-checking organization that is signatory to the International Fact-Checking Network. We remain resolute in our demands and are holding the line. #Hold the line.
I am Jerry Abelia, campaigner for Amnesty International. Amnesty International joins many freedom-loving groups and individuals across the world in expressing support for and solidarity with Maria Ressa. Arguably, no other news journalist or website has been so persistently harassed, intimidated, and targeted by the government in recent Philippine history than Maria and the news website Rappler, of which she is the executive editor, amid a worsening human rights situation in the country since 2016. Rappler has been a consistent critic of President Rodrigo Duterte and his administration, publishing detailed investigations into some of the thousands of cases of extrajudicial executions of poor and marginalized people committed by police and other unknown armed persons during war on drugs operations, as well as other human rights violations. The Philippine government's persistent persecution of Ressa, Rappler, and Rappler's board members and staff, including former researcher Reynaldo Santos Jr., is politically motivated. These actions are particularly reprehensible and detrimental not only to media freedom, but also to the Philippine public's right of access to relevant and accurate information. The attacks against Rappler reflect a wider government crackdown on media freedom and the right to freedom of expression. President Duterte, for example, has repeatedly attacked news network ABS-CBN by claiming that the network's reporting was biased against him and his administration. In May last year, the National Telecommunications Commission ordered ABS-CBN to halt its TV and radio broadcasts following several unsuccessful attempts to renew the network's franchise to operate, which had expired on May 4, 2020. ABS-CBN has produced numerous investigative reports highlighting extrajudicial executions and other human rights abuses committed as part of the government's war on drugs. Amnesty International believes that, like the cases against Maria Ressa and Rappler, the closure of ABS-CBN is also politically motivated and sets an alarming precedent in violation of the right to freedom of expression, media freedom, and the public's right of access to information. Amnesty International calls on the Philippine government to immediately and unconditionally drop all charges against Maria, her current and former colleagues at Rappler, and Rappler itself. The harassment, intimidation, and attacks on Maria, Rappler, and the wider independent media in the Philippines must cease now. To this end, the government must commit to respecting, promoting, protecting, and fulfilling the rights to freedom of expression and media freedom in the country in policy and practice. This includes thoroughly, impartially, independently, transparently, and effectively investigating human rights violations and abuses, including those relating to the right to freedom of expression and media freedom, and bringing to justice in fair trials those suspected to be responsible. The government must also repeal repressive laws, such as the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, whose provisions on cyber libel are being used to target media entities and private individuals critical of the government, as well as the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020 that has overbroad definitions of terrorism and can be used to target government critics and dissenters. Amnesty International stands with Maria, Rappler, and the rest of independent Philippine media and join their call to continue to hold the line.
A snapshot of David Isaac, Aaron Berane. When I co-founded Setit newspaper with my two friends in December 1996 in Eritrea and launched the first copy in August 1997, we were looking for talented writers to expand our capacities. We learned about David Isaac's talent and the book he had published. As a result, we invited him to come on board, and he gladly joined us at the end of 1997, buying his share of the paper. Since then and until he ended up in jail on September 23, 2001, he was very instrumental in the progress of Setit. I respect David so much because he did not just write for the sake of writing, but to bring about change and raise awareness. Some of his favorite topics included issues like land, lack of clean water, and literature. He wrote a number of articles based on those issues by traveling to remote areas. He longed to see changes arrive quickly in Eritrea in the areas of social development and economic growth, but, above all, in social justice. He wanted to apply what he saw in Sweden to Eritrea. That's why his pen became sharp in nailing down social issues. In mid-2001, David went to cover the conflict which arose in Alla, a village located 45 kilometers southeast of Asmara. He informed the general public that the fertile land was being mismanaged. For years, luxuriant farms were lying vacant because the government did not make prompt decisions. David painted a vivid picture of how the rotten administration had wasted the resources of the country. David Isaac was born to write. He's one of the finest writers I know. He wrote in such a way as to pinpoint issues so that they were easy to understand. He also painted victims and aggressors vividly. Then he would write a thoughtful conclusion for his readers, whom he knew very well. His interviewing skills were also marvelous. He dug deeply with his questions but allowed the interviewee to be comfortable. The interviews he conducted with writers and artists were particularly well received. David's dedication to journalism is unparalleled. I don't remember a single day that he missed his deadline. He always stayed on top of his tasks. One of David's other excellent qualities was the fantastic relationships he had with his colleagues. He was always there when you needed him, and he wanted to make his colleagues happy by extending a helping hand. Back then, most reporters submitted the articles in handwritten form, and it was the secretary's duty to type them. But David was always there to help, particularly if we were running against the clock to meet our deadlines. He was very active. David's arrest is really a big loss for the country. He would have contributed a great role in cultivating Eritrean society, educating the people and becoming the voice of the voiceless people. Indeed, as a dual citizen, he could have served as the bridge in the consolidation, the relationship between Sweden and Eritrea. Instead, the merciless Eritrean government has placed him in prison, where he has been languishing since 2001, but no charges have been filed against him. I hope that David was endured the torture, harassment, and humiliation he has been subjected to so far. The Swedish government must act aggressively to release David before it is too late. Otherwise, it will be an indelible black spot in Swedish history. Please don't allow that to happen.
Maria Ressa is an inspiration. For years, she has been fighting to protect democracy, freedom of the press, and our right to self-determination. This is not a fight she can fight alone. She needs us all to stand with her and do everything we can to protect democracy, a free press, and our right to self-determination. We don't have that much time, so let's do it right now. Maria, this song by Bob Dylan is for you. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown. Accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, you'd better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing. Come writers and critics who prophesize with your pen, keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, cause a wasted and spent. There's no telling who that it's naming. The loser now will be later to win, for the times they are a-changing. Come senators and congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall. He who gets hurt will be he who has stalled. It's a battle outside and it's raging. It'll soon shake your windows and rattle your walls, for the times they are a-changing. Come mothers and fathers throughout the land, don't try to stop what you can't understand. Your sons and your daughters beyond your command. The old road is rapidly aging. Get off of the new one if you can't lend a hand, for the times they are a-changing. The line it is drawn, the curse it is cast. Slow and now will later be fast. The present now will later be past. The order is rapidly fading. The first one now will later be last, for the times they are a-changing. For the times they are a-changing.
Courtney Raj. Hello, my name is Courtney Raj. I'm the Advocacy Director at the Committee to Protect Journalists. And I've gotten to know Maria Ressa really well over the past several years. In fact, I think I first got to know her when I worked at UNESCO, when she was a judge on the World Press Freedom Day Guillermo Cano Prize. She is an awe-inspiring journalist. In fact, I was just reading her book about, it's called From Bin Laden to Facebook, 10 Days of Abduction, 10 Years of Terrorism. She has been at the forefront of reporting on some of the most important issues of our time, and really shining a light, an excellent journalistic lens on the rise of terrorism, its nexus with social media and technology in Southeast Asia, and trying to shine a light on these issues at a time when very few people, especially in the West where many of these tech firms are located, really understood what was at risk here, what was going on in terms of disinformation campaigns, in terms of computational propaganda, the manipulation of algorithmic amplification, and the manipulation of these platforms to perpetuate state-endorsed violence and threats. So in 2016, when Maria and her amazing colleagues at Rappler, the online news site that she helped co-found and is CEO of, decided to do an investigation into then, President Duterte's use of Facebook specifically to conduct information operations around the 2016 election and all of that. She actually revealed a lot of the dynamics that many Americans would only come to know many months later when they saw the information operations that took place during the 2016 presidential election here. I'm in Washington, D.C. And it was interesting following her reporting earlier in 2016 and then feeling like, oh my gosh, this is happening here in the United States as well. So her path-breaking journalism has has been really important for helping us understand what is at stake, how these information operations work, and unfortunately, as a result, she has faced a lot of threats from the Filipino government. Now she's facing at least 9 lawsuits, including one for a trumped-up libel charge, cyber libel, for a law that didn't even exist when she allegedly was somehow held responsible for publishing something that, it's just so absurd that to talk about it here would only amplify the absurdity of the charges against her. As a press freedom advocate, as a journalist myself, I am so inspired by Maria. I have gotten to know her really well, speaking at conferences around the world, hearing her amazing tales about what she goes through in her work in the Philippines and as one of the world's most renowned journalists. And all I have to say is that the Filipino government should be lauding this journalist and this media outlet instead of harassing and haranguing them. It actually stood out on her book. On the back of it is an endorsement from the former president of the Philippines, Benigno Aquino III. I don't think we would see Duterte endorsing any of her journalism or books these days. I don't understand how the Filipino people can be okay with their government spending this amount of resources going after this journalist, going after this news outlet, and putting her on these bringing up these absurd charges against her and putting her on trial. I hope that this video takeover, this effort to take over the internet, take over some time to speak in support of Maria, helps to show President Duterte and the Filipino legal system that, no matter what they try to do to Maria to silence and cow her, that is not going to help. That is not going to happen. She will not be silenced. Her reporting is critical. It's never been more critical. And we are standing with her all around the world. We are going to help her hold the line.
I'm Carlos Saisi of ESPN Los Angeles and the Asian American Journalists Association Sports Task Force. On behalf of my fellow journalists, we support the fight of Maria Ressa and Rappler and make the simple plea to release her for simply seeking the truth in the spirit of journalism. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Glenn Van Zutphen. I'm a journalist and media consultant living in Singapore. I have known Maria Ressa for 20 years in a both professional and personal capacity. She is one of the most ethical, hardworking, accurate, and diligent journalists that I know. I am calling on the Philippines government to immediately exonerate her of all of these charges and release her from jail and completely clear her case. These charges are trumped up, they are not legitimate, and they are politically motivated, in my opinion. We must let Maria and other journalists of her caliber be free to do their jobs. She is an amazing person. She is an honest and good person, and she deserves to be let out of jail and freed of all charges. Hold the line.
I am Navi Pillay. I was the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights from 2008 to 2014, and before that I served as a judge on the International Criminal Court and the United Nations International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. I also serve as a member of the Commission on Information and Democracy, together with Maria Ressa and other eminent human rights defenders. Maria Ressa is a world-renowned journalist. She is the founder and CEO of Rappler. Rappler has been at the forefront of documenting and exposing the excesses of the Duterte regime, including widespread systematic extrajudicial killings and human rights violations carried out over many years. Crimes and violations of an egregious nature are being committed still by state agents under a cloud of secrecy and with impunity. Maria's reports also establish that it is the poor, marginalized, and economically disadvantaged communities who are most affected by these onslaughts. Maria's courageous journalism is celebrated all over the world, and she has been honored by numerous distinguished awards internationally, and yet in her own country, the Philippines, she is being treated as a criminal because of her work in the service of justice and accountability. She is being hounded by the authorities with a flurry of arrest warrants charging her with crimes of cyber libel. She has been convicted on one count and has lodged an appeal. The trial is criticized for failing short of internationally accepted fair trial procedures. In all, 9 cases of allegations of libel and tax evasion have been brought against her, and if convicted, she is likely to be sent to prison for the rest of her life. So I am making a strong call upon the authorities to immediately stop these prosecutions against Maria. As a judge myself, I am very concerned that the system lacks fair trial guarantees and that politically inspired prosecutions will harm the integrity and the independence of the judges in the Philippines. I am also alarmed by the general climate of lack of respect for the rule of law and lack of respect for freedom of the press. Journalists are under threat. 4 journalists were killed in 2020 alone. And in the 2020 World Press Freedom Index compiled by Reporters Without Borders, Philippines is ranked 136th out of 180 countries for its dismal performance in supporting press freedom. Philippines is a party to the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights since October 23, 1996, after becoming a signatory of the convention on 9th December 1966. As a party to the ICCPR, Philippines must comply with the obligations it undertook and must fully respect the provisions of the convention. A key provision is the right to freedom of expression with safeguards against derogation of the right. International law is clear. The Philippines is legally bound to implement the guarantee of freedom of expression and freedom of the press and can be held responsible for violating this right. The prosecution of charges against Maria for speaking out about human rights abuse is a violation of the convention. I strongly join the campaign call for Maria Ressa to be guaranteed her right to freedom of expression and to be allowed to exercise her profession as a journalist without interference or restrictions from the authorities. Thank you.
My name is Sharice Thakur, and I'm the Advocacy Coordinator at the Amabongane Center for Investigative Journalism, based in South Africa. My role at Amabongane includes advocating for the freedoms that allow journalists to do their important work, to report on corruption and malfeasance, wherever it may arise, without having to look over their shoulders. A truly free media is absolutely indispensable to any functioning democracy. By shining a light on corruption, maladministration, abuse of public funds, and other misuse of public power, journalists are able to provide the public with vital information. This can be used to ensure accountability in other democratic mechanisms, including the voting booth. This role is both a great responsibility and a great privilege. However, it should not come at a cost to the journalist. Journalists should not be subjected to harassment, intimidation, or threats. Their safety, or that of their families, should not be called into question merely because they're doing their jobs. The rights of journalists must be protected always. Amabungane stands in support of free, impartial, and independent media. In 2018, we spoke out against the harassment and detention of journalist Angela Quintal and her colleague from the Committee to Protect Journalists, Mutoki Mumo, at the hands of Tanzanian authorities. We have reported on the use of Botswana's penal code to charge Sunday Standard editor Otsa Mokone with sedition. Our journalists have also had to fend off legal threats aimed at chilling publication of their stories in the past. We have litigated in order to protect journalists against undue surveillance that threatened the confidentiality of their sources. We are pleased that the South African Constitutional Court has agreed with us that the practice of bulk surveillance is unlawful in South Africa, and also that legislation permitting the interception of communications also was unconstitutional on the basis that it lacked important safeguards, including safeguards to protect journalists and their sources. We are pleased as well that the court made an order to remedy that defect. We hope that this change will enable South African journalists to engage with their sources without fear of being spied upon. While our advocacy is centered on the rights of journalists in the Southern African region, we stand in solidarity with journalists all over the world who face obstacles preventing them from doing their vital work. Any act that harms one journalist harms us all. We stand in support of Maria Ressa, and that is why we join the call to hold the line.
Amabungane, digging dung, fertilizing democracy.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Triumphi, and I am Executive Director at the International Press Institute. Together with the IPI Global Network of Editors, Publishers, and leading journalists, we stand in solidarity with IPI Executive Board member Maria Ressa. She's one of the world's most respected and courageous editors and publishers, and IPI calls for an end to the legal harassment of Maria and of her news outlet, Rappler. Maria currently faces at least 9 active criminal and administrative cases. These are politically motivated tax cases, foreign ownership cases, as well as cyber libel charges for which she faces over 100 years in prison. This is in clear retaliation for articles and investigations published by Rappler and revealing issues of great public interest. The cyber libel cases also include 2 new charges filed in the past few months. The continued abuse of cyber libel laws to clamp down on investigative journalism in the Philippines and to silence Maria Ressa as well as Rappler is unacceptable. IPI has repeatedly called for all charges against Maria to be dropped and for the repeal of Philippines' cyber libel law, which is in breach of international standards on freedom of expression. Together with the IPI Executive Board and our global community of members, we will continue to fight against the unacceptable restrictions on independent journalism imposed by the government of the Philippines. And we will continue to support Maria Ressa and her colleagues at Rappler, as well as other journalists in the Philippines who are facing great risks to disseminate independent news. Thank you.
Do you want to help? It's cool. No. Count to 5 after I get this paper up.
Joyce Cragen.
And John Allen, educators and community builders speaking from the United States.
When you speak truth to power, those in power often react violently. Maria Ressa has consistently spoken truth to power. Her reporting has shed light on the threats to democracy in the Philippines. Maria has been enduring the consequences, and she knows that even the threat of imprisonment will not suppress the truth. We are indebted to Maria for advocating for justice for our son. John and I are honored in this video to do the same for her. We are no strangers to the impact of a government where violence is committed with impunity. We are the parents of Christopher Allen, who was killed by government forces in South Sudan in August 2017. Christopher was a 26-year-old journalist seeking to understand the nature of the civil war in South Sudan, the lives of those participating in the fighting, and the civilians impacted by the conflict. For the past 3.5 years, we have sought the truth about what happened to Chris. Like Maria, we too have encountered government officials who manipulate the truth, who misinform, or who remain silent when they know more than they are willing to reveal.
Maria has been a tireless advocate for the truth, despite powerful and sinister forces working to undermine her. Her resolve to do the hard work of journalism, despite repeated acts of intimidation and charges against her, are heroic. She has shown moral strength and courage few could summon in the face of mounting legal pressures. She remains true to her call to inform the public, standing firmly in her conviction that the rights of free speech and a free press are fundamental to all the other liberties that we hold dear. If the Philippines is to preserve any semblance of democracy, the charges against Maria must be dropped. We are speaking as citizens of the United States. These past 4 years under another regime, we have witnessed shameless attacks against journalists and respected news organizations. The freedom of the press has been severely undermined. Journalists have had their press passes revoked and access denied to media events. They have been accused of presenting fake news. They've been physically and verbally intimidated. They've been jailed. Even in the United States, the bastion of democracy, a free press, can never be taken for granted. The fusion of media and government becomes a descent into autocracy. Although the Duterte government utilizes all its powers to silence and destroy Maria and her credibility, it will ultimately fail. This attempt to punish and silence the media and free speech may appear to work for a time. This oppression builds the irrepressible forces of resistance. Injustice perpetrated by a government on the governed is not only profoundly costly, but it creates the very forces that will overcome that government. Dark forces will not ultimately prevail. Freedom and justice are as essential as food and water for human life.
American writer and abolitionist Henry David Thoreau wrote about another hero saying this: "Such do not know that like the seed is the fruit, and that in the moral world, when good seed is planted, good fruit is inevitable, and does not depend on our watering and cultivating. That when you plant or bury a hero in his field, a crop of heroes is sure to spring up. This is a seed of such force and vitality that it does not ask our leave to germinate." Any injustices committed to suppress Maria Ressa will create an avalanche of resistance. New voices continue to emerge. The truth is the poetry that unravels all lies. Maria Ressa will not be silenced. Hold the line.
Mein Name ist Frank Überall. Ich melde mich aus Deutschland und bin Journalist und Vorsitzender des Deutschen Journalistenverbands, Berufsverband und Gewerkschaft hauptberuflich tätiger Journalistinnen und Journalisten hier in Deutschland. Maria Ressa auf den Philippinen macht Journalismus und sie wird von den Mächtigen daran nach Kräften gehindert. Das ist dramatisch, denn es ist eine heftige Einschränkung von Pressefreiheit in einem wunderschönen Land, das aber leider Pressefreiheit systematisch mit Füßen tritt. Es gibt politische Morde, es gibt willkürliche Inhaftierungen und Maria Ressa versucht darüber zu berichten, wird daran aber immer wieder gehindert. Pressefreiheit ist ein Grundrecht, nicht nur bei uns in Deutschland, sondern international. Wir brauchen bei den Vereinten Nationen endlich eine Beauftragte oder einen Beauftragten für Pressefreiheit, so wie es vor etwa 3 Jahren der Deutsche Bundestag, das Parlament der Bundesrepublik, bereits beschlossen, also gefordert hat. Wir brauchen jemanden, der oder die hinschaut, wenn Menschenrechte, Pressefreiheit als Menschenrecht verletzt werden. Denn Presse, unabhängige Medien, unabhängige Berichterstattung ist weltweit für alle Menschen wichtig. Wir müssen informiert werden über das, was Staaten, was Politikerinnen, was Politiker tun. Im eigenen Land, aber auch international müssen wir die Chance haben, uns darüber zu informieren, was tatsächlich geschieht, was passiert. Maria Ressa macht das sehr mutig. Sie ist mit mehreren Preisen dafür ausgezeichnet worden und sie wird dafür in ihrer Heimat verfolgt. Das ist nicht nur nicht in Ordnung, das ist ein klarer Verstoß eben gegen Menschenrechte und deswegen müssen wir alle Druck ausüben. In vielen Ländern habe ich immer wieder mit Menschen gesprochen, die vom Staat verfolgt werden, weil sie nichts anderes machen, als ihren Job auszuüben, als Journalistin oder Journalist zu sein, als unabhängig und kritisch zu berichten. Und ich habe oft gefragt, was kann ich denn als kleiner Journalist in Deutschland auf der weltweiten Bühne überhaupt für euch tun? Was hilft euch? Und diese Menschen sagen mir immer wieder, wichtig ist, dass wir nicht vergessen werden. Dass über uns und unser Schicksal gesprochen wird, dass über die Einschränkungen, die unsere Arbeit erfährt, tatsächlich geredet wird und dass Politikerinnen und Politiker unter Druck geraten, wenn sie Menschenrechte, wenn sie die Pressefreiheit mit Füßen treten. Und deswegen mache ich gerne mit bei dieser Aktion von Reporter ohne Grenzen, wo wir mit Videos darstellen, wie wichtig Pressefreiheit ist und wie wichtig es für Maria Ressa ist. Hold the line, die Linie zu halten, die Möglichkeit weiterhin zu haben oder wieder zu haben, unabhängig zu berichten. Denn auch wir wollen wissen, was auf den Philippinen passiert, was dort an gesellschaftlichen Entwicklungen sich ergibt. Darüber möchten wir informiert werden und das nicht aus irgendwelchen PR-Quellen, das nicht nur vom Staat gelenkt, sondern tatsächlich mit Journalismus, mit unabhängigem Journalismus, der eben wichtig ist für jegliche Form von Demokratie. Wer Demokratie nicht will, hat naturgemäß Probleme mit dem Journalismus. Aber wollen wir undemokratische Staaten? Das wollen wir eigentlich in der Weltgemeinschaft nicht. Deswegen haben wir Beauftragte für Menschenrechte bei den Vereinten Nationen und ja, die Pressefreiheit muss international mehr in den Fokus geraten. Es muss klar sein, dass alle unabhängig arbeiten können, denn Journalismus ist kein Verbrechen. Nirgends auf der Welt und niemals. Das müssen wir uns immer wieder bewusst machen, das müssen wir in der internationalen Weltgesellschaft immer wieder bewusst machen. Ja, und das müssen wir auch unseren Politikerinnen und Politikern in unserer Heimat bewusst machen. Wenn sie kommunizieren, wenn sie diplomatische Kanäle haben zu solchen Ländern, dann müssen sie auch das Menschenrecht der Pressefreiheit ansprechen. Insofern geht mein Appell auch an die deutsche Bundesregierung, an die Europäische Union und insgesamt an Regierungen auf der ganzen Welt. Setzen Sie sich ein für Maria Ressa, setzen Sie sich ein für die Pressefreiheit auf den Philippinen, setzen Sie sich ein für die Pressefreiheit in Ihrer Heimat und setzen Sie sich ein für die Pressefreiheit auf der ganzen Welt. Wir vom Deutschen Journalistenverband, ich, Frank Überall, wir stehen dabei sehr an Ihrer Seite. Hold the line.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Kwame Maxime Domenier, journaliste togolais. Parce que je suis convaincu que la liberté d'expression constitue l'un des fondements indispensables pour la stabilité de toute société humaine. Parce qu'en Philippines, Maria Ressa et Rappler sont en train de faire un travail qui contribue énormément à la redevabilité, à la transparence, à la bonne gouvernance. Je leur apporte tout mon soutien. Hold the line.
I'm Ryota Jonen of the World Movement for Democracy. On behalf of the World Movement for Democracy, I would like to express our solidarity with Maria Ressa of the Philippines, who has shown tremendous courage in defending independent journalism in her country and around the world. Several years ago, she was one of the first people to tell us the danger of disinformation efforts by many actors, including state actors. We have seen the frightening impact of such effort on Filipino democracy and today in many parts of the world. Maria is also the person who uses her influential voices for protecting other courageous independent journalists around the world. Today, the Filipino government tries to silence her by bringing 9 charges against her. Telling the truth is not a crime. With Maria Ressa, we hold the line.
Hi, I'm Ritu Kapoor, Managing Director and co-founder of The Quint, which is an independent online news organization in India. And I'm here to support Maria Ressa. Because Maria speaks truth to power in the strongest tradition of independent journalism. Whether it's shining a light on human rights abuse, on the misuse of the rule of law, or the unfettered influence of big tech that we've all seen on society. Maria is unflinching. The horrific personal abuse she has received, the death threats, the threats of sexual violence, and never mind the endless legal pressure engineered to force her to back down, to keep quiet, to shut up, would be enough to sink a lesser individual many times over. Yet Maria stands firm. The work is too important, she says, and there is still much to be done. It is critical not just for the citizens of Philippines, but people worldwide that she be allowed to do her job without harassment and threats. And that's why I'm joining this plea. I'm doing so in my personal capacity as a fellow journalist, as a friend, and as the founder of an independent online news startup, but also as a member of the World Editors Forum. This is the global network for editors of news organizations within WANIFRA, the World Association of News Publishers. In 2018, WANIFRA and the World Editors Forum awarded her its highest honor, the Golden Pen Freedom, for her commitment to journalism and press freedom. We did so because Maria is a giant among journalists. She stands for everything that a reporter, a media entrepreneur, and a decent human being should aspire to. A commitment to facts, a passion for telling stories that matter, and a keen understanding of the role of media in a free and democratic society. The attacks against her and her media organization, Rappler, have sought to undermine these values. These are values that I share. These are values that the board of the World Editors Forum shares. They are the values that we as a society simply must come together to defend and to hold the line. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alfonso Bauluz. I am the General Secretary of Reporters Without Borders in Spain. I first met Maria Ressa in 1998 during the fall of the regime of General Suharto. She was there as she was anywhere, anytime. During those years of financial crisis, Southeast Asia was among the top news priorities all over the world. Maria behaved as a very good journal. She was a top competitor And of course, later, when I find out that she was founding Rappler as a news website, I was expecting that will be among the best, and it was. Her success is the main reason that's behind President Duterte. Duterte want her out of the business. Those are false accusations, and of course, we hold the line.
Hi, let me just change this a little bit. Is that better? Hi there, my name is Peter Pomerantsev. I am an author and occasional academic based in London, also working in Johns Hopkins University in America. There's a lot of talk at the moment about renewing democracy. You know, the new US administration is talking about it. You know, there's all this sort of pleasing conversation about how all the democracies should come together to defend democracy and enhance democracy and improve democracy and grow democracy, and all that is lovely, but it's also meaningless if we don't understand and don't do something about the new challenges to freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is the bedrock of democracy. We can't do all the other stuff without freedom of expression. And the conflict, the battle that Maria is undergoing huge sacrifices for, is that battle, the battle of freedom of expression and democracy today. And it looks a little bit different to the old battle, which is why we have to find new ways of doing something about it. It's not necessarily about, the secret police coming around and taking away your printing press, censoring you by squeezing the information space. No, it's about all sorts of political forces and democracies and non-democracies spreading so much disinformation through online tools that truth is destroyed, trust is undermined, and critical voices like Maria's just doing good journalism suddenly find themselves isolated and open to the kind of judicial, cynical, false charges that have been sort of pushed against her. And before that can happen, you need to undermine trust and belief through mass online disinformation campaigns. So we've got to start thinking about how to fight this, because this, isn't a case of the old kind of censorship. It's a case of more content, not less content. But we've got to understand that it is a form of censorship. We've got to understand that disinformation, online disinformation, is a way to strengthen inequalities in society. That's what it's doing. And we've got to understand our responsibility. Firstly, in terms of diplomatic pushback and putting sort of pressures on governments who do these sort of things, but also, of course, the technology companies, Western technology companies, whose tools are used to pursue these aims. Now, we could and we should introduce regulation that makes mass deceptive behavior and these targeted, vicious disinformation campaigns more difficult and illegal. We can do that in America, we can do that in Europe, and that would hopefully force the platforms to enforce it in the Philippines or in Mexico or in Russia. There are really simple, concrete steps that we can take to mitigate this. This is not some ethereal challenge. These are concrete challenges with concrete solutions in the diplomatic sphere and in the regulatory sphere. We can do them. We're still democracies. Or are we? Maria's case is a real test. Can we still actually formulate what democracy, what freedom of expression means in the 21st century, in this new context? Or has it just become an empty word that we use at summits and in op-eds? So this is a question about us, about all of us. And firstly, because the battle that Maria is fighting is one that journalists across the world face, both in democracies and non-democracies. Indeed, the line has become very, very blurred between the two. But it also challenges us. It also challenges us to find out what democracy means today, how we support it, and how we hold the line.
Rolling here. Put my headphones on. See if I got the right side and left side. Okay.
Ready?
Ready.
My name is Kathy Kiley. I'm the Lee Hills Chair in Free Press Studies at the Missouri School of Journalism. I support Maria Ressa because she's a great role model for the students whom I teach, because she's an innovator and an entrepreneur who is modernizing our profession, and because she's a job creator who employs many young people, and most of all, because she is a lion-hearted journalist who inspires all of us. Maria Ressa stands for the right to make change. She stands for the right to speak truth to power. She and I both went to the same college, Princeton University. It's also the school that more than 2 centuries ago produced James Madison. He's the author of the First Amendment that famously enshrined the rights of free speech and assembly in our U.S. Constitution. So after the Duterte regime began its campaign of legal harassment against Maria, I decided that her fellow Princetonians should do something. Mike McCurry, another Princetonian, agreed. Mike was former President Bill Clinton's White House press secretary. He and I wrote a letter in support of Maria. We began seeking signatures from Princeton graduates who had been student journalists and from professors who had taught journalism at Princeton. The response astonished even us. In less than 72 hours, we had more than 100 names on our letter. They included distinguished U.S. journalists from major magazines and newspapers. Alan Blinder, a former governor of the Federal Reserve, our central bank, and Eric Lander, the former head of the Human Genome Project. We published the letter in the Princeton Alumni Weekly and the Daily Princetonian. The student editors of the Daily Princetonian also wrote an editorial supporting Maria. We will not let Maria be forgotten, canceled, or disappeared. Last summer, after Maria was convicted on a phony libel charge, we wrote another letter. This time we opened it to all Princetonians and published it in the Washington Post as a full-page ad. There were 400 signers. A month later, there were more than 600. So we printed the names over 2 pages in the Princeton Alumni Weekly. The first signature on the list, former Secretary of State George Shultz. Now Shultz, who served President Ronald Reagan, a Republican, recently died at the age of 100. So signing the letter for Maria was one of this public servant's last public acts. 9 decades of Princeton graduates are represented on the letter. One of them is John Bellinger. He was a top deputy to Condi Rice when she served as Secretary of State to President George W. Bush, a Republican. Eric Lander is back, and President Joe Biden, a Democrat, just nominated him to be a member of his cabinet. Here in the United States, there is no partisan divide over Maria Ressa. There are current and former members of Congress from both political parties on our letter, as well as state legislators, journalists, financiers, lawyers, professors, and diplomats, including some who served in the Philippines. Why are so many important people, prominent people, busy people, willing to take time to lend their support to this brave journalist? They understand that Maria Ressa's cause must be our cause. Maria isn't fighting for freedom of just the press. She's not fighting only for the rights of reporters to do their jobs. She's fighting for our right to know, for your right to question authority, for the human right of free speech. That's why I'm standing with Maria Ressa. I'm also standing for my father. He died a couple of years ago. During World War II, he was a member of the U.S. Army Air Corps. He helped liberate the Philippines. Dad knew that democracy would only survive if we, the people, are willing to stand up and fight for it. So thanks to you, Maria, for fighting the good fight, and to you, friends of freedom in the Philippines and around the world who are standing up with her. Hold the line. Good?
On your break.
All right.
My name is Antoine Bernard. I am a lawyer, a faculty member at the Sciences Po Paris School of International Affairs, and a senior advisor to Reporters Without Borders. RSF, this is where I first met Maria. Her steadfastness in professionalism and citizenry never left me since. Today, when she's facing up to life imprisonment only for doing her job as a journalist, I am wholeheartedly joining the world campaign Hold the Line in solidarity with Maria Ressa and Rappler.com. In 1939, Albert Camus, aged 26, enunciated his Manifesto of the Free Journalist around 4 commandments: lucidity, refusal, irony, and obstinacy. In a tribute to Maria Ressa today, I chose to share a few excerpts of this manifesto. Obviously, I turned the he's into she's. Lucidity. Lucidity supposes resistance to the training of hatred and the cult of fatality. A free journalist does not despair and fights for what she believes to be true as if her actions could influence the course of events. She does not publish anything that might arouse hatred or cause despair. It is all in her power. Refusal. In the face of the rising tide of stupidity, it is also necessary to put up some refusals. All the constraints of the world will not make a slightly clean mind accept to be dishonest. However, and as long as we know the mechanism of information, it's easy to ensure the authenticity of a news. This is what a free journalist should give her full attention to, because if she cannot say everything she thinks, it's possible for her not to say what she does not think or that she believes to be false. And this is how a free newspaper is measured, as much by what it says as what it does not say. This completely negative freedom is by far the most important of all, if we know how to maintain it, because it prepares for the advent of true freedom. As a result, an independent newspaper gives the origin of its information, helps the public to evaluate it, repudiates the cruelty, suppresses the invectives, compensates by comments the standardization of information, and, in short, serves the truth in the human measure of its forces. This measure, how relative it may be, at least allows her to refuse what no force in the world could make her accept, serving lies. Irony. Irony remains an unprecedented weapon against the overpowering. It completes the refusal in the sense that it allows no longer to reject what is false, but to often say what is true. A free journalist does not have too many illusions about the intelligence of those who oppress her. A truth spoken dogmatically is censored 9 times out of 10. The same truth said jokingly is censored only 5 times out of 10. A free journalist is necessarily ironic. Obstinacy. It is obvious that this attitude of mind cannot be sustained effectively without a minimum of obstinacy. Many obstacles are placed on freedom of expression. It is not the most severe that can discourage a spirit, because threats, suspensions, prosecutions generally obtain the opposite effect to the one intended. But we have to admit that there are discouraging obstacles: constancy in stupidity, organized weakness, aggressive lack of intelligence, and we are passing many. Therein lies the great obstacle which must be overcome. Obstinacy here is a cardinal virtue. Through a curious but obvious paradox, it then places itself at the service of objectivity and tolerance. Censored by the French government in 1939, this Albert Camus manifesto was only exhumed in 2012 by a journalist from Le Monde. It hasn't aged a bit. We might even have believed it written for Maria Ressa in the Philippines in 2021. Maria, your lucidity, your refusal, your irony, and your obstinacy are an honor for your country and an example for journalists and citizens all around the world. So yes, today, with fervor, I express here my deep solidarity with you, dear Maria. All together, today, with Maria Ressa, let's hold the line.
Good day to everyone. My name is Dharma Sri Lanka Peli, and I am the General Secretary of the Federation of Media Employees Trade Unions in Sri Lanka. I am here to support Maria Ressa, the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Rappler in the Philippines. Having been a journalist and a trade union activist for over 30 years in a country where journalists are always under threat, I understand the plight of Maria Ressa very well. It is sad to see how journalists all over the world have to fight a battle against dictatorial leaders and governments. Like Maria, I have also been at the center of attacks of journalists, news media in Sri Lanka during the war times 2007 to 2010. I have also been bullied, attacked, and defamed by state media. There have been times I could not be in my own home for my safety. It has not been easy for me to be in this fight to safeguard the freedom of the press, speech, and expression. I stayed in the country when friends suggested I be deported for protection. To this day, the danger is not over. I know it was not easy for Maria. As well, Maria has supported so many others targeted for exercising their rights to freedom of expression around the world. And now she needs all of our help. I want to say that I stand with Maria because she never gave up despite every obstacle that stood in her way. I admire Maria for continuing her fight amid these numerous attacks. I applaud Maria for refusing to be intimidated. I respect her for standing for her values. Because of people like her, we still have a say. In this world, no one should be afraid to express their thoughts, ideas, and opinions. No one should be convicted of a crime they did not commit. Without people like her, we will soon have accept anything and everything said by those in power. Maria Rissa's fight for free speech and free press is not just her fight. It should everyone's fight. On behalf of the journalists of Sri Lanka, I urge the government of Philippines to do the right thing and drop all charges against Rappler and Maria. Do not punish Maria Ressa for standing for her rights. Let us defend and honor press freedom and the right to freedom of expression in Philippines. Thank you for all.
My name is Charmin Langhoff. I am the artistic director of Maxim Gorky Theater in Berlin. The fight for freedom of journalistic speech is a cause as noble as that for artistic expression. At the Gorky Theater, we pride ourselves in our solidarity with artists and journalists from around the globe who became targets of disinformation and political repression. So it is an obvious step for me to join the countless colleagues around the world and Reporters Without Borders demanding an end to the unjust incarceration of Maria Ressa. Ressa, who was included in Time magazine's 2018 Person of the Year list for her struggle against fake news and disinformation, is but one of a growing number of journalists persecuted for doing their job. As I am standing here in the garden of Gorky Theater before a replica of a cell in the world's largest journalist prison in Silivri near Istanbul, our thoughts and our support go to all our exiled friends and imprisoned friends, renowned Turkish journalist Can Dündar, Ukrainian author Svetlana Alexievich, Turkish philanthropist Osman Kavala, Kurdish painter and journalist Zehra Doğan, and also to the murdered Slovak investigative journalist Jan Kuciak. No matter where in this world, the protection of free journalism is important for a civil and democratic discourse. Neither criminal private interests nor authoritarian politics can be allowed to interfere with journalism and art, who together are vital for the future of our public debate. We need journalists to perform their work without fear of prosecution or intimidation. We need them to be free to report the facts and to express their opinions. We need all of them out of prison. We need Maria Ressa to be set free. That's why I join in with all of you, saying, hold the line.
My name is Maged Atif. I'm a journalist from Egypt. We are here to defend Maria Ressa, not because she is Maria Ressa, but because what does she represent? Maria is facing real problems in her country, Filipino, for nothing just because she was telling the story. Journalism is all about telling the truth, all about telling the real story and what's happening on ground. Maria did her job, and that the authorities did not like it. The message which they're giving to us is be silent or you are the next. And again, if we don't use our right, we will lose it. Maria's case is the more of the same of what we all are suffering all over the world. Journalists are suffering from all the countries by the same things, the same issues, the same fingers they are pointing to us. They accuse us by spreading news, they accuse us but not loyal to the government, telling us that we are making rumors and that we are the enemy of the state, and all this thing. Actually, it's all going about making us silent, not telling the people the real story of what's happening. In the Middle East, in Africa, in Latin America, even in the States now, the message which they are sending to us, be silent, don't speak, don't tell the story. And that's why we are supporting here Maria. Maria, as I told you, she represents every single journalist all over the world facing these dictatorships.
Hi, I'm Kathy English, Chair of the Canadian Journalism Foundation in Canada. The CJF stands for Excellence in Journalism and stands up for press freedom. In 2019, we honored Maria with our annual CJF tribute. We honored Maria for being a vital voice of truth in a world in which truth is too often at risk. We honored Maria for her courage and her conviction and her commitment to press freedom and to the journalism that matters to democracy, to journalism that speaks truth to power, that holds power to account. I've had opportunities to spend time with Maria. I'm always overwhelmed and in awe of her amazing spirit, of that smile that just keeps on shining despite all the persecution that she has faced. We at the CJF are standing today with journalists around the world to say, clear these charges and allow Maria and her team at Rappler to continue to report without fear, to report without favor. Hold the line for Maria, for Rappler, for journalism, and for journalists all around the world. Hold the line.
I am Natália Viana, founder and director of Agência Pública em Brazil. I have followed Maria Ressa's brave journalism for a couple of years now. Her watchdog journalism holds powerful people to account and helps the Filipino citizens and society to be better informed and more democratic. She's an example for many female journalists around the world, and the recent attacks on her are attacks against all of us. We demand an end to the target harassment by the Filipino government and join Reporters Without Borders in calling for her to be completely free to do her good work.
It is the story of a journalist who loves freedom, justice, and truth, and who defies the file of insecurities with strength and courage. It is the story of a newspaper, Rappler, which she founded with the aim of working for more democracy and to shed light on the truth. It is the story of a courageous woman who whose fight for freedom of information may cost her freedom to come and go, and may send her to jail for several years. This story, which is intolerable to hear, is that story of Maria Ressa. But it's also who we are. Because wherever in the world there is a single fighter for freedom of press, for freedom to inform, who is risking his freedom and to spend only one night in prison for having exercised his right to inform, then not all human rights defenders will be able to sleep soundly. Maria Ressa's struggle for democracy in the Philippines is not just about a Filipino woman's struggle. This is the fight of all Democrats all over the world. And this universal struggle for the right to free and to clear information is a struggle all over the planet. Press freedom is not relative, whether one lives in Philippines, in Paris, or in Damascus. To support Maria Ressa is to support the right to a press independent of political power, capable of raising minds, consciences, and to enlighten the youth of the whole world. What is the crime of Maria Ressa, for which she faces 6 years imprisonment? To have investigated facts of corruption in connection with the political leadership of his own country. In reality, to have simply done her job as a journalist. Today is February 22, 2021, but I can't help but think of that day of February 22, 1898. Faced with the jury was about to judge him for defamation after he published his j'accuse in favor of Captain Dreyfus, Émile Zola said, "One day, France will thank me helping to save her honor. Un jour, la France me remerciera d'avoir sauvé son honneur." Émile Zola was sentenced to 1 year in defamation, to 1 year in jail for defamation by the Court of Assize on February 22, 1898. But without the courage of Émile Zola, Captain Dreyfus will never have had his trial reopened and his honor rehabilitated. Thanks to Émile Zola, it's also and especially a certain idea of France, of lights, that was saved. Imagine that one day very close, the Filipino states will thank Maria Ressa as we French, we really thank Émile Zola for having saved our honor. I know I'm not a dreamer. I know I'm not the only one. La vérité triomphe toujours. The truth always triumphs. Hold the line for Maria Ressa.
My name is John Snow. I'm a board member of Reporters Without Borders. I'm also the main presenter of the UK's Channel 4 News. I write as a supporter of the Rapier and of its chief executive, Maria Ressa. She is a woman of whom the Philippines can be justifiably proud. All her working life, she has campaigned for liberty, freedom, and progress. She's on the side of the poor and is proud to work for her country and is determined to enable people to progress, to protect civil liberties, political freedoms too. We in Great Britain regard her as a torchbearer for civil liberties. We have many Filipinos living and working amongst us. The persecution of Maria Ressa worries them as it worries us. The Philippines are better for her work for civil liberties. Your country has nothing to fear from her. As a journalist, I am proud to have met and interviewed Maria. Persecuting and prosecuting Maria Ressa does the reputation of the Philippines great damage internationally. It is time to stop your constant actions against Maria. Your behaviour makes it clear that you are frightened of her and wish to silence her. The world is not on your side. The Philippines deserve better than your pathetic attacks on a woman admired across the world. Please stop your prosecution and persecution of Maria Ressa. Thank you.
I am Bianca Jagger. I am the founder and president of the Bianca Jagger Human Rights Foundation. If you're watching this, perhaps you already know about Maria Ressa and what is happening to her right now. I'm here to support her and want to talk about the worst feeling in the world, powerlessness. For those trying to silence Maria Ressa, the calculation is simple. Her voice is too powerful. Her message is too potent. For the Duterte regime, the cost of letting her continue holding power to account are too high. And right now, the consequences of silencing her don't seem costly enough. As a result, she's been ground down, accused, threatened, and pursued endlessly through the courts with one goal in mind, to strip her of her power. Each legal case she has to answer, threatening imprisonment for longer and longer, is an attempt to deliberately orchestrate her powerlessness. It is an attempt to deprive people of the kind of information that journalists like Maria Ressa provide, which will in turn empower them. So far, if she is convicted on all the baseless charges she faces, she could spend a lifetime in prison. The ultimate powerlessness. I have not met Maria, but I have heard story many, many times, because it's a story that isn't just happening in the Philippines. It is a story that is happening globally at a decisive moment for journalism. All around the world, aggressive state powers weighing up the same calculation. What is the price of allowing access to free information? And what is the cost of silencing those who provide it? We have to change up the stakes in that calculation. In my country of birth, Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega, the brutal dictator, is relentlessly attacking press freedom. It happened routinely and with total impunity. I have seen the devastating effect that those attacks has on freedom of speech in Nicaragua. We cannot keep this happening. The only way we can change the equation is to make it more costly for a regime to silence journalists than to allow them to do their job, is to speak as one and stand up to defend every single one of them. Maria Ressa is just one, but in defending her and showing regimes around the world that she cannot be made powerless, we are defending the very idea that citizens should not be powerless and that they have the right to know how the societies are run. Hold the line.
Hi, my name's John Sweeney and I'm an old school reporter. I've met Maria Ressa and she's good trouble. She's also tiny. I mean, President Duterte, you're a big boy. You're a president. You're a rich and powerful man. Why is your state colluding with the persecution of this tiny woman? Go on, big boy. Leave her alone. Let her be. In a healthy, prosperous society, we have free speech. And we should protect people like Maria Ressa, not persecute them. So grow up, President Duterte. Grow yourself a pair. Maria, good luck. I met you at the Magnitsky Awards, and your speech was extraordinarily moving. There was that evening. It was full of some of the best and most brilliant and bravest people on the planet. But you stood out, tiny lady as you are. Good on you. And for the rest of us, we should all stand up. Maria Ressa is one of us. God bless her.
Bonjour, mon nom est Alix Rousset et je suis créatrice de contenu. Vous ne la connaissez peut-être pas, mais Maria Ressa, qui est une journaliste philippine, risque la prison à vie. À travers cette vidéo, je m'engage à ses côtés contre la désinformation et la fake news, et par extension pour le soutien de la démocratie. J'espère que vous pourrez prendre conscience de la situation et la soutenir également. Merci pour elle.
I'm Camille Francois. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at Graphica and an affiliate at the Berkman Center. I met Maria about 6 years ago. I was a researcher at Google, and we were working together to document what we thought might be a new type of human rights abuse, trying to shine a light on how governments around the world were using trolls, bots, and disinformation campaigns to harass and silence their critics and opponents. At the time, with the rest of the coalition, we called this patriotic trolling. Maria is an inspiring and fearless reporter, constantly holding power to account. And it is for this, for doing her job and excelling at it, that she quickly found herself to be the target of patriotic trolling and to be the target of a mounting, full-fledged harassment campaign. But that didn't stop her. Her work on uncovering disinformation and coordinated harassment sparked global and important conversations. It is her advocacy on these issues that led to meaningful changes in how organizations around the world view and tackle these types of abuse. Despite the trolls, the disinformation, and the never-ending legal harassment campaign that she continues to suffer, Maria continues to hold the line. She never stops holding governments and technology companies accountable for perpetuating and enabling digital repression. Maria is a friend and a mentor, an inspiration and a hero for me and many others. We owe it to her and to others who struggle to protect the freedom of press she represents with such strength and grace to hold the line.
Hello, my name is Christina Lux from Germany. I'm a musician and a composer. And when Mark Wiese made his documentary about the Rapland, Maria Ressa, I was asked to write a song for this documentary. And I watched it and I was deeply impressed by your strength, by your courage, by your wisdom, by your loving fullness, your kindness. It was really deeply impressing. And you said those words, when I look back a decade from now, I want to make sure I've done all that I can. We will not duck, we will not hide, we will hold the line. And you are someone who's speaking truth to power, and you're so important, like all the other journalists who are under attack. Democracy is one of the greatest gifts we have, and it's so fragile. And thank you so much for your work. And I just can't find the words to speak up for you and all those courageous people, and hoping so much all will be okay.
Love you. Thank you. Deep in my heart, I do believe someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. I may not know how long 'twill be. Someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. Hold on, my brother, give me your hand. Someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. Learning to love, we'll find our way. Someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. I do believe someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. We shall overcome someday.
I never realized how much pressure we're under, how oppressive it's become until I leave.
I was in prison for about 7 years, accused of terrorism. We have a mission to the public, journalistic mission.
I was jailed 4 times. There were no independent voices on the ground.
It is very difficult for the electronic media and the print media to raise voice against the enforced disappearances.
Terror laws are being used against journalists all over the world.
Stay committed to telling the truth, tell the stories of people in trouble and those in need.
They tried to intimidate us repeatedly. We say we never give up.
The only thing that I actually promised to myself is not to ever compromise on my freedom of expression.
This is a battle that we can win.
It's up to all of us to hold the line for Maria Ressa and all those who defend media freedom from attack. You know what to do.